offenses. I'll give a brief description, go over any background questions I have, the psychological review, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a scheduling review happened in September of last year, where an original hearing was ordered for now with a psychological review and cognitive behavioral therapy. The board also noted, or returned cases, 191100345 and 191101027 to the Office of State Debt Collection and to determine restitution. Is that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to your first offense, I show case 191100345. I show on March 6, 2019, Mr. Vargas violated an active civil stalking injunction by approaching and speaking with the victim. This occurred at a Walmart. He entered the office where she was located. She told him to leave. She stated there was this permanent stalking injunction and he had to leave her alone. He told her he did not care and she was going to listen to what he had to say. He was arrested. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No, that's basically all that was happening.
And so I'm probably gonna have some questions about both of these offenses, but I'm gonna go ahead and get to the next one and then I'll ask some questions, okay? Next case, 191101027. I show on August 5th, 2019, an officer was contacted regarding a violation of criminal stalking injunction. The victim reported Mr. Vargas violated an order of protection and she provided video evidence. The victim's husband asked who was calling and stated that the phone was being monitored due to that prior stalking. The officer made contact with Mr. Vargas, who stated he was at a residence. He admitted that he had contacted the victim by phone, but said it was an error. During the booking process, he said that he should have run when officers arrived. He said he would go to Mexico where officers could not get him. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, I believe so.
When you say you believe so, what do you mean by that?
It was like been 5 years. It's been a long time. I don't remember exactly what my thinking was back then.
And sir, I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about. I am listening, okay?
Okay.
So are they the same victims for each case?
Yeah.
It is the same victim?
Yeah.
And how did you know the victim?
Through work.
Did you work at Walmart or is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, and obviously, having a protective order and violating it, that's concerning behavior, right?
Right.
Can you give me some insight into what was going on during this time?
I was just on a bunch of drugs and I thought I was in love with her. So.
Okay.
I didn't have the right medication back then.
Like mental health medication?
Yeah, I was just on whatever was out there, you know?
What do you mean, like illegal drugs or?
Either prescription pills or illegal drugs, yeah.
What medications were you taking at the time?
Well, I think I tried Prozac for a little while. I could be wrong, it was a while ago.
Okay. And then what illegal substances were you using?
I was using cannabis.
I'm sorry,
Cannabis?
anything else?
Not really, just mainly cannabis.
Okay. Were you drinking?
No drink. No.
Okay. When is the last time you had contact with the victim?
Over 5 years ago.
All right, sir. I'm a hearing officer, so I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. But I've never seen them grant parole without a no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Of course.
Sir, I don't know. This hearing's being live streamed. I don't know if the victim is listening to this hearing. It's possible through the live stream. If the victim is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Just it's been over 5 years. I'm not looking to, damage my life anymore by breaking the law or anything like that.
So it sounds like things have changed. Why do and you kind of mentioned, you were on using substances at the time, maybe not on the right medication, which we will get to. What do you think has changed for you? Is it those things? Is it something else?
It's time and medication.
So what are you currently taking?
Zyprexa.
And what do you think of that?
It helps. My therapist said I'm doing really great taking that and
It's good.
doing good, so
It's really good. And I realize I'm, talking and asking difficult questions, so I appreciate your insight, okay? I do want to make sure I get to the psychological review. Do you remember meeting with Dr. Peck?
is that here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember meeting with Dr. Peck? Do you remember his report?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. Well, it was part of your blue disclosure packet, if that helps. It
Okay.
was that evaluation. It gave some diagnoses. Is that helping at all?
I think so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some specifics about it since you don't seem to really remember. And what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get as much insight as possible, right? Because all I have is his report.
Okay.
So in the report, he noted that you had been on your current medication for approximately 1 month. Now, his evaluation was last month, so it's probably, been some time since then. And he said you were taking Zyprexa. So it sounds like that's continued. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you plan on continuing that moving forward?
Yeah.
Even, meaning if you're paroled, you would still use it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. He also said that the records for the offenses indicate that the individual was reporting that he had the delusional belief that he and the woman were in love with each other. He also reported experiencing auditory hallucinations and being directed to confess his affection to her. That's what Dr. Peck wrote. Do you think that that's an accurate representation of what was going on at the time?
I think because of the substances I was using, that sounds like an accurate statement.
Okay. It also provided some diagnoses. Do you remember those diagnoses, sir?
No.
Okay, and once again, I'm just doing this because I want your insight, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Peck diagnosed you with schizophrenia, cannabis use disorder, and other hallucinogen use disorder, LSD, and mushrooms.
Yeah.
Do you think those are accurate?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. So were you using LSD and mushrooms during the offenses?
Not as much as cannabis. That's why I only said
But
the one.
you were using them though?
Maybe once a year, or
Okay.
twice a year. It really wasn't that frequent.
Okay.
Right.
And then I'm going over the recommendations, okay? His recommendations including you being identified as what's called MIO, a mentally ill offender. He recommended that you continue your psychotropic medications, that you participate in mental health therapies, that you need some sort of substance use treatment, and that you may be an appropriate candidate for what's now called the MHSS program, Mental Health Support Services. It's a halfway house. It's currently located at the Atherton facility. And I can discuss it a little bit more. What do you think of those recommendations?
They sound great. I do have stable living if that doesn't work out
Where is your
at my parents.
okay.
Yeah.
And we will get to that too. So, but I do want to hear what you have to say about the MHSS program. Have you heard of that program before, sir? Okay.
Never heard of that.
So basically it's a halfway house. What would happen is if the board decides to order that you would be evaluated by one of the therapists there. They would come out to the prison. They would see if you're a good fit for the program. If you're recommended, then the halfway house deals with mental health therapy, medication compliance. They have other people on staff that can help in regards to other issues if jobs, employment, things like that. Would you be interested in that MHSS program?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. What do you think about, you're mentioning substance use. What's your current attitude towards substance use, sir?
I've been sober for probably 8 months.
Okay. And do you want that to continue or?
Yeah, I'd like that to continue.
And why do you think you no longer want to use?
Uh, I'm a little bit older now. I'm 29. Back then, I was still a kid, and I was just experimenting with life and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
If they recommend that I do, then I have no problem following through with it.
And I appreciate that, sir. I'm just wondering if you think you need it.
No, not right now, because I've been sober for so long, but like I said,
Okay. All right, sir. And then going over your criminal history, obviously, I went over the offenses for which the board has jurisdiction, but I saw some other offenses, including a 2024 assault and threat of violence. Can you tell me about those offenses?
Yeah, so I spat on somebody.
You what?
I spat on
Oh.
somebody, and I guess it's just an assault charge.
So who was it?
It was a peace officer.
Was an officer? Okay. And why, what was going on at the time? Were you being arrested and you spat on
Yeah,
them?
I didn't believe that it was okay to arrest me because he didn't have anything. So I was upset that he was going to, or
Okay.
that he was. And then threat of violence, same deal. It was my therapist that I was talking to, so I thought I could be open with her about everything, but she took some things too far. When she asked me a question, I told her this is what I would do, and she thought I was applying it to her. She was saying that, so if I was to do it, you'd do the same thing to me. I said, yeah, to anybody, because I treat everyone the same. And she took that as a threat of violence because, well, the question was if somebody was encroaching on you or trying to do something to you, what would you do to them? I said, I'd hurt them or. So she took that as a threat of violence towards her, and it got out of hand after that. I was just being open with her, but she didn't like that. I said I would do that to her, you know what I mean?
So you said that if someone were approaching you, you would do what?
I'd hurt them or,
Okay.
because she thought that it wasn't okay. Like there's other routes you can go about it than doing that. But I just told her what my first instinct was, you know what I mean?
Do you think that that is still the same? You have the same attitude still, or do you think?
No, I'm completely different now. I've done a lot of time and I'm just more mellow than I was back then. Back then I was angry because I was still withdrawing from substances and it wasn't good for me because I didn't know what it was going to be like withdrawing from these substances after years and years of abuse.
Okay.
So,
So do you think you have an anger issue?
mm, really,
Okay. And why do you say that? Because it sounds like,
because I've done a lot of time.
okay.
Yeah. I feel like my attitude's mellowed out a lot since I've done.
Do you
like,
think the
20
medication
months.
has helped with that?
Medication, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's helped too.
All right, sir. And then I show some meth use as well. Is that?
I took some like MDMA when I was at a party,
Okay.
and I guess it's cut with methamphetamine. So.
All right, sir. Have you completed any programming within the prison?
No,
Okay. And then in regards to disciplinary violations, I show a June 2024 weapon and assault. Can you tell me about that?
I don't remember that one.
You don't remember that?
Oh, that was in Gunnison. That happened.
Okay.
So-
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, I remember now.
What happened?
I was attacked in my housing unit. And so I just tried to defend myself with whatever I could. And they charged me with it, or fined me, I should say.
Do you know if any criminal charges were going to result?
Not that I know of, no.
And I didn't see anything, but I thought I would double check. All right, and we kind of already talked about it, sir, but I show for release that you initially said that you wanted to go with your parents,
Yeah,
and that you want to work in a factory. Do you have current contact with your parents? The reason why I'm asking is because the psychological reviews seem to indicate that you didn't have contact with family.
I do now. My
Okay.
mom changed her number, but I got her new number.
Okay.
And then I have my dad's.
And then do you already have a job?
No, but I could find one pretty easily.
Okay. And then it sounds like maybe you also would be interested in that MHSS program. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other things, conditions, things that you think would help you on parole be successful?
Um, just staying away from the wrong things, you know,
Can you elaborate on that? What you mean by that?
from people, from substances, from environments, and just not breaking any more violations or any more stalking injunctions. It's been 5 years. I mean, I've done really good, you know, in that sense, but so I think they should just let me go now. But
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Just so you know, it's not immediate. It still takes time, but it's going to be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that decision up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I would note your guidelines, sir, is 18 months, or it was May 25th, 2024. That's obviously passed, right? And the board ultimately decides they can go past that date, which they obviously have. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses. I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is January 23rd, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
so what do you think they'll do?
So I can't, we're not allowed to say what our recommendation is because the board doesn't want us to create unrealistic expectations in any regard, right?
Yeah.
But so the only thing I can say, sir, is I take this very seriously. I take this hearing very seriously, and I've been writing everything down. I also don't decide prior to a hearing. I'm sure that's frustrating. I'm sure you would like a decision right now. But I want you to know I took this hearing very seriously, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
One other question I do have. I do notice you're in Orange. Are you in Antelope?
No,
No, are you in Current?
I'm in LS1,
I'm sorry,
low side.
you're low side? Okay. Are you, are you, is that because of disciplinary issues? Do you have any,
I'm
is
not sure why. I think it's for medical,
medical? Okay.
yeah,
Medical issues?
medical issues.
Okay. I'm just wondering because of the orange, if there was any, if it was because of, what reasons?
No, I showed up in this with orange.
Okay. All right. So any other questions or comments?
Um, I hope they just let me go. It's been 5 years, so you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, I've made notes of all of your comments today, sir. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude, okay?
All right, thank you.
Do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? Just make sure we hear you. Awesome. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. Winston Webster, offender number 227791. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. I'll go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I'll need an admit, deny, or no contest to each one of those, and I'll tell you the rights associated with that. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. At the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like a parole violation waiver happened in July of last year. The board ordered a parole violation waiver with paper review for October. The board accepted your admissions to allegations 2 through 3 and noted your denial to allegation number 1 and 4. It took judicial notice of the pending case 2419-01541 related to allegations 1 through 3. In the scheduling review, a parole violation original hearing was ordered for December. They took judicial notice of that new case and ordered restitution in that case was previously ordered by the court and sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that all sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regard to the newest offense, I show case 2419-01541. I show on June 3rd, 2024, officers were on board a front runner train. Officers checked for proof of purchase. Officers witnessed Mr. Webster break the safety glass on the emergency door handle, pull the handle to open the train doors, leap from the moving train, and disappear from view. This caused the train to do emergency braking, which interrupted service. He was located a short time later in a station. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
So just to be completely honest, the officers didn't see me. They weren't even in the same car when I pulled up the emergency, when I broke the glass and pulled the emergency brake. And during at that time, I felt like I was going through like emotional, mental distress with the recent trauma I had suffered. My kid's mother was murdered probably like about a week, 10 days before that. And
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
yeah, it's been really rough, traumatic time. 3 days prior to that, I just left her wake. And during that time, I was just really struggling emotionally, mentally. So I felt her tell me to get off the train. And during that time, like I popped the emergency glass and pulled the stop and jumped off the train. In the paper, I think it said the officers witnessed me do that. They weren't like, once again, they weren't in the same car. And then I wouldn't have ran from just a train ticket, you know. I'm not trying to justify it, but it's just a train ticket, you know. There's no logical reason for me myself to jump off the train just because I'm going to get a ticket. I've had prior tickets before, but then I also had tickets while I was incarcerated. There was tickets under my name while I was incarcerated, and I expressed that to police officers the prior time when I got a ticket for riding the train without proof of purchase.
Okay. And I'm just making notes of everything you're saying, so I want you to know I am listening.
Okay.
And I am sorry to hear about that loss. Obviously, it sounds like it was a pretty dangerous situation for you. Is that right? And jumping from this train?
Well, the train had just left the station, right? And then once again, I'm not trying to minimize it. Yeah, of course there's danger in it. I feel like there's a lot more danger if the train's moving at 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, and then that was to happen. Nonetheless, there's danger, right? But the train had just left the station, so it wasn't under full steam, and it was maybe not even a minute out of the station when I was faced with that, you know, just dilemma and choice. Like I said, I felt that it was like a warning.
What do you mean? Can you expand on what you mean by that for me?
So I was really struggling, right? I was really struggling emotionally, mentally, and to hear my kid's mother's voice after her passing, you know, and the urgency of it as I heard it, it made me feel like I had to get off of the train right then and there. I wasn't getting high at the time. I wasn't under the influence of anything. To me, it felt like it felt like she was reaching out to me to just warn me. Like the panic that I felt inside my chest and things like that it was just, it's, it's really hard to explain because I feel like you'd have to actually go through that type of trauma, you know, for like, you know, someone you spent so much time with, the mother of your kids or spouse of your children, to be murdered, and you know, you hold yourself some type of responsibility for not being there for, yeah, so I just, you know, like I said, it was emotional, mental distress. I can't quite clearly explain the feelings that I felt, you know, but I felt like she was trying to warn me, and the sensation that I felt in my heart, like the panic and rush that I felt in my heart, it was like sincere. So I acted on that, you know. It was, it's that flight and fight response, right? So in essence, um, um, I didn't. That's me fighting the response of the warning, like something might happen to me. So I had to separate myself from that situation, whatever it was. I had to get away from it right then and there, and that was my choice. So, you know, ultimately, you know, I made a poor choice.
And so, and I don't want to minimize what you were going through. But obviously opening a door to a train, I'm assuming if anybody was nearby could cause them to get injured, hurt, you know, if obviously they didn't know what was going on.
True.
So do you think this is something that could happen again?
No, ma'am. No, I don't believe it was something that happened again. Um, so I'm in a solid program. I've done a lot of classes, coping skills. The life coaching skills is one of the ones that's helped me a lot, you know, with coping with trauma and things like that. Knowing that I have choices to reach out, which is something I wasn't doing at the time, right? So knowing that I'm going through these emotions, and then these emotions are strong, I was not, you know, using the resources that I had gained previously, you know, whether that's reaching out to my therapist, not saying I didn't or didn't notify my parole officer or therapist, but instead of going to them, when the emotions and the distress got heavier, I just started, you know, just isolating myself. Um, what I realized is that isolation is something big in my life, and I've learned that through Solid and other courses. Like, I'm okay with not being okay, and that's okay, right? I'm okay with saying, hey, I need help, I need to reach out. But these are things that I'd built up over a time, saying that if I reach out, or if I ask for help, I might look weak, right? The typical ideas or um, stereotype of a man, right? Because I don't want to look weak. I don't want to look like I'm not able. I don't want to look like I can't do these things. But and once again, so I owe a lot to the Solid program, right? All the things that's been afforded to me and the opportunities I've had, given what I've gone through so far. All that's come from coming back to prison this time. So being able to take a second and have some clarity, you know, to really look at the picture, to really look if I'm being threatened, to really look at the red flags being raised, as far as to say, if we're having an argument, to persist in the argument, to take a step back and look at my part and see what I did. So that way, I'm not trying to put the blame on you, or trying to say, oh no, I had no part in instigating this, or I had no part in the discrepancy that we're having, the disagreement that we're having. So I've been able to use these tools and just take a step back, pull myself out of it, kind of look at it as an outside viewer, you know, like subjectively, and saying, well, you know what, I did do this, you know, or I'm misreading the situation. So I've had a lot of time to just like self-reflect. You know, I've lost so much. I've lost so much. So my original crime is attempted sexual assault of a child, right? If that never happened, I would have never lost my family. So I look at these things, my kid's mother is no longer here. If I was in their life, maybe, and I'm not saying I wasn't in their life, but we were still together, maybe this wouldn't have happened, right? So I look at all these things, right? And all these things, my sons, I replay them calling me the day that they found their mother. So I replay all these things, right? And the cost was great. The cost was great from the behavior that I've previously had, right? But also, unfortunately, but fortunately, through that cost, I've gained the tools that I have now. I've gained the stability that I have now. I'm like I said, I'm in BYU pathways. I don't know if you looked at my record, but it doesn't show a person that hasn't considered their effects previously, what they should do and how their life can change, right? You guys are interested in capturing your story, right? I take those tools seriously. Part of my vision is being in service, but also being the man that is a trustworthy man that can go back out into the community and be trusted in the community and serve the community and say, hey, I'm doing this to show my gratitude for the things that's been afforded to me since I've come back to prison, right? All these classes, they come at an expense. If I look at the classes that I've taken so far, there's no way I could afford these classes on the streets, essentially. I would have to have a real decent job, or these classes would have to be provided at a low cost, low income type things. And that's not something that normally happens, right? Even the people that live on the streets today, we all have these issues. We all face these issues, but unless we're able to take a look at it, like, for example, life balance, how many of us know if our life is in balance or not, right? But until you take a class to where you can see whether or not your life is in balance, you don't associate the term life balance with your life being in balance or not. For example, if I'm unhappy because I'm not getting paid enough in my job, but yet I'm still working, I might assume my life is in balance, right? But I don't know what my life is, how my life is out of balance or in balance because I'm not specifically being paid. I'm just content with working, right? But so
It sounds like you've done a lot of self-reflection. You've taken these classes and it sounds like you've really processed what you've been learning, which I really appreciate, sir. And it sounds like you are trying to work for your betterment and success. It sounds like you have some goals in that regard, which is good, very good. So I do want to make sure I get to the allegations contained in the warrant, okay, sir?
Yeah.
You already admitted to allegations 2 and 3. Do you just want to reaffirm your prior admissions?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, in regards to 1 and 4, though, I will be taking pleas. I just want you to understand if you plea admit or no contest to either or both of them, the rights that you're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by preponderance of the evidence standard, the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to an attorney, and an attorney would be appointed to you. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent and the board could make an inference from your silence. If you plea admit or no contest to either or both of these, do you understand you're waiving those rights, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Regards to number 1, I show by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, criminal mischief, recklessly interpret, impair infrastructure, a second-degree felony, or having associated with the person involved in that criminal activity on or about June 3rd, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit to all of them, ma'am.
Admit, okay. I just have to procedurally go through them, but since you already admitted to number 2 and 3, and you reaffirm that,
Yes, ma'am.
then number 4 is the last one. By having failed to pay supervision fees without being granted a waiver by the Department of Corrections. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Okay. All right, sir. So it sounds like, because it sounds like a lot of things have changed. So obviously part of this hearing is to talk about what previously has happened. And it's also talk about what happens moving forward, right? So I show on your last parole was about 9 months.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right? And according to the warrant request, because I want to hear what you have to say, it said that you had not done well on parole, that you had several lapses in judgment recently, and that said you had, quote, little respect for authority, and that you had no interest in parole, unquote. That's, I'm summarizing, right? So tell me what you think about your last parole, and then if you were paroled again, maybe even incorporating some of the stuff that you've learned through these classes, how you think it'll be the same or different moving forward.
So my last parole, so my previous 2 times on parole, each time's gotten longer, right? So to me, in essence, that has to show some type of progression and behavior and choices that I'm making. My last parole, I transitioned successfully from Nuke into the community. I was working. At that time I can't remember the name of my first parole officer, but I was working well with him. And then the second parole officer, as I tried to explain to him things that was going on, because before the incident with my kid's mother, I had became sick, right? And this is my idea. If you have a parolee and he's still going to work sick, I had to walk some of the way because I didn't always have funds to travel by bus. So I walked some of the way, caught the bus, and then at night when I'd get off of work, because I work nights, I had to walk back roughly maybe 5 miles. I had to walk back to Nuke. So for someone to have that type of determination to get back and forth to work, and then to say he's not considerate of parole, or he's not being compliant with his parole, to me that's very contradictory to what my behavior is showing, because I don't know too many people on parole that's going to walk to work, walk home from work, and then get up and do it again the next morning. So about my first 90 days of being released, and when I was at Nuke, I worked about 8 every day. I think I worked like 85 days out of that 90 days. And 80 of those days I walked home from the BDO, which is Ogden Business District, to Nuke. I walked home. So when I eventually transitioned out the community, I had to do the same thing. I rented a room. I'd get to work, halfway walk, and then the rest by bus. But on the way home, I'd have to walk back home, because sometimes the bus doesn't come till 5 or 5:30 in the morning, and I'd walk back home. So I expressed to him also. So during this time, I had got really sick. I had got pneumonia and bronchitis. So, but I'm still going to work, and I had got so bad that they had to ask me to leave work. But still during this time, I'm going to work sick. I'm walking home sick. I still make it to work in the morning, make it to work on time. When I started having an issue with the landlord, I then left where I was living at and went to the shelter, the Lantern House. So even at the shelter, I would do the same thing. I'd wake up, I'd go to work, and then I'd walk back, because I always didn't have funds for the morning, or it's just that the bus would get me back so late, and I'd have to be back to the shelter by, I think it was by 7:30. I had to be back by the shelter so I can keep my bed still. So I expressed these things to him, right? I expressed the fact that what's happened with my kid's mother has really affected me, and where I'm struggling at mentally. I expressed to him the effort that I'm putting in, because I'm my caseworker. I'm not my caseworker. My therapist, her name was Carol, through the Alpha program. I was still having my one-on-ones with her. And right before, maybe like a week or so before I came in, I had talked to her about how I can do groups. She said I could do groups virtually, which I didn't know at the time. So receiving that information, I called my PO. I said, hey, look, this is what's going on. I was like, I plan to start doing virtual groups to be more compliant, because he was okay with the one-on-ones as long as I was doing the one-on-ones with her. And I did them once a week. Sometimes I'd miss, but I'd catch up with her on the weekend. And when she did come into Ogden, I would meet with her.
So it sounds like you were trying on your last parole.
Yeah, I tried really hard.
So is there anything that you think, if you were paroled again, that you would like the same or different?
So to be completely honest, like what I would like the same, just the same opportunity, right? The same opportunity to be paroled, right? And then to show that, because honestly, I feel like I've earned the opportunity for parole, right? I don't deserve anything, but I feel like I've earned the opportunity, because I've really taken this change a lot more serious than before. Once again, the cost that has been paid, the cost that has been paid to where I'm at now, I feel like that's enough of a payment to say moving forward, like I'm a lot more sure of myself, a lot more confident in the tools that I've gathered. Look, I have no problem saying, what's your name again?
Kelly?
Kelly, I need some help, right? I'm struggling right now, even talking about it, this trauma, this everything that comes back, right? The guilt, shame, all that comes back, but I need some help, Kelly, can I talk to you? Can we do something about getting me some mental health help? I feel like using, but I'm not gonna use, but I'm just giving you an example, right?
I mean,
So,
sir, I appreciate what you're saying, and it's, like I said, it sounds like you're thinking of things. It sounds like you realize obviously stress can happen, right? And I'm not, and different things can happen moving forward on parole and you are trying to think about how to deal with those issues.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're reaching out for help, you're expressing yourself. Those are all very good things.
Right. Those are things that I suffered with from the past, though, right? Those are things that kept me in a mind state or mind frame to say, well, you know what? If I don't reach out, the only way I can cope with this is by using, right? Or because, I mean, I've used in the past, right? And I've had dirty UAs. And to me, that's just saying that's making an excuse for not learning how to cope with the traumas and things that I've struggled with. But here today, to be honest, if I wanted to get high, I can just go get high. It's that easy in the prison. Ain't no different than it being on the streets, to be honest, right? But my mind frame is not set on the answer or the answer to my problem or to my issues or the solution is to go get high, right? I have these tools that I'm gaining, right? I have this community that I live in. I have this community that I will live in. I have the opportunity for mental health. I have the opportunity for a therapist, which I'm using these things. I've been meeting with a therapist for the past 7 months, once a month, and she's given me good feedback on how I'm taking the therapy sessions and the homework given to me seriously, because she said there's a lot of people that she give homework to, and there's very few, and which I'm one of the few that do the work, at Captain Your Story. I've been doing the work since I got here. And honestly, to me, it's like part of that shows up in this. My board hearing was scheduled for March. It's January, right? So in essence, to me, that's like saying, well, because you're doing the work, your board date gets moved up. I don't know why it got moved up. I know why it got pushed out, but I don't know why it got moved up. But to me, that's like saying, oh, you're doing the work. Let me acknowledge that. And it's a universal acknowledgement, right? Also too, BYU pathways, I'm doing that. To me, that's like showing the work. I've always wanted to re-educate myself or to get an associate's or to further my education, but with not having the finances on the street, and this is provided to us once again. Like I said, there's DBT. I've done thinking errors. I just completed Inside Out Dad. There's all these classes that are provided to me at a cost that I couldn't pay, but in essence, I did pay it with all the loss and the things that's happened previously, right? So I really know that this is why I just got off the phone with my mom. This is what I told her. I said, Mom, I can't say I'll never come back to prison. I said, but what I can say is that I will be making choices that won't bring me back here. So I cannot say I'll never do that, right? I can't say I'm never going to come back here. I still owe a whole nother 0 to 5. But I'm sure that I won't make the choices that'll bring me back here. And I'm also sure that I have no problem reaching out for help when I need help and what that looks like for me.
And like I said, sir, I've been making notes of all of your comments. I really appreciate them. We are on limited time, so I just want to make sure I show in regards to release that you'd like to go to sober living
Yes, ma'am.
and work as a forklift operator. Have you looked into any particular sober living that you'd like to go to?
Yes, ma'am. So the one I'm talking to right now is a skill set down in Orem.
Okay.
But I've also talked to Amy Griffiths because I'm going to be part of the Solid Out program as well. So I'm committed to Solid In, Solid Out. And if you guys don't know what that looks like, then go over to Solid and you see the men making those changes. But I'm committed to myself. I'm committed to the community, to being in service and to showing you guys that I've earned this opportunity. Yeah, so to be skill set down in Orem. There's another one that's down in Salt Lake that I can't remember the name of, and as well as going back to either going to the new halfway house out in Orem. Because like I said, I just want to be part of the Solid Out community as well. So
Okay. All right, so those are all, I also would note that I received a letter of support. That's part of the file. I reviewed that and the board will have access to
thank
it.
you.
So those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. So it'll take some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail. So someone can look that up for you. I note your guideline, sir, is 14 months or August 3rd, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion is the best way to think of it. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and the board can decide what happens moving forward. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I do have a question. So with the new charge and it running concurrent, even if it's a part of the parole, I would have to do the 14 months before I'm paroled, or is
So-
there opportunity still for parole because it's concurrent and the PV time has been served for the third parole?
So just to make sure, so I show your guideline, which is 14 months, is that your guideline would be August 3rd, 2025. But the board could decide to go below that. They could decide to go above it. They could do the same date, right? They decide. So, but that was what's calculated as your guideline.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, sir?
Yes, so
Definitely.
with so my third parole, if there's a guideline time on their third parole, right? There's a time for the parole violation to be done.
I think I understand what you're saying. So usually if you don't have another offense,
Mm.
you're probably talking about like the JRI stuff.
Mm.
Is that what you're talking about? But you have another offense, so you're being given a different guideline because you have another offense for which is a board jurisdiction.
Okay,
So that's how that's calculated.
okay,
If for any reason you think that there's an error in that regard, you're always welcome to write the board and they can relook at it, okay?
okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
No, ma'am, thank you.
You have a nice day.
Okay, you too, bye.
Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, I can hear you. We'll start as soon as they tell us we're on the record.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you.
Oh. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Colten Bodily, offender number 198146. Is that you, sir?
That is, Your Honor. That is.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
Yes, I did.
And do you mind speaking a little bit louder? I'm hearing you, but I just.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you you said you received 7 days notice. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
I do.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
No, ma'am.
All right, just to tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your offenses. I'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And just so you know, I will be typing the whole time. I'm making notes of everything we're talking about. I am listening, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a scheduling review happened in September of last year where an original hearing was ordered for now. The board returned cases 2117-01539 and 2217-01116 to the court to determine restitution and then sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. The board noted the trial court ordered restitution in case 2317-0065, which was forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your offenses, first case I show is 2117-01539. I show on August 15, 2021, officers responded to a report of a vehicle burglary. The victim reported he had followed the suspects to nearby gas stations. 3 suspects were found. 2 suspects were in possession of the victim's backpack. They stated Mr. Bodily had given them the backpack and they did not know it had been stolen. Inside the backpack, officers found drugs. Is that correct?
That is, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
That I'm just really sorry to the community for what I have been doing.
I'm sorry, I had a little trouble.
That I'm really sorry to the community for what I have been doing.
Okay. All right, next case, sir, 2317-00065. I show on August 27th, 2021, officers responded to a storage rental on a theft. Police located a tool bag, a hat, and a cigarette butt under the box truck. A DNA analysis came back to Mr. Bodily on the hat. The cigarette butt had the DNA belonging to Wesley. Wesley confirmed he knew the storage lot in question. He said Mr. Bodily had probably been with him at the storage lot. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
Just the same thing. That's not right what I've been doing to the community, and I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I'm doing my best to change what I've been doing.
So you said you want to change. What would you like to change?
My drug addiction.
Were you using during all of these offenses, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you using?
Meth and heroin.
All right, and last case, sir, 2217011116. I show on October 2nd, 2020, Mr. Bodily went to Pond's Plumbing to take scrap metal from the dumpster. An officer observed him inside the victim's dumpster, taking the scrap metal. He admitted to that. Is that correct, sir?
That is, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about that last offense?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so those are the offenses for which the board has jurisdiction. But I also show a 2020 DUI. Can you tell me about that case?
Yeah, I was driving under the influence. Wrecked
What
my
were you
girlfriend's
using at the
car.
time?
Marijuana.
Was there any injuries or
No, ma'am.
property damage?
Just the car I was driving.
So your car was injured or was damaged?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you hit?
I hit a telephone pole.
And obviously DUIs are concerning, sir, right?
Yes,
As far as risks to the community, anyone driving, anyone, pedestrians, obviously that's concerning. Anything you want to say about that, sir?
That I haven't been behind the wheel since.
Okay. Is that because your license was taken away? Is that because you've chosen to do it that you don't want to drive? What?
That was just because I was still using drugs, and I'm not gonna put the community at risk like that again.
So, sir, you're talking about substance use, right? And that now it sounds like, please correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you want to be sober. Is that right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay. So why do you think things have changed?
I've just been doing this a really long time, and I'm fed up with it. I need to get
When
my
you
life-
say you've been doing this a long time, I'm assuming, do you mean using?
Yes, using drugs. And I've just had enough of it. I'm not having fun anymore. It's hurting the community. And now I've had a good chance to take a look back at it, and it's hurt my relationships, it's hurt my family. And ultimately, I want to progress with my life and not stay stuck in the same ways that I have been.
So do you have certain goals that you're hoping to achieve or things that you think
Absolutely.
would make you successful?
I do. So in here, I'm working on my high school diploma. I'm on track to graduate. And then when I get out, I want to get into technical college so I can start a career.
What, do you know when you would graduate from high school, sir?
In the next couple months.
Good. And then what do you want to go to school for?
I want to go for composites. It's working with carbon fiber.
I'm sorry.
Composites, it's working with
Oh.
carbon fiber.
It's good. So you're talking about being sober. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
So I've been through 2 residential treatments, but it never hurts to do more. And I have I have IOP set up through 7th Street when I get out. And then also once I get done with my high school diploma, I'm going to go over to the treatment program here at the jail.
Where did you say you had IOP set up?
7th Street.
Good. How's your mental health, sir?
My mental health is pretty good.
Good. Are you currently taking any mental health medications?
Just trazodone for my insomnia.
All right, sir. And then I show you're currently in MRT, is that right?
That is correct.
What do you think of that program?
I like it so far. I'm about halfway through. Well, at the prison, I was halfway through. I'm just starting today here at the jail, so I don't know if I'm going to have to start it over or if I'm going to be able to continue where I was, but I do like it.
Anything in particular you thought was helpful or interesting?
Just taking a look back on my life and how I've hurt everybody. And then I'm at the part right now where I'm setting goals for myself and making actions to complete those goals.
And sorry, we note you have no disciplinary violations, which is really good.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to release plans, I showed that you would like to live with your father in Kaysville and work at a restaurant. Is that still the plan, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it sounds like you have some treatment set up too at that 7th Street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other parole conditions or terms that you think would be helpful for you on parole in regards to your success and sobriety?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members or friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate. It still takes time. But it'll be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look up that decision for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guidelines, sir, is 13 months or June 25th, 2025. I want you to, the best way to think of that is a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, but the board decides going forward. So they can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date they ultimately decide.
Okay.
And then I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, August 11th, 2029. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, just that I'm sorry to the community and I'm doing my best to change and be a productive member of society.
All right, sir. I've been making notes of all of your comments today. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Shout out to everybody that's in here. M Star Media, Kim B, Laura in Michigan, Raymond, Sam in Scotland, Simple Nine, and everybody else that's tuning in right now. I just want to double check with you guys to make sure that the audio is coming in good with the hearings. Obviously, they're on a break. Today, I would say they're probably gonna run until like about maybe 1 or 2. I'll be in and out of the chat just because I'm currently on I'm also on I'm on Utah and also on Oregon. Checking out that hearing. That hearing just started out right now. Unfortunately, that one I won't be live streaming just because they'll boot me out. They made that clear yesterday when I jumped on the other hearing. They said that no live streaming around, or that'll be considered disruptive. I don't consider that disruptive, but whatever. You know, they're the ones that control it, and I pretty much have no say on it. But it is what it is. Anyhow, I'll be here. If you guys drop any messages, I'll give it back to them whenever I come back. All right. Thank you, Simple Nine. Thank you for that verification. Highly appreciated.
On the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing. Or can you say your name, sir?
AWEYLE.
Offender number 265676. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry,
Magacado waxaa waaye Kelly Perry.
Okay.
and I'm a hearing officer.
Iyadoo maanta waxay noqonaysaa ruuxa ku dhageysanayo
And I will be conducting your hearing today.
and wax walba maanta way kula socodsiinaysaa.
As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in.
Waxay tiraahdaa hadeerta maxkamada ku jirnaa soo gacantaada inaad taagtid.
Okay.
So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Waxay dhahaysaa inaad ku dhaaratid that maanta waxaa sheegaysid wuxuu noqoni doonaa wax oo run oo been aad sheegaynin.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And now I'm going to swear in the interpreter.
Hadda aniga igu dhahi doonta inaan sheego wax walba run
Okay.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Roxanne Yusuf.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to translate to the best of your abilities, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, you can put your hand down.
Hadda hoos u dhig.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
Todoba cisho ka hor maanta may ku sheegin inaa meeshan kulamisid naagta.
Yeah.
No.
You did not receive 7 days notice.
Todoba cisho ka hor maanta may ku sheegin inaa maanta meeshan imanisid maxkamadda.
My Malaysia.
No, they did not tell me.
So when did you find out about this hearing?
Goorma lagu sheegay?
Cycle Malaysia.
This morning.
Sir, you have a couple of options then, and it's completely up to you, okay?
Waxay tiraahdaa waxaa rabay inaan ku sheego waxaad haysataa option yaal.
Your first option is we can stop this hearing and have it continued to a different date.
Midka ugu horreeya waxaa maanta waa joojini karna maxkamadda maalin kaleta asku kulmi karna aan ka hadlan karna waxa jiro.
Okay.
Therefore, to provide you notice.
So that aad haysatid cisho aad ka fikirtid waxa jiro.
waxaa jira maanta mashaakil.
Can we proceed today?
Or your second option is you waive right to notice and we go forward with today.
Haddii kaleta optionkii labaad waxaa waaye maanta inaan hore u marno aan maxkamadda ka hadalno waxa jiro.
Okay.
Midkaad rabi lahayd.
maanta ayaa sheegto kii jiro.
I would like to proceed for today.
So you waive your right to notice, sir?
So waxay kugu dhahaysaa okay miya inaad lagu sheegin ka hor inaa maanta imanisid maxkamadda.
waxaa lii sheegan maanta le Malaysia appointment raba la hadalida.
So they did not tell me this morning. They told me that I had an appointment, but I would like to proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to interpret that as, is that you would like to waive your right and to go forward. Did
So-
you oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
ma'am.
I'm just going to reiterate that.
Yeah.
So haderto maanta rabta inaad maxkamadda la socotid. Yes.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Ma heshe wax la dhaho blue disclosure. Waraaq
muraaqo waa ii imaada waxay akrinaa male.
I've received a lot of documents and papers, but I have nobody to read them to me, so I don't understand what they consist of.
Okay. So it sounds like you received the documents, but you haven't had a chance to review them. Is that right?
So waraaqaasha waa heshe ruux ku aqriyo waa wayse. Yes.
Do you still want to go forward with today's hearing?
Weli ma rabta inaad hore u martid mise waxaad rabi lahayd qof inuu ku aqriyo aad fahantid.
qofii akhriyaa raba oo i fahmisiiyo.
I would prefer to have somebody read those documents to me so I could understand.
Okay, so once again, you kind of have two options. Part of this hearing is to go over a lot of those documents.
So waxay dhahaysaa waraaqyaashaas waxaa ku jiro inaad ogaatid inta ka hor maanta maxkamad la socotid.
So we can go forward with today's hearing and you can waive your rights, or we could stop it and we can find someone to read those documents and have it continue to a different date.
So waxay dhahaysaa adiga ogeyn waxa waraaqyaashaas ku jiro maanta maxkamadda waa lagula socodsiin karaa mise cisho lagu siini doona maalima lagu siin doona qof aa ku iman doona inuu waraaqyaashaas ku akhriyo aad fahantid so maxkamadda markaad imaatid waa aqaanta waxa laga hadlayo.
Horta wixii laga hadlaya noo sheegto.
He said, I would like to understand what this consists of before I make the decision of waiting, regarding the two options of waiting or continuing on with this process.
That's a very good point, sir. So today, the point of this hearing is to go over your offense,
So maanta maxkamadda waxay rabaan inay kaagala hadlaan waxa lagugu xukume.
to go over the sex offender treatment assessment, excuse me,
Waxay dhahayaan waxaa jiro qof alla like
and to,
kunate.
and to go over any other background questions I have.
And waxay rabtaa inay ku weydiiso su'aalayaal ku xisaabsan historygaaga waxa dhacay ka hor.
Does that help you understand?
Waxay hadda ma fahmaysaa waxa maxkamadda ku xisaabsan yahay? May? Ina hadashad.
Kamada. Liya.
Ha.
Aniga waxaa leeyahay inta waxaa leeyahay keena kufsi gabadha inaad waa ay kufsatay.
Haya.
Intaasa inta leeyahay keena.
He said that he was brought here for a sex offender case.
Yes, yes. Okay, so do you want to go forward with today's hearing then?
So ma rabta inaad hore u martid maxkamadda mise waxaa rabta cishona lagu siiyo aad waraaqyaashaas akhrisid? I'd like to proceed.
Okay. So, first I'm going to go over your case, which is case 2219-05585. And I can repeat that if you want me to.
Okay, maanta waxay tiraahdaa case-kaaga 22
19
code 9
0
eber
55
5
85.
8 5.
I show in that case that in 2022,
Case-kaas sanadka 22
that you sexually assaulted a woman
gabadh lagugu xukumaya inaad kufsida.
that you produced a knife,
Mindiya la soo baxday.
that you threatened her with the knife,
Mindida aa ku taagtay.
and that you told her to shut up,
Waxaa ku tiraahdaa aamus.
and she was taken to the hospital
Hospitaalka lala cararay gabadhii.
where she had bruises.
And waxaa lagu helay nabaryaal.
Is that correct, sir?
Waxaasoo dhan sax miya?
Waxaas.
Maya mise haa?
Waxaa ma ku jiro.
No.
Why do you say that is not correct?
Wax ma taawina boqorkeed ma taawina gabadhan.
I did not touch her.
Are you denying that you sexually assaulted her?
Hadda waxay ku weydiinaysaa haa mise maya? Gabadha.
Ma taawina gabadha boqorkeed.
No, I did not touch her.
Sir, is there anything you'd like to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Wax maa jiro aad rabtid inaad ka sheegtid ruuxa hadeerta kugu dhahayo waxaana ku samaysay wax ma rabtid inaad u sheegtid ay ku fahmaan meesha ka imanaysid.
Gabadha wax ma ku sameeyna gabadha waa ishukaansani marka meesha isgeenin waa qeelas waa cararti warkaan ma taawanin waa qeelasi waa soo cararti warkaan ma nabanani.
Iyadana sidee u malaynaysa inay ka dareemayso?
Ayaa
Haa.
qof isbitaal oo la cararin ma leh isbitaal ma la geen DNA laga qaaday DNA maxkamadan ma la keenin DNA ana laga qaaday maxkamadan ma la keenin.
So
I'm sorry.
I don't really know how to interpret the word empathy. So I asked if there's anything regarding how he thinks the victim might feel. His response to that was, I don't really know how the victim feels due to the simple fact that I never touched her. We were flirtatious and once we got to a place, she didn't want to proceed with anything. She was very outraged and yelling. And the hospital took a DNA for me and her, and I don't know if that DNA was presented to the court, is what he said.
درعان اللي هو حكم هذا أنت 16 سنة أنت ليك يعني قلت عنه كركيد متاونه.
He says he believes that he's being wrongfully held because he never touched her.
Sir, you said the victim was outraged, correct?
waxaa tirahda way qaylinaysa way xanaaqsanayd sooma? Yes.
Why was the victim outraged?
I don't know. Because
I don't know.
And I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about, just so you all know, everyone knows. Sir, I want you to understand that this case has been adjudicated. I want you to understand this case, you have been found guilty.
waxay dhahaysaa kayskan haddeerta waa lagugu xukumay inaad samaysay waxay kugu dhahayaan aad samaysay.
عليه حكم يسكن وجرا عليه حكم.
Yes, I understand, but I'm being wrongfully judged.
Do you have any current victim contact?
Ma la hadasha ruuxii oo waxaan ku dhacay? No.
When is the last time you saw the victim?
Goormaa kugu dambaysaad aragtid gabadhan?
مثلا maalintii isla dambeysay oo khaalis isu keen dambeysay anoo halii soo xirbo dambe misaarkan inta lii gudbi lii soo gudbi labo sano jaal ku jiri inta lii soo gudbi.
The last time that I had seen the victim was when the night that she was outraged, or day. We kind of had the same terminology. The day that all of that occurred. After that, I was put into jail for 2 years, and shortly after that, I was transferred here.
maxkamadan ma imaanan oo sheegay ninkaan asaga wax ii yeelay maxkamadan ma imaanan.
And she failed to come to court and express what I supposedly wrongfully did to her.
Sir, she did submit a statement which was in the pre-sentence investigation.
Waxay qortay wax oo dhahayo waxaana dhan inay unu dhacay.
Where she noted her trauma.
Waxay ku qortay waxa dhan oo dhacay haddayna imaanin maxkamadu way u xisaabsanayd.
Do you have any comments in that regard?
Wax ma jiro aad ka sheegi kartid kaas? No.
All right, so were you using substances during the offense?
Daroogo mise wax ma jirkaaga kugu jira? No.
Ira darooga cabis.
She was the one that had substances in her system.
Didn't you, I believe in the pre-sentence investigation, you said that you had heroin with you though? Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, sorry. I believe in the report, it said that he had heroin with him. Is that correct?
Reportka laga qoray waxaa la dhahay wax la dhaho oo daroogo heroin a kugu jira.
Ma iyada.
Not me, her.
Have you ever used substances?
Weligaaga ma isticmaasho darooga? No.
Sir, do you think you need sex offender treatment?
Ma u malaynaysa inaad u baahan tahay qof ku arko ku xisaabsan sex offender? No.
Why not?
Sabab to?
Jalan ku jiraa bu.
I'm already in jail.
So the prison has a sex offender treatment program, which the board could order you to complete.
jeelka waxay haystaan program oo dadka caawiyaan oo lagu xukumo sex offender casekooda.
Would you complete that if the board ordered it?
Haddii lagugu dhahay programkaas qaado ma qaadan lahayd? Yes.
I would note that the sex offender program has recommended you complete it in prison.
Dadka oo ku xisaabsan programka sex offender waxay dhaheen waxay dhihi lahaayeen inaad samaysid programkaas. Way ku fiican tahay. Okay.
And the board ultimately decides, just so you know.
Hadda adiga haddaad diidid mise iyaga hadday diidaan mise iyaga hadday dhahaan haa mise adiga haddaad dhahdid haa maxkamada dhahayo qaado mise ha qaadanin class programka. Okay.
Sir, you wrote in your board packet that you were incarcerated for murder. Can you explain to me what you meant by that?
Marka waraaqtaada qorayso waxaad qortay inaad qof kow ka siisay. No.
Do you remember writing that?
Ma xusuustaa adi inaad qortay inaad qof kow ka siisay? No. I don't remember writing anything.
How's your mental health, sir?
Maskaxdaada siduu yahay?
Bad way.
Normal.
Are you currently taking any mental health medications?
Daawo ma lagu siiyaa oo ku xisaabsan maskaxdii? Yes.
What are you taking?
Ma qaanta maxa qaadanaysid? He says he's aware of what he's taking.
Can you tell me the names of those medications?
Magacayaashooda ma aqaanta? No.
Okay. Do you not remember?
No.
Have you been diagnosed with anything, sir? Mental health diagnoses?
Wax may kugu sheegeen maskaxiya inaad like ka wareersanta? Ha. Maxay kugu dhaheen inaad qabtid?
Maskaxda ogar wax ka waxaysanta.
Maskaxda maxaa ka ah?
Jugaa ku qabtaa.
He said, I've got like trauma, mental trauma.
Okay. You were pointing at your head. Do you have a brain injury? Is that why you were pointing at your head? Or are you saying that it's trauma related? I just wasn't sure because you were pointing at your head.
Waxay tiraahday marka hadda ka hadlayna maskaxda fartaada waxaa ku taagtay madaxa. Like madaxa maxaa ka wada maskaxda mise juga?
Maskaxda.
Meel maa jug kaa gaartay? Jugta meesha goorme?
Soomaaliya.
He said that I like physically hurt my like head. So like actual
Like physical?
physical trauma.
Okay. How did you do that?
He said it happened in Somalia. Siduu u dhacay? Goorme?
Saliiraan soo dhaca anoo yar.
I
Saliiraan soo dhaca.
I fell from a high bed as a young child.
Okay. Do you have residual effects from that?
Ila ma hadda like ila ma hadda jugtaas ku gaartay weli may kugu like kugu haysaa? Yes.
All right, sir. I would also note you have no disciplinary violations, which is good.
So haddarta adiga oo xiran waxba ma sameynin adigoo meesha ku jirtid.
Are you in any programming?
Programyaal ma ku jirtaa? Yes.
Shalay nin ii imaado program.
Shalayta maxay?
Nin ii imaaday program. Ana wuxuu ka soo dayday program.
Yesterday, a man came to me who was representing a program.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe you're being assessed for the program.
So program ko waxay kaa fiirinayaan inaad ku xisaabsan like inaad gali kartid. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. If you were released, sir, Can you tell me where you would go? You don't have to give me an address. This is being live streamed, but just, do you have a place that you plan on living in a city?
waxay tirahday maanta haddaa lagu sii dayni lahaa intee aadi lahayd ma rabta inaad sheegtid adress ba qof ma haysataa meel ma
ساعدك
he said he would go straight to the mosque.
Okay, is that a place you can live?
Masaajidka meel miya aad degnaani kartid temporarily.
Okay. And is that in Salt Lake City?
Yes.
Do you have plans for treatment or employment?
Ma haysataa plan oo ku xisaabsan sida lagu daweyn lahaa iyo meel aad ka shaqayn lahayd? Yes.
And what is that?
And maxuu yahay waxaas?
أنا هيلب أنا كمان هيلب عن كجرجرة ماكينو أنا كشغال استاجرتها سومالي ستور
haye aanan maxaa sidee isku daaweyn lahayd maxaa
سبيتالك
he said there's a place at a market that I know I can get a job regarding being a butcher where they cut meat. And that would be my form of employment. As far as treatment, I would go to the hospital.
Sir, do you think you have any risks?
waxay tiri hadarta ma haysataa wax oo gadaalku ku hayni lahaa
حتى تدي هلبي ها ما تدي أنت كبعد تدي هلبي واحد
ma ahan saas waxay ka wada wax oo like gadaal ku qabsanaya aad hore u mari karin. No, there's no risks.
So do you think you have any risks for sexually offending again?
Ma u malaynaysa inaa qof kaleeto like qobsi ku hayni kartid mise aad hor xumayn kartid? No.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions.
Su'aalayaashayda dhan waa kuwaasaa maanta.
From here, I make recommendations because I'm a hearing officer.
Hadarta inta ka bacdi waxay dhahaysaa dadka kalete la hadli dartay la kulmi doontaa.
The board decides what happens moving forward.
Markaas dadkaas oo dhan ay dhahi doonaan waxaa dhici doona ka bacdi.
They're made up of 5 members,
5 qof waaye.
and 3 of them have to come to one decision.
Saddexdooda waxay ku kulmaan xoog badnin doona markaas waxaas lala socodsani doona.
You should get that decision in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Markay ay gaaraan decision waxay ku qori doonaan oo dhahayo waxaanan kaaga jawaabne mise waxaanan kaaga diidne.
We also posted on our website at bop.utah.gov.
Website-ka xataa wuu ku jiraa waxay kugu xukumi doonaan.
I note your guidelines, sir, which the best way to think of that is a suggestion.
Waxay tiraahdaa waxay ku hayso waxyaalo aad ay u malaynayso ku ficnaan doono.
It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offense.
So waxay decision-kay gaari doonto wuxuu ku xisaabsan yahay waxay kugu xukumeen.
I show your guideline is 42 months.
So 42 bilood aa ku jirtay xabsi.
Or November 29th, 2025.
And waxaa ka bixi doontaa November 29, 2025.
But the board can go above that date, below that date, they decide.
But dadka 5taas qof waxay dhihi karaan waqtigaasaa ka bixi karta mise waqti kasii dheer.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
Su'aal ma u haysata iyada mise dadka oo kugu xukumi doonaan? Sugaxir. He said, I have one question to ask.
Okay.
I was already in prison for 3 years. So how much longer am I gonna be in prison?
The board decides moving forward what happens and if you will be given a parole or if you will be given a rehearing, it's up to the board.
Shantaas qof hadeerta kugu xukumi doonaan haddaad xabsi kasoo bixi doontid mise hadday weli rabaan inaad ku jirtid.
And this hearing will, as a result of this hearing, you will get that decision in 2 to 4 weeks, which will let you know what's happening moving forward.
So maanta maxkamadan waxaan ka hadalnay shantaas qofa loo sii sheegi doona markay go-aan gaaraan ay labo mise 4 week ay kula hadli doonaan whether wax oo qorintaal hadduu yahay mise hadday ku soo wacaan ay kusii sheegi doonaan xabsiga goormaa ka bixi doontid hadday kugu dhahayaan waqtiga wuu dheeraan doona mise waqtiga way gaabsiin doonaan ba maxkamadan waxay ku xisaabsan tahay kaas.
Do you have any other questions or comments?
Su'aal kaleta ma haysataa?
Well, I want to thank the interpreter for interpreting this hearing, and I want to thank you, sir, for attending.
Waxay tiraahdaa aada u mahadsan tahay maanta inaad imaatid.
We'll go
Yes,
ahead and
thank you so much.
We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Stan McCracken, offender number 68418. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Yes,
truth?
ma'am.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
yes,
And did you have a chance to review that?
yes,
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Not in the new one. I've been trying to get the last one fixed for the longest time, and every time I try to get it fixed, nothing's coming about.
So what specifically in that old disclosure packet?
In there, they've got like a juvenile adolescent. My victim was not a juvenile adolescent. They've got me as destitute. I own my own home, paid for. They've just all kinds of things in there. I've tried working with Captain Barrett. I've tried notifying.
Just really quick. So for the first one you mentioned was that there was an issue with the age of the victim. Is that right?
Yeah, they've got juvenile adolescent. My victim was not a juvenile adolescent. There's actually a whole page of it that's.
So
got this
how old so you saying the victim was not a minor?
As an adult, yes. That's why I'm a Class B or a B registry. But whoever's putting this information in here is not putting it in correctly.
Okay. All right, sir. I'll make note of those. Any other errors that you would like to point out?
Well, I've even, the last time I was in the hearing, it says that they were showing how I took responsibility for my AP&P officer and everything in here. But the ones doing the thing in here are saying that I'm not taking responsibility. That they're confused about my husband on this stuff. I mean, it's just a lot.
Okay.
But that's a big one I want fixed is that. I mean, it's huge inside my thing, you know?
So I'm making notes of everything you're saying, sir.
Okay.
You're also welcome to write the board about any of these things too. Just so you know, but I am making notes of everything you're saying. Okay. I do want you to understand, sir, this is the rescission hearing. This is a
Mhm.
shortened hearing
Right.
compared to other hearings that you probably have had. Basically, the rescission hearing, I'm going over the rescission itself, a few other questions, if you were released, what that would look like. And then, of course, I'll give you the final word, sir, okay? And I'm making notes of everything you're talking about. I want you to know I am listening.
Thank you.
So I show a parole violation. Original hearing happened in 2024. Parole was granted for February 25th, 2025 with residential substance use treatment contingency. The board accepted your admissions to allegations 1 through 4. They noted no restitution had been claimed in case 2251-02859. In a special attention in July of last year, it was noted you were involved in an incident related to possession of a controlled substance, and criminal charges were being reviewed. In a special attention in November of last year, the board rescinded your parole date. In a special attention in January, this month, it was noted that you were involved in an incident about possession of controlled substances and that no charges would be screened for by the Salt Lake District Attorney's Office. Does that sound procedurally
So there's
correct?
no charges being screened. That's where it should. They get Stan confused with Stan back there, and I think they finally figured that out.
So
Two different Stans.
I show, yeah, so no, at this point, no charges are going to be
Okay.
screened. Does that sound procedurally correct?
I guess, yeah, I wasn't aware of that last part, so
Oh, okay.
that's new to me.
That's, yeah, that was very recent as of this month, so that's what I show. Okay, sir. So I'm not going to go over your offenses individually, but I do show multiple DUIs. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think you have a substance use issue?
Actually, my problem lays in the traumas behind it, and we've gone so far. I've been working on myself for many, many years going through this process. I did crash way down, got my Native American alcoholism, how bad that was and stuff. Worked my way through all of that. I was locked in the cell back here on charges when they revoked my parole over 3 years ago during the 45-day quarantine during COVID. Well, during that time, they switched one of my medications unnecessarily to a psychotropic, which changed my thinking pattern, caused suicidal thoughts and tendencies, all this other stuff. And that's what I've been focused on working on is these traumas. And I've had 3 ASAMs done since, all of them stating, get back out there and do what I was doing because I was on the right path. And that's where my treatment had led me. However, in this program here took one of them ASAMs and just stamped residential treatment on it and expect me to do that. The board in there on the contingency said I was to be evaluated for appropriate and available treatment. This was neither or, and they stuck me in this program. The last time they stuck me in the program here to do it, I got out with so much damage, I could not go to my bail box for over 2 years to just check my mail on the street from the agoraphobia that was caused in there. This place is such a hostile environment for someone like me that has all these traumas. I believe you got Dr. Freestone's new letter.
I
And he's
received
had
a
a few of them.
response from your attorney that included the letter from the counseling.
Yeah, so that explains more of where my level is and where my level of care is at. I've gone through this and I've tried to let the board or let the programming know, that, hey, I need a higher level of care. And I've gone so far as doing grievances and all on that, but only to get responses like, I'm asking for lesser care or stuff like this. They're not reading or seeing what I'm asking for, because my level of care is a higher level of care. I mean, my traumas is not only chronic, it's critical traumas, and they say chronic is like after 3 traumas. I've got generational childhood, HPA access, sexual traumas, all these traumas, and they haven't even got to all of them yet when I was working with Dr. Freestone.
And I, like I said, I did receive that attorney's letter. I did receive, attached to that was the letter from the counseling. Yeah.
So my part on the 3 ASAMs, that they all 3 said to go out there and do what I was doing, at least in the least, let me do another ASAM. Let me get an evaluation other than what this program does, because all they're doing is taking the ASAM. And they said, even in the UPenn, hey, we're going to go by whatever the ASAM does and everything. And they're preaching something different than what they're doing. They claim to be trauma informed over there. I'm trauma informed. And over there, and they want to pin you up in a room in a corner and traumatize you. I told them when I went in, I told them all my traumas. I said, look, I listen to my TV at night to keep nightmares away. What do? They take my TV away from me unnecessarily. I tell them the lights in there, being under them 16, 18 hours a day like you're made to, create my petit mal seizures to induce after so many hours being under those lights. What do? They move me to a bed that has the light on all night long. You know, this is that they're just trying to induce these traumas to make me better. This isn't how it works. And it's not how it works with me. I put a lot of work into myself and I want to be afforded the opportunity to get back out there. My husband is 15 and a half years older than me now. He's recently had a stroke. He's out there by himself.
I'm
And my
sorry to
goal-
hear that,
yeah,
sir.
But that's my goal.
Wait,
You know,
what?
When your heart's in
What did
it
he
to
say?
take care of someone that's taken care of you for 25 years, you know, I need to be there for him.
And so, and I appreciate what you're telling me that you need and the help that, what you're trying to do.
I understand your part to keep the community safe also, though.
Right, and I am concerned, right?
Yeah, I
DUIs,
get that too. And I get that, you know, and my thing was a lapse. You know, I've had relapses, and that's when you go out and you drink and you start drinking, you give up. My last two have been lapses. I go out and drink one time, that's it. I know this is not what I want in my life. I've worked hard to get rid of it. But I lapsed because, and it's explained in Dr. Freestone's letter where when the brain makes the choice, the rational mind hasn't had time to catch up to it. And that's what happened. As soon as I realized what was going on, what had happened and everything, I was on the phone to the APPS officer. I did not I did not continue to drink. You know, I stopped it when I realized.
so why do you think you haven't gone to this counseling center and completed the program previously?
It's because I'd given a friend a ride and he had meth in his pocket. So I had to
Oh.
do 18 months for that because he had meth in his pocket because it was inside my truck. This is when all the problems started created 3 years ago.
Maybe, and I apologize if I didn't ask my question correctly. I guess I'm just wondering why you haven't done you're talking about all this stuff that you need to do on the outside, which is good.
No, that's where I was at in my treatment and that's why I want to continue. I've been doing this for years. I've been working on myself for years. And and it all led, all my treatments, in and out patients, all the years, 20 plus treatments where those are becoming traumatizing, have led to the fact that I'm dealing with the traumas. You've heard how triggers, we look for triggers in our substance abuse that cause us to relapse. My triggers are the traumas. So I need to deal with these traumas.
And so paint me a picture. If you're released, where do you plan on going? This is a live stream hearing. You don't have to give me an address, but
Okay.
Give us the address.
My house that I've lived at for 25 years. Me and my husband own together. It's paid for.
Wait, what?
There's no mortgage
what
left.
city? Not you don't.
Hiram, Utah.
Hey, what's up, Kim?
Okay.
It's the same as been paroled to from here for the whole time I've been in the Utah system.
Okay, and then I'm assuming. Tell me a little bit about treatment. I've noticed.
That would continue with Dr. Freestone because we're in the intense trauma treatment that we're doing. So we're doing trauma care and reflection to deal with these traumas. That way I'm not re-triggered throughout and doing it. Now, he hasn't dealt with the Cymbalta trauma that I'm going through now, which are doing a lot of stuff to my head and poor choices and everything that I've got to try to get. But I can't get that help here. There's nobody here qualified to treat me. Department of Health and Human Services here. Marceline Brown came to see me, and after a year trying to fight to get help, she finally came to me and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. McCracken, but there's nobody here qualified to
Mr.
treat me.
McCracken?
And we will not have people here qualified to do this." I tried getting telemed. They said, no, I couldn't use their telemed. When I tried talking and getting advice from my doctor on the phone, they blocked the phone number, went to Department of Public Licensing, trying to get that blocked. Everything I've tried to do to improve and better myself, they've taken away. When I got kicked out of the program, I've been stuck on my unit in a cell to where I've got bed sores. And that's all I get. I can't go to any program. I can't go to any groups. I can't go to any self-help. I'm just stuck back there. I'm doing nothing for myself, to help myself. I can't deal with my doctors. I can't deal with treatment. I'm just stuck. I'm in a limbo and I've been crying for help for so long.
Help me, help me.
And I'm not getting it. And like they say, every time I go to see mental health here, I have not seen the same person twice. I have to start my story over and over and over again, which is re-traumatizing in itself. Then the next time they come to see you, they've not shared notes. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't
What
know
up,
where you're at. You
Stacy?
got to start all over again. My story's long. I don't have, when you get 30 minutes with somebody, and that's all they get is the beginning part of your story, there's no help. And you can't re-see somebody, and there's nobody here that comes and re-sees you again and sees you again. There, I mean, you're just left.
Sir, is it, and we're on limited time because it's a rescission hearing. Is there anything you want to say about your disciplinary incidents? I show some substance use. So anything you
Oh,
want?
yes, and that's why I'm hoping you'll pull that on the line in Dr. Freestone's thing. It's my mind trying to catch up to that. And these things, I'm an alcoholic first and foremost. 21% of people get addicted to other drugs and stuff like that. It's not that I'm addicted to the Suboxone. I don't even get high on the stuff. It's a mood stabilizer because they can't get a mood stabilizer right. When you go see their doctors and stuff, all they say, what pill you want? What pill you want? I don't want your pill. I want your hell. And they said, no, I only give pill. That's all she says. I give pill.
I don't want your
You
bark
know, and
chalk.
I don't want that.
I want your
So
life.
I've tended to self-medicate, yes. This is not something that I go out on. And these UAs that turn around and say that, 51% are false positive, false negative. They should be showing positive for THC, and they're not. They're showing positive for other substances.
Good morning, Vicky.
Because yes, I've done THC back there. And yes, I've done some Suboxone. But these other levels and stuff like that, it's just crazy to me because why isn't it showing what I'm taking and it's showing something else? Well, I had done research on it and found out 51% are false positive, false negatives.
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't keep the fact that I haven't been using and self-medicating. Yes, I've done that. But it's just trying to protect myself from harming myself and doing other things because they've left me in a state here without care. And are unable to. It's just how far I've taken my care. I mean, I'm not addicted to Suboxone. I'm not addicted to meth. That's not my thing. I use medicinal marijuana on the street, and when I find it available in here, yes, I do get a hold of it. But I do have medicinal marijuana on the street. It's a high part of my treatment, and I can't get that here because my mental and physical health. They've destroyed my physical health so bad here.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate all of your comments. I've made notes of all of them. I also, besides the defense attorney letter, I did want to note that I received a letter of support and I reviewed that and it's part of the file. Sir, from here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. Still takes some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the
Work
mail,
on
so
Red
someone
Note,
can
I
look
think
that
that-
up for you. I know your guideline is 26 months or February 27, 2025, and the board ultimately decides. I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is December 27th, 2027. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
I just really hope they take a look at the mental health part of the traumas because the traumas are the cause of this, not the substance abuse in itself. It's the traumas that lead me back to these, and these are the things I want to deal with so I don't continue going back that way. I need to be there for my husband at this time.
Sir, I'm making notes of everything you said today. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
My apologies for my maturity. Every time I hear that, it makes me giggle like a schoolgirl. My mind doesn't process it correctly. Anyhow, hey, I want to go ahead and thank everybody that's tuning in today. To you have a collect call from. I'll be on for a bit. I gotta work today, but I don't gotta go until later on, so I'll let it run. I'll leave it running while I'm out and about. I'll try to be on here as long as I can today. And you haven't done so too. Hey, if you're on TikTok, hit that subscribe button. Hey, good morning, lovely. Thank you for the like, lovely. Highly appreciate that. And Jay also, gracias a ti. Let me see, who do we got over here on YouTube? We got TABM Productions. Gracias. Let me see, we got Angela. Hell yeah. Thank you. See, we got Stacy. I had to cut it over there because I got a notification. So you guys know how that goes. Sometimes I got to keep it moving so the the gingerbread man doesn't get me, if you will, if that makes any sense. Probably doesn't, but anyhow, yeah, over here on if you come to the other side, these streams don't go down, so you won't have any interruption, and you get to see me and hear me. Hey, lovely, thank you again for for the likes. Let me see who else do we got over here on TikTok. We got Ange. Thank you, Ange. I highly appreciate you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. James Larson, offender number 104127. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And you can put your hand down now.
Oh, thank you.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to ask you for any comments about your offenses. I'm not going to go over the pre-sentence investigation, but I'm going to ask you for comments. I will be taking victim testimony today. I will swear her in and take any testimony she would like.
Her?
I will then ask for you for your
Oh, no.
response. If you have any response, please direct it towards me and not towards the victim. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I would also know some of the things that we are talking about today could be traumatizing or re-traumatizing. I'm not doing that to be rude. I just want everyone aware that I know these issues, be talking about some very difficult things today, okay?
All right.
Yes.
So I show an original hearing happened in 2019. A rehearing was ordered for now with a sex offender treatment memo. In a special intention of June of 2023, it was noted that the sex offender treatment program assessed you as below average risk. The
Below
board
average.
removed your sex offender treatment program memorandum. They noted that the UDC sex offender treatment program recommends community-based treatment based on his combined sex offender assessments. And they noted that they expected you to remain, case action plan compliant prior to this rehearing. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Welcome,
ma'am.
Tennis.
All right, I see you currently incarcerated on case number 171402599. Like I said, I'm not going to go over the pre-sentence investigation, which was part of your blue disclosure packet, but I'm going to ask you for any comments you have about your offense.
I realized that it wasn't something that should have been done, and I was too fast at making decisions that shouldn't have been made that way. And I'm wanting to try to get it right and put it behind me.
And I'll be making notes throughout the hearing. I am listening to everyone, so I just want you to know, but I'm making notes. So, sir, you said you realized it shouldn't have happened. Why don't you think you realized it before it happened that it shouldn't have happened?
Well, it's like I put on the paperwork. It was it was just something, a spur of the moment type thing, because it's never happened before, and I can, guarantee it's never going to happen again.
And maybe I'm not understanding, so that's why I'm clarifying. But I showed this happened for over 1.5 years. So when you say it's spare of the moment, I guess I'm confused as to how that could be a spare of the moment thing.
Make it make
Well,
sense.
I don't think it happened over 1.5 years because it's oh boy, it's a big, long,
Oh, yeah.
stretched out thing.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
What
Sorry for
do you mean by
inconvenience
that?
to you.
I think a lot of it was made up, but then there was a couple of times it wasn't made up.
A couple? Come on, man. Knock it off.
Sir, I want you to know I've read the letter from the victim, which detailed, extensive trauma, and discussed what she has been through. Is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy, sir?
Well, I don't remember anything about her supposedly going to a doctor and finding out that she had all that kind of stuff happen. And there was no such thing as about her going on services with me just so that could happen.
I didn't hear what the last thing you said was. What did you say?
There was no such thing as her going on service calls with me to do my work. That never happened.
He's a SO, and this is live. Utah. Border Parole hearings.
Anything else you want to say?
No.
Sir, when's the last time you had contact with the victim?
You're welcome. Let me think.
2017.
Sir, I don't know what the board will do. I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. But I've never seen the board grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Abide by no victim contact? Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
I would.
All right, sir, at this point, I'm going to be swearing in the victim and taking her testimony, and then I'll ask you for your response, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am,
She-
can you hear me?
She's a board member.
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer. I want to thank you for attending this hearing today. Can you please state your name for the record, ma'am?
My name is Kyla Mae Monson.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This is probably going to be tough,
Yes, I
so
do.
just get
Once
ready.
again, thank you for attending. Please make any statement you would like to make today.
I don't think Mr. Larsen fully understands the trauma that he's put me through or the stuff that I still go through on a daily basis. And I don't think he is ready to be out of being incarcerated.
Yup, 100%.
Any other statement that you would like to make, ma'am?
No, that is all for now.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so do you have any response?
No, not at this time.
Sir, what are your risks?
I don't understand the question.
What are your, so obviously you said this occurred, the sexual assault of the victim
Oh,
occurred.
okay. I had
So-
the people living that her mother, the whole family was living in my home when this happened. I am going to completely not put myself in a position like that ever again to where I set myself up for failure. I'm going to more or less be kind of a loner until I get back on my feet a little bit. I've lost so much this time that
This
it's gonna be
time,
really hard for me to just get started over again. I mean, I've lost several family members to death since I've been in here, which was a lot of my support. I've done a lot of inventory of myself. And I know that there's a lot of things I need to start over and a lot of new things I need to try instead of the way I was before.
maybe like a wood chipper or a
And-
silver bullet.
I've
So
got
how
this
were you
program.
before and how are you now?
Pardon me?
You said you realized you need to not be who you were before. I'm paraphrasing. So who were you before and who are you now?
Well, I don't know. I guess you could kind of say I might have been a little bit of a monster back
A
in the
little
day.
bit.
But that's when I thought I had everything going happy-go-lucky.
Happy-go-lucky.
When you get everything jerked out from under you and taken away from you, it kind of makes you take inventory and look and see what caused that so that you can start anew or try positive things or do other things that won't lead to that old life again.
That old life.
And so I'm just trying to understand, right? That's why I'm asking clarifying questions. I don't want to assume things.
Okay.
But I'm still confused as what you're saying your risks are. Like so can you clarify so I understand?
Well, my risks, I guess, would be to be open, like I said, invite people into my home when they don't have no place to go or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
I am not going to do that anymore. If I have a place, it's going to be just for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to in other words, I'm not going to give no more helping hands right away.
Preferably in a urn.
Sir, I think based on your offense, it is very likely you have what are called sex offender A conditions, meaning no contact with children. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yes.
I'm just lost of words right now.
Sir, I understand that the sex offender treatment program assessed you and that they made recommendations, okay? I went over those at the beginning of this hearing. But I'm asking you, do you think you need sex offender treatment?
I do, and I have set up for it already.
I'm assuming you mean in the community, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Later, Pablo.
What about in prison?
I don't think I need it in the prison. I've done their pre-program here, and it got me set up to where I can do this one, I believe, on the outside.
Why do you think in the community would be more helpful to you?
I don't know. I just guess it would be, they would be able to help me to understand more without me feeling, I don't know, kind of closed in or whatever, being around a bunch of inmates or something. I don't know how exactly that is, but I just think I could pay more attention to it and get more out of it if it was something that, you know, that I put myself into.
Man,
So
what do you
were
guys think?
I show you were using alcohol during the offenses, is that right?
Yes.
Do you think you have an alcohol problem?
No.
Who's that?
And why not?
Because I could drink and then I could stop. I didn't have to drink if I didn't want to. I didn't have to do anything if I didn't want to. It's not I don't have an alcohol problem. I've
But
been able to comply by it on parole or anything like that, which I've not had it. If I haven't had it, then I don't need it.
But I do show it associated with your offense. So do you see my concern about you using and then obviously the resulting offense?
SO, he's a
I
SO.
do, but I don't see that happening myself
Did anybody
Why do
catch
you
his
think
name?
It's not going to happen again.
because I've got it so deeply set in my mind that I am one not to have any association on the outside, I guess.
Did anybody on YouTube catch his name?
So I'm assuming when you're when you're paroled, that you will have associations with people. My concern is that you're just saying, oh, I just want to associate with anyone. I'm assuming you will find people to associate with.
Well,
And it
yes,
seems
that-
like that's not a realistic perspective to me.
well, no, what I mean by that is I'm not going to deliberately go out and, like I said earlier, look for ways of setting myself up for failure. I will continue on with like the church, people that I've known in the past, like my old boss, stuff like that, people that have helped me and been supportive for me before.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm going to have a head on my shoulders instead of not.
Preferably not.
Okay, so and I showed this is not your first prison commitment, right?
No,
So what's different now?
He's a SO.
I'm old. I don't want no more of it. I've had enough.
He's a PDFer. PDF.
I'm almost 70 years old and I can't handle this no more.
All right, sir. I do show you completed MRT. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you think of that program?
I really well enjoyed it. I got quite a lot of bit out of that. I got quite a bit out of it. It took me
For-
a long time to complete
Can you
it.
give me
but-
some examples?
Well, I liked the part in there where they had you draw pictures and stuff of who you were and what happened and how you would like to be and stuff like that. And then when they had you go into the other inmates that were there and ask certain parts about their incident and stuff like that. And then you had to make like a little report on it and give it back to them and stuff like that. Just like I said, it took me longer than it would have anybody else to complete it because I started it in one place and ended it in another place. So
I'm
but I
looking
thought
at,
it was quite interesting. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I think I found them. I'm looking them up right now on the offender
Sir,
list.
I don't show any disciplinary incidents since May of 2023, which is good, but I show substance use incidents prior to that. What was going on then?
Which ones are you talking about?
I showed them, I don't have the dates here right here in front of me, but I showed some substance use disciplinary violations from prior to May 2023.
The substance abuse was later on found not guilty and taken off the thing, which I was granted my money back and everything else on that one. The assault by an inmate, they gave me a 0 to 5 on that, and then that's already taken care of. It's all done. I went to court on it and everything.
Who
I
was,
got-
did
I
you,
got isolation out of that.
This is live.
who did you assault?
Oh, I don't
Is it
even remember his name now. It's been so long ago.
You don't need to give me his name. Why did you assault someone? I mean, do you have an
Well,
anger issue?
No, he lied about me and then turned around and told the officer that if he ever got a chance to get a hold of me, he was going to make mincemeat out of me.
I don't blame him.
So
Hell
your
yeah.
reaction was to assault him?
Well, this was later down the road, and it's I don't know, it's in prison when somebody does something like that. I mean, you have to stand up for yourself.
So this guy is an SO. This is Utah
All
Board
right.
of
I wasn't
Utah
gonna let him
Board.
deliberately beat up on me for no reason and stand there and let him do it.
Hey, and if you're on TikTok,
And in regards to release plans, I show that you would like to live with Cheryl in Salt Lake and restore old cars. Is that still the plan, sir?
Yes. I'm going to be going on retirement, but I will probably be working until I get that through.
Does this individual have any children located within the home?
No.
Is it a sober household?
Yes.
What are your plans for
Utah.
To go to this program that I've set up for. It's supposed to be like a year program and just complete it to the best of my ability.
You could attend it in California.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of five members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know, it still takes time, but it'll be faster on the website than the mail. I note your guideline, sir, is 90 months or January 13th, 2025. Obviously, that's passed, and the board ultimately decides. That's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and the board ultimately decides. I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is July 13th, 2047. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
All I ask is that be given the chance to try to prove myself to people and prove myself to me on becoming more positive and more of a help and stuff to society than what I have been, and just be able to live out the rest of my life normally.
Well, I've made notes of all of your comments today. I also appreciate the victims and her comments. I've made notes of those. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I know you guys have a lot of questions. So he had bad charges. This is the state of Utah, and this is live. Also, if you haven't done so, if you guys could go ahead and do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. And also, TikTok's normally on my behind. So if they cut it, you should jump over to the other stream. I am running a double stream, and if you jump over here to this platform here, you guys go ahead and not miss any of what's happening on this side, if you will. Anyhow, next person should be coming up shortly. They turned off the microphone. That's why you don't hear anything. I don't have any control over that. They'll turn it on whenever the next person is ready. All right. And I am Collect Call James, and you are watching You Have a Collect Call From, where we deal with incarcerated issues, whether it comes to live interviews, video visits, board of parole hearings, all that stuff, all that good stuff. And also, if you haven't done so, please do so. Share with somebody, with your loved ones preferably. And if you got somebody that you don't love, send it to them too. We're trying to grow this platform as big as we can, and you guys are the ones that can make this happen. And best of all, it's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. I'm not asking for any money, any donations. Next week, I'm not gonna get on here and start crying that my car got totaled and I need money to buy. Nah, I'm not with none of that. All right. So all I'm asking for is a follow and a like, if you will. Here, let me. And if you're putting any comments on my apologies, I'm not ignoring you. It's just I'm doing like 8 different things at once over here. If that makes any sense to you. All right.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Brian Quintana. Am I saying that correctly, sir?
Yes.
Offender number 227938.
Brian
Is that you, sir?
Quintana.
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And you can put your hand down. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I have.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections that
Utah.
you know about in that blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
No.
Just to tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a brief description of the offense. The longer version was in the pre-sentence
What up,
investigation.
Thumper?
I would note that I could be talking about things today that could be traumatizing or re-traumatizing. I note that I am not doing that on purpose. I'm just going through all the things I'm going through for this hearing. I will then take your response to the description of the offense. I will also be taking victim testimony today. I'll be going ahead and swearing her in and then taking her testimony. Afterwards, I will ask you for your response. Please direct that towards me, the hearing officer, and not towards
He's
the
a sex.
victim.
He's a sex
Okay.
Go
offender.
over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a special attention happened in May of 2023. The
Yep.
board continued the original hearing till now with the sex offender treatment memo. It noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all sex offender treatment and remain case action plan compliant. It converted any unpaid restitution previously ordered by the trial court in case 141700094 to civil judgment. In a special attention in July of last year, the sex offender treatment program noted that they had assessed you as below average risk. They said your combined risk for sexual reoffense can be better managed in the community, and that was their recommendation. The board removed the sex offender treatment memo and added the cognitive behavioral therapy contingency. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
In regards to your offense, I show case number 141700094. I show between January 1st, 2013 and January 11th, 2014, while at Mr. Quintana's residence, he sexually assaulted the victim.
Not all
The
of them.
victim said it, quote, occurred thousands of times, unquote.
Damn.
He first denied the sexual assaults. Then he said it happened, quote, only one time, but after some time he admitted to more than one occasion. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
I'm just sorry that it happened.
Oh, okay. Well, that sums it up. Sorry
Sir,
it happens. You're
What
sorry.
insight, since you've been incarcerated, since the offense, have you gained in regards to your risks?
What do you mean on that?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean on that?
So, sir, this offense
is live.
happened for over a year, right, where you sexually
Yeah.
assaulted the victim. I'm wondering why you think it occurred and what you plan on
Gracias,
doing to
Thumper.
make sure it does not happen again.
I have for not happening again, I have a support group on the outs. That
Is that different from before, that you did not have the support group previously?
Yes. And so now I got a support group set up that would make sure that I would not reoffend, to make sure that I would do everything that I'm supposed to succeed on parole.
So what insight do you have into why this occurred?
Monster. Monster? You're a monster?
I think there was issues at home,
Oh, okay. We all have issues at home.
What do you mean by that?
issues between me and my wife.
Oh, okay.
Always arguing about money,
Mm-hmm.
other stuff around the house.
Okay.
And sir, I'm making notes of everything you're saying. Sir, I'm assuming if you're paroled, what you're talking about is stressors, that you're going to have stressors again, right?
Yes.
And I want to know how you plan on dealing with those.
I don't even want to know.
I have a lot of family support out there that actually I can go to for to help with that. I have my dad, I have aunts, uncles to help with that I could talk to more about that.
If I knew anybody like that,
The stressors.
disowning.
Sir,
Straight
I would
up.
note that I've read, there was victim statements, and I believe it was in the pre-sentence investigation from the victim, and I've read her father's letter as well. Is there anything you would like to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
What's that?
With that,
Come again? Can you rephrase the question?
I do feel for the victim. I have paid the restitution in full since being incarcerated. I know that I hurt the victim, and I do feel bad about it.
Super bad. You're broken up about it. I could see it.
When's the last time you saw the victim, sir?
Probably a couple of weeks before I was arrested.
Sir, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides.
Yes.
But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that?
Yes. They issued that during the trial court, and I have abided by that since.
Well, you're in prison, dummy.
And I would continue to abide by that.
Sir, at this time, I'm going to be taking victim testimony. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Ooh, hey, get ready.
Yes, I can.
Ma'am, I want to thank you for taking the time to come to this hearing. Can you please state your name for the record?
Trista Holt.
I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give
Yeah,
is the truth, the whole truth,
they
and
were.
nothing but the truth?
I
Hey,
do.
Jess.
Ma'am, please make any statement you'd like to make today, and thank you for coming.
He can't hear her. Yes.
Like, part of me, like, wants to say he should be released, but, like, at the same time, like, is saying he shouldn't because I don't want anyone else to fall victim like I did back then, just to be safe. And, like, even though he mainly sexually assaulted me at a young age, he also scarred me for the rest of my life. And I still have those scars, which can be hard to live a normal life compared to others. He even made my self-esteem, like, really low to the point I, like, started flunking classes continuously. And I even recently, I've been held back because I didn't have good enough grades because back then my grades were flunking. And I remember vaguely back in the day, he also threatened to hurt my mom and my little brother at the time if I mentioned anything to anyone. And I didn't even feel safe at home. And, like, to the point, like, even to this day, it still haunts me to the point I have to tell my friends some of my triggers. And at times that, like, sets them off and I just break down. And even at one point, one of my exes ended up making me fun of me for what I had to go through. And, like, no amount of apology can restore from all that trauma I have been going through all these years from this.
Damn.
And that's really about it.
Ma'am, I've been making notes of everything you're saying. Okay, I want you to know I have been
Okay.
listening. Do you have any other comments, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you for attending this hearing.
Mhm.
Sir, I'm going to ask you for your response. Please direct that towards me, the hearing officer, and not towards the victim.
Okay.
Do you have a response, sir?
Just on that, there were no threats made against the mother or the brother.
Ay, ay, ay.
Do you have any other comments?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I show that you completed sex offender pre-treatment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What did you learn from that program, if anything?
With that, I learned a lot on that. Victim impact, victim empathy.
What did you learn from that specifically?
What my crime, how my crime affected the victim, emotionally, mentally, physically. And with the empathy, it made me realize how sorry I was for everything that happened.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like it.
Anything else you learned, or did you like the program, find it helpful?
It was helpful.
Any other things that you'd like to highlight from the program?
I think with that, it helped me out a lot. Just knowing what my behavior had done. And that's about it.
Sir, I understand that the sex offender treatment program, what they assessed and what they recommended, and I went over that at the beginning of this hearing.
Yes.
But I'm asking you, do you think you need the full sex offender treatment program?
And more.
I think it would help, especially if I was on the streets, if I was out.
Oh, yeah.
So are you saying you want it in the community?
Yes.
And why?
I don't think so.
I was thinking that if I was paroled to my dad's house, I have my dad, I have aunts and uncles that would be able to help make sure that I stay on track with therapy and everything else on that.
Sir, I think based on your offense, once again, I'm a hearing officer, I make recommendations, the board
Yeah.
ultimately decides. But I think it's very likely you have what are called sex offender A conditions, which mean no contact with children. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there children at your father's house?
No, there is not.
Sir, I would note you have no disciplinary violations. In regards to your release plan, I showed that you'd like to live with your father, which you already mentioned, and work as a security guard. Can you?
That is what I've done in the past.
Oh, okay. So what would you do now?
I would find a job, either the DI, working in the back, or at if it would be okay with AP&P or with anybody to work at a Reams grocery store where my dad does work.
And sir, I would just make sure you're communicating everything with if you are paroled, with your parole officer.
Yes.
Where do you have you mentioned treatment. Do you have any treatment set up in the community?
No, Jackie.
Not yet. My dad has been looking into that for me.
And once again, I don't know what the board will do. I'm just asking
Yeah.
if you have looked into that. All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone
Okay.
listening to this hearing can go to bop.utah.gov as soon as we have the decisions posted on our website. It's faster than the website than the mail, but it'll still take some time. It's not immediate, okay?
He's a
Okay.
SO.
I would note your guidelines, sir, is 132 months or January 14th, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion. That guidelines based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, but the board decides moving forward what happens. But the board will note that guideline, and I'm noting it here, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I do have a couple questions for stuff that's in my blue packet.
Go for it.
Okay. One of the pages in my blue packet, it says that, can I show you the page?
You're welcome to show me. Hopefully I can see it. Obviously it's a screen, so it might be, okay. Oh, that looks like one of our decisions. Okay.
So on one of your decisions, it says note 4, do not convert the jail reimbursement fee previously ordered by the trial court. The board may consider remitting the jail reimbursement fee depending on my performance in treatment and good behavior while incarcerated. I'm just wondering, what does that mean?
So the board decides what they're going to do with it, right?
Okay.
I don't know moving forward. Do you have any comments that you'd like the board to consider in that regard?
Well, the other two questions, to answer that question, there's one jail fee that says $2,575, and the other jail fee says that it is $5,150. And I was trying to figure out what I would actually owe, and to see if I would have to reimburse the jail or if that could be waived.
How
So
do you-
I'll make note of that. Obviously, when the board issues their decision,
Yeah.
they'll address those issues, but I'll make note that that's what you're requesting.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
With that, I'm just wondering which fee is the actual fee that I would have to pay if I had to pay.
Right. They would address which fee it would be, how much the total would be, and it'll be written on that decision.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions or comments?
That would be it.
Well, I appreciate everyone's testimony today. I've made notes of everything. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
What do you guys think? Do you guys feel that he's ready to be paroled? Me personally, these are just my personal feelings here. I would say I would feel safer if the options were a silver bullet or a wood chipper. But that's just me. I don't know. And for anybody that's just tuning in, these are live hearings from the Board of Parole in Utah. Unfortunately, they don't give us the outcome of the hearing today. It takes about anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks for them to update their website. Workforce
You're on
camp
the
for
record today,
life.
the time and place set for parole violation, original hearing for Mr. Michael Walsh, offender number 183043. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand.
Thank you for the
Do you
follow.
swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I have.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right, so just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, we're going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. You have already submitted pleas to these allegations, so I can just ask you to reaffirm your prior allegation or prior pleas, which we'll get to in a second. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like you had a parole violation hearing in August of last year. This hearing was scheduled for now. The board accepted your admissions to allegations 1 through 4 and 7, no contest plea to allegation 11, and accepted your denials to allegations 5, 6, 8 through 10, and dismissed those allegations per the stipulated motion. The board took judicial notice of conviction in case 2417-01009 related to allegation 7, which resulted in board jurisdiction. In a scheduling review, a parole violation original hearing was scheduled for now. They noted no restitution had been claimed in case 2417011009. Is that procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir, I usually go over the pleas, but the board's already accepted, like I said, those admissions to 1 through 4 and 7, no contest to allegation 5, and dismissed 5, 6, 8, and 10. Do you just want to submit your prior pleas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They haven't
And I'm
said
just
what he
making
did.
notes of everything we're talking about. I am listening, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So since you've already submitted those pleas, I'm just going to make note that you're just reaffirming those, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in regards to your newest offense case, I show 2417011009. I show on June 5th, 2024, officers conducted a traffic stop. The person gave a false name. During that search, officers located meth. It was determined his name was actually Mr. Walsh. He did not have an interlock installed on his vehicle. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No.
Were you using at the time?
No, ma'am. Well, yeah, yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Okay.
Make
What
up
were
your
you
mind.
using?
Meth.
So you were using substances and driving?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, obviously that's concerning, sir, right? Because obviously being under the influence and driving, that creates a public safety concern. Anything you want to say about that?
Yes, I don't think that I was using at the time, but I did have drugs in my car.
Oh no. Well, he's not like the other dude. He's just doing regular stuff. It looks like he has some paraphernalia and some
All right,
illegal
sir.
substances.
So kind of going over your last parole in general,
Yes, ma'am.
I showed the warrant was issued not even quite after a month after you being paroled. That's a pretty short parole, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, I understand that you were for a while absconded, right?
Yes.
But it's a pretty short parole. So what happened on your last parole?
Okay, so I got out, got picked up, I reported, and then I lost contact with my girlfriend and didn't have an address. So I panicked, made a bad decision, didn't report after that, went to work, and then didn't make contact with my stepdad. He's the one that picked me up. I should have went and stayed with him, but instead I just did it on my own. But I went to work. I wasn't robbing or stealing. I was working at the time that I was arrested.
Good morning, Christy.
So if you're paroled, how do you think things will be the same or different this time?
This time I have a place to go.
Thank
with
you.
my stepdad. I'm not talking to my ex-girlfriend anymore, so I have a good support group now. So you can make sure I go to my appointments and whatever else I have to do. And I apologize, but I went from like all my ducks in a row to having nothing in a row, and I made a bad decision by not talking to my parole officer and telling him what was going on.
Okay. And I appreciate your insight, sir. It seems like substances were a little bit of an issue as well. Is that right?
More, yes, but more about just like having everything good and everything bad instantly.
What's your current attitude towards substances?
Well, since when I was at the prison, I did some CBT, 3 or 4 CBT classes. I've done the breaking free thing, and I've done about 10,000 credits at Conn University. But then I came here. There's no tablets here.
Thank you, Traveler.
So-
Thank you, Christy.
So if I need to go to a meeting, or if I need to go to the VA hospital or any kind of counseling, my stepdad is totally supportive of that. I'm lucky that way. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. He'll take me to a meeting if I feel at risk.
So I guess, do you want to use?
No, I don't want to use, no.
Do you think, you mentioned like going to classes or, do you think you need a substance use treatment program, or are you thinking more like AA or NA, or what are you
NA,
thinking?
yes, ma'am. I think NA is a good fit for me.
What do you guys
And-
think? NA for him?
Why would that be more advantageous for you than like a residential program or an outpatient program?
Because I have a job and I have a job and a place lined up. Or if you want me to go to Nuke, I can go to Nuke for stability, whatever the board thinks I can do. But yeah, I'm at this point in my life, NA is a good fit for me.
And I appreciate that it's what it sounds like what you're saying, right, is that you're willing to comply with board orders, which I appreciate, and then I'll note that. So what I'm doing is I'm writing everything you're saying, but I'm asking what you think will help you.
Texas are not
Just
open to the
NA,
public.
NA once a week, twice a week, whenever I feel.
So why do you think your attitude towards substances has changed?
Because it's why I'm here. And I don't want to be here.
All right, sir. And I would note you have no disciplinary violations, which is really good.
No, ma'am.
That
In
is good.
regards to your release plan, you kind of already talked about it. You mentioned your board packet said you living with your stepfather and working at a restaurant. Sounds like you've already talked about a little bit of a treatment. Do you already have a job upon release?
Yes, ma'am.
And, okay. So you have that job immediately upon release?
Yes.
Is this like a former place that you've worked?
Yes, ma'am. No, opener at Wendy's. So I just go in there and make the salads. You make the salads.
Shh,
Get
man,
everything
Wendy's,
ready.
man, making me hungry, man. I haven't ate breakfast yet. Why you do that to me?
Start the Frosties, turn everything on, all that.
Ah, Frosty. I wouldn't mind the Frosty
Good.
right about now.
Good, sir. Any other plans upon parole or any conditions the board could order that you think would help you be successful?
Nisha, gracias.
Just the food stamps and Medicaid is a really good start, and I appreciate it. That's good right there.
All
Food
right,
stamps-
sir.
Food stamps help so much with someone in my position. You have no idea.
Hell yeah, shoot it.
Really, just to be able to eat without that pressure of worrying about food enables me to just not having that pressure enables me to do pretty good. I do pretty good.
Shoot it.
Just stumbled.
Half off.
And I
Bye.
appreciate all of your comments today, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. Just so you know, it's not immediate. It still takes some time. But it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I note your guideline, sir, is 10 months or April 5th, 2025. An easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and it's calculated based on those factors, and that's the date that is given. But the board decides, right? They can go below that, above that same date. The expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is January 25th, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of all of your comments. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Nisha. So this guy, oh yeah, okay. Hey, thank you for letting Nisha know what he did. So anyhow, anybody that's tuned in right now, this is a live hearing from Utah. This is the board of parole. If you don't like how it looks on the screen, if you jump over to my other platform, I'm doing a double stream. I'm doing it on TT and YT. If you jump over to YT, it's at collect call from, and you can see it a lot better. I won't have it like in the background like I do here. And also, if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. And like that, if the stream does go down on TT, then you guys know where to follow me at. All right, follow me on both platforms, preferably. If you go to the profile, hey, thank you, Junior. Yeah, I got it out. I got it. Yep. At collect call from. Just hit at collect call from. I got one stream going, which is Utah. Hey, Tita, how's it going? Hey, Tita, thank you. I highly appreciate it. Sharing the live right there.
Clavero.
Sanchez, thank you for following.
Number 228413, is that you, sir?
Abraham.
I'm sorry. Can you see? You can see me, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you, so if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the
Yeah,
testimony you
Utah.
provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
What do you guys think
Did
this
you
guy
receive
did?
at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I do not have my blue packet, but I'm still willing to continue with this board hearing.
Okay, because you do have the right to receive and review your disclosure package. So you did not receive that?
No, I have not, but I'm still willing to proceed with this today.
Okay, so you're willing to waive disclosure of that disclosure packet and move forward. All right. Well, I'm going to be going over that disclosure packet contains all the information that the board will consider as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to go over quite a bit of it today. If you have other questions or concerns, please, you can ask me. If something comes up during the hearing that you'd like to postpone the hearing so you can get notice of these documents and review them, we can also do that. So just let me know.
Okay.
What I'd like to do today, I'm going to give a quick overview of your case. So I'll review your conviction, sentence,
All right, let's see
your
what he do.
guideline date, a little bit about how today's hearing works.
Okay.
From there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. I then have some questions for you about what's led us to this point, what you've been doing since you arrived at the facility, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state on the record anything else you'd like to.
Okay.
Looks like your commitment offenses are violation of a protective order, felony 3, and driving under the influence,
Ooh.
felony 3.
Who got that one?
You're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire on August 13th of 2028. So that's, at this point, the maximum amount of time that the board has jurisdiction over these sentences.
Okay.
Your guideline calls for 28 months of incarceration. That guideline would lead to you being released on parole on March 8th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. What they'll do after today's hearing is consider all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors in your case as a whole to determine what's appropriate from there.
Okay.
I do note that in December of 2023, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted that they expected you to comply with your case action plan and participate in substance use treatment and domestic violence classes as they were available and deemed appropriate.
Damn, we got a combo here.
And so that leads us to today. The first case we need to talk about is case 2214-01322. Looks like in October 2021, the victim reported that you had violated a protective order. I think the protective order was originally entered like 9 years prior to this.
9
It was
years.
reissued in 2017 and then in 2021 again after an arrest, domestic violence arrest. I think the victim told officers you had reported to her that the protective order was no longer valid. I think you said that your probation officer had told you that. And it said you began talking, moved in together, and were dating at the time. But then the victim ended the relationship after she was told that your probation officer, I guess, was looking for you. It said that in September of 2021, you called the victim 16 times, and she answered 12 of
16?
those calls. Obviously, those calls
Ooh,
were violations
damn.
of that protective order.
He
Is
got them
that
Twitter
accurate
fingers.
as to what occurred in the case?
Had her on
That is
speed dial.
accurate.
And what led to you violating the protective order in this case?
That day I was not thinking, obviously. I was in booking, the Salt Lake County Jail, and I just felt like I needed somebody to talk to. Obviously, it wasn't the right decision that I made, and that's when I ended up calling the mother of my kids because we have two kids together. But that wasn't the reason why I called her. I just made an impulsive decision.
I hate to say this, but I think he's Salvadorian. I'm half Salvadorian.
I
Bad
do
luck.
note if
Bad
you are
luck.
granted parole, it will almost certainly may likely include domestic violence conditions. Part of that is getting a domestic violence evaluation, doing any classes or treatment that's recommended. Also, having no contact with the victim unless or until it is approved by a therapist you're working with and your supervising agent. Also, on top of that, certainly you can't, your parole agreement would include a condition to obey the law. So if there are active protective orders, violating those protective orders certainly as well would be a violation of parole and lead to further criminal charges. At this point, are you willing to and feel able to abide by those orders and conditions?
Yes, I can. I just have a quick question.
Okay.
Because the protective order has been amended in Salt Lake County, where I have permission to speak to, I would say the protected party.
Okay.
But it's only regarding about the kids. So I'm not sure if what
He is a
the
bold
board
one.
says if the board says I can't speak to this person, does that still does that overrule that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so even if, let's say, the protective order does allow for contact to speak about the kids, even if that's the case, you would still have to abide by whatever the parole agreement includes. I will note that you've told me today that there's a protective order that allows communication only with the children, and I will present that information to the board. Would you request that you be allowed to communicate only about your children?
Requests as like asking them, or
yeah, what would your preference be on that? Obviously, at the end of the day, the board is going to decide what they think is appropriate, but what would your ideal outcome be with that?
Yeah, I would request it. If they say to not have contact, then I'm just not gonna have contact because I don't want to get any more trouble.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of my thought is what is commonly seen in cases like this is a condition, and really this is a condition of all parole agreements, standard parole, no contact with any victims of record until or unless it's approved by a therapist and your agent. So I think it's likely you'll see that. I'll note what you've said today, but if that is the order that the board decides on, what you need to do is just make sure you get your domestic violence evaluation. You need to do your classes that are evaluated to be appropriate. And the person you're working with, you should be working towards having a safety plan, right? Obviously, the victim is going to have ultimate say, I think, in what's going on. And then the therapist yourself would then work with your agent. The agent should be familiar with the situation. Once those individuals give approvals, then you can go about it. So that would just be how to approach it if the board does enter that no contact order, okay? But I will present the information regarding that protective order. I'll also just maybe take a peek at it. I have access to that. I'll find it, make sure the board has up-to-date information on what it is. And then at the end of the day, after today's hearing, the board will make that decision. But thank you for bringing that up, okay?
Yeah, I just had to ask because I don't want any miscommunication, or I just want to make sure everything I just don't want to get in trouble. That's it.
Well, that's why we're having today's hearing, really, is to discuss these things. Obviously, I can't give you all the answers right now, which it becomes important to kind of understand it's on you. What's required of you of your parole agreement, understand that, communicate with your agent, communicate with therapists so that you can do it. So thank you for bringing it up. Honestly, that's what, continue to do that if you have questions.
Okay, thank you.
The next case is case 2313-00519. In August of 2023, you were pulled over on the interstate. I think there were reports of swerving, going in other lanes, etc. I think you told the officer you didn't have a driver's license. You had a Utah ID card. You showed signs of intoxication. Officers learned, I think you did not have a driver license, and you were required to have an ignition interlock device due to two past DUIs, which you did not have. And your blood alcohol content tested at 0.22. I've read your written submissions about this case, kind of what led to it, but is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes, that's true.
And walk me through your thoughts, kind of your process, what insight you've gained, what led to you driving under the influence in this case?
This is Utah.
The first thing I decided to drink alcohol, and that's kind of what led me to drink and drive, because when I drink, I'm
drive?
not thinking straight, right? But before I even started drinking alcohol, before I even had the thought about it, I was just like, because I'm more of a, would you say it? Like,
happy drunk?
I guess I thought I could get away with it. I just want to be honest.
You're a better driver when you're drunk?
Because because I thought about the process, and I told myself, what, how come, you know, like what happened? Did I not care? And then I told myself, no, yeah, I do care. So I'm like, so what's the problem? Oh, and then I figured out, I'm like, oh, I thought I could get away with it. I think that's, you know, something that I figured out within myself, and it's kind of helped me to make better decisions in, like, you know, in the future. But yeah, I wasn't thinking right, wasn't thinking about the consequences, obviously. Yeah.
If you are granted parole again, I imagine it will include what are referred to as DUI conditions. That would include doing a substance abuse evaluation, completing any recommended treatment. Also, do not drive without an installed interlock device. Also, do not frequent places where alcohol is the chief item of sale, or obviously consume or possess alcohol. And as you've talked about the risk factors, the things that led to this dangerous and risky behavior, the reason parole exists and the reason that we're talking about that at today's hearing is this 5-year sentence. Parole is allowing you to serve part of that sentence in the community with the idea that transitioning with resources to hold you accountable, to help you to manage these things as you're moving forward. So if you are granted parole, I would encourage you to become familiar with what's required of you and have the attitude of you can use those things to hold yourself accountable to achieve better outcomes. But regarding those DUI conditions at this point, do you feel like that's something you're willing to and able to comply with?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Of course, till I start drinking, then it's on.
I reviewed, I think, for a number of years, a handful of years prior to your arrival at the facility, you had various probations for various offenses. At times I reviewed, sometimes a couple times of absconding or not reporting, so your agent didn't know where you were and a warrant was issued regarding that. Let's see. I think you had a chance at court probation, as well as AP&P probation. You submitted some written statements about your thoughts on probation prior to prison, so thank you for that. It helps me as I'm preparing for the hearing, but wanted your insight. Obviously, parole is similar to probation. There's the conditions that are required of you, someone to supervise you. It's for accountability, to help you control your behavior and be safe as you're transitioning, also to provide resources and support. But it didn't go well for you previously on probation. If you're granted parole, what do you need to do differently, or how can you approach it differently to achieve a better result?
I told myself, if I'm not gonna be, how would I say this? So I just needed do what they asked me to do, basically.
You got it.
They asked me to go do some classes, go do my classes. Like my main priority for when I get out is finishing probation. Like, I don't care if I'm at my job and my probation officer calls me and tells me, hey, you got to come in a new way or whatever. Like, I'm going. I'm telling my boss, I got to go, because that's my main priority. I've been on probation for a long period of time, I would say, and that's not anybody's fault. It's my fault, because
I like what he's saying.
I didn't want to listen. But now, like, you know, I feel like I have a lot to lose, and I've been doing this for a while now. I'm actually tired of it. So I just need to do what they asked me to do and stay on track. And I know that I can be a regular citizen in my community. I don't want to be that person that's always messing up or always having regrets because I did this, I did that. I want to move forward with my life, and I want to do good in my life.
Hell yeah.
I want to be happy, because I feel like I haven't been happy because of my decisions that I made in the past. That's always kept me on probation. It's always kept me in jail. Yeah, I'm just ready to move forward, and that's why if they grant me parole, then I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
Okay. And I just would go back as well to the communication I talked about earlier, and I agree, right? Parole needs to be the priority. There's things that are required of you, and they're designed to help you as you transition. But obviously, having a job, having classes to do, costs that are incurred, it's busy, there's a lot going on. I think it's vital to have a communication, a good relationship with your agent so you can communicate these things. And certainly you can't do that without building trust. So doing what's required of you, right, from the start, showing up, being on time, doing what you need to do, that builds trust and helps the communication start and grow. So I'd encourage you to focus on that as well. I do note you've been in the Millard County program for about 5 or 6 months. I think you said you anticipate completing the program. When was that you said?
January.
Do you know?
13th. That was my supposed to be graduating. Yeah, January 13th. It was supposed to be my graduation day.
So did you graduate Monday or?
So right now, our therapist, he had quit like a month ago, so we don't really know what's going on right now with our graduation. They haven't came in and told us anything. It's been probably almost a month now, and yeah, because I know that's something that the board asked me to do, and
okay. And it's because I think the only information the Department of Corrections sent to us is said it's an intensive outpatient program. It generally takes between 6 to 12 months. So I guess your statement is you were on track to complete it about just over 6 months, but at this point you're waiting on the staffing issues to find out kind of what's going on. Is that correct?
Yeah, I heard it was a 6-month program, and my 6 months was on January 13th.
Okay. And what I mean, has it been a good experience? What have you learned? What have you been doing in the program?
Yeah, definitely it has. It's really taught me about recognizing like my thoughts, my feelings, my emotions, which are things that obviously lead to your actions, right? And then consequences. So, and that's really helped me, honestly, with my impulsiveness that I have, because I could be an impulsive person. And I've learned that. But since I've been in this program, or since I've been incarcerated, like I've been really teaching myself to recognize my thoughts, my feelings and emotions, and kind of check in with myself and be like, okay, this is how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling like this because of this or that.
He's getting
and
insight.
It kind of really helps me make the right decision to where I'm happy with the decision that I'm making. And it's not affecting me in a bad way, if that makes sense.
Okay. I know you don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. I don't think you've reported any past mental health diagnoses or ever taken mental health medications. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how's your mental health right now?
Pretty good.
Okay. I have your written submissions about your release plans. I've taken some notes about where you plan to live, how you plan to seek out work, treatment, etc. But wanted to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
So as soon as I get out, I have a job that's lined up for me. It's called Bear Construction. I plan on checking into APP as soon as I get out, like the first day that I'm out. Figure out what classes I need to take so I can enroll myself in these classes. I would say in that same week. It depends what day I get out. I'm not sure, but yeah, because that's my main priority. But yeah, I plan on just working. I want to have a second job, but I want to figure out my classes first, because I want to have time to do my classes, but I also want to work. So, but yeah, staying busy for me is a big thing, because it's a lot of things that I got to pay, child support. So there's some help that I'm gonna need, but I know that I can do this. And yeah, staying busy is one of my biggest things. Getting a job, doing my classes, and staying out of trouble.
Okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
I think that's all too. Yeah.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board either this afternoon or by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by a majority vote. That usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. We'll send it to you in writing when the decision's made, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So That's how we will proceed. With that, Mr. Clavero, thank you for being here, discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I don't know how you guys feel about
Yeah,
that guy,
have a
but I strongly believe he's figured it out. Hopefully he's able to stay on the right track and get the help that he needs and changes over a new leaf, because, you know, being in prison is definitely not what the business is, not as fun as everybody makes it to seem. Anyhow, if you haven't done so, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Also, sharing is caring. So if you guys could go ahead and send it on over to somebody you love, somebody you don't love. You know, they're not doing anything. They're probably at work. They're probably in bed. They're in the toilet. They ain't doing nothing with their life. So shoot them a link to the stream, whether it's on TikTok or YouTube. Anyhow, just to give you guys a heads up, the next dude that's coming up is all bad. So if you don't want to hear some gruesome stuff, it'll probably be best for you to just tune off right now, because I just looked him up and he's a bad hombre. That dude is all to the bad. Let me see right here. Melissa wrote his parole is in March, so it's perfect timing. Let me see. I'm at work tuning in. That's right. Hell yeah, Dex. That's what I'm talking about. Also, and if you're on TikTok and you wanna jump on a more reliable stream, go to my profile, check out my other streaming platforms. I'm running it also on another platform. So if this goes down, then you guys know where to catch it. We got about 30 people over there. Good engagement, good comments and whatnot, and you know, everybody's keeping it peaceful, just the way I like it. Official, thank you for the live. Or sharing the live. Let me see. I'm at work tuning in, and then let me see. This next dude is very bad. Oh yeah, he's the worst type of human being that's about to come up. If his name is Isidro, it's all bad. Forget about it. Man, these are definitely hard to watch sometimes, especially with the things that they do and how they don't connect the dots. That knowing how they hurt somebody, you know, they think it's all good and they're not going to do it again. Come on, man. There's no help for that. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not sure how anybody else feels about it, but man, it's no bueno. All right. The chair is empty right now. It should be popping up on the screen shortly. I looked them up already. Oh yeah, man. Ooh, man. Making my people look bad. All bad. Wood chipper or silver bullet? I prefer the wood chipper. Hit feet first, preferably. Y vámonos, dale gas. Danny, thank you for sharing the live. Trevor, thank you for sharing the live. Let me see. Somebody put OMG.
Sure.
Nick,
if he needs anything.
thank you for the follow. What do you do?
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll just, the officers there in Salt Lake will get us on the record, and then we'll start.
Let me look up what his charges are right here. Oh yeah, this is him.
This
right
is
here.
a rehearing for ISIDRO ZARATE-HUERTA, number 250910.
Abuse
Is
of a
that you,
child,
sir?
second degree.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, does he, Mr. ISIDRO ZARATE-HUERTA, do you understand English to a certain extent?
No, a little bit.
Okay, so I'll talk and then we'll interpret and then we'll go back to you to interpret back. My name is, or if you want to explain that.
So, can you repeat your name, please?
Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole.
So, él es el juez y que él necesita que usted hable primero y después, o sea, que él hable, yo le interpreto y usted habla.
Okay, gracias.
Okay. Perfecto. Yes, thank you.
So I'm Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole.
So, soy Scott Manning y estoy aquí con el Board for Pardons and Parole.
Okay, gracias. Thank you.
I'll be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
So, voy a tomar tu testimonio y si levantas tu mano derecha te voy a jurar.
Coma.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be the truth?
¿Juras que lo que vas a decir hoy, tu testimonio, es la verdad?
Sí, es que la verdad.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
You can lower your hand.
Puedes bajar tu mano.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
¿Recibiste 7 días de noticia antes de este?
Sí, señoría.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
¿Recibiste tu paquete azul?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you able to understand what's in that disclosure packet?
Of course not.
¿Y pudiste entender lo que había en ese paquete?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
That packet contains the new information since your last hearing that the board will be considering after today's hearing in their decision.
Ese paquete tiene la información nueva que lo van a escuchar para hoy, lo de hoy día.
Okay.
Okay.
I also note that 3 days ago, the board received a sex offense treatment program report.
There it is.
También sé que hace 3 días ellos recibieron un reporte de tu testimonio de ofensa sexual.
Sí.
Yes.
But it's a report from the sex offense treatment program.
Es un reporte de la ofensa sexual, del tratamiento de ofensa sexual.
Okay. Muy bien.
Did you
Okay,
did you receive that document?
¿Recibiste ese documento?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you able to understand it? It's in English. Was it translated for you?
¿Pudiste entenderlo? ¿Estaba en inglés? ¿Alguien te lo tradujo?
Alguien me lo traduzco.
Someone
are live.
translated for me.
They
Okay,
are
so
live.
You are
Utah.
comfortable. You've received enough notice of that document and you understand it. You're comfortable moving forward today?
So, ¿estás cómodo? ¿Entendiste ese papel? Puedes seguir adelante con el proceso.
Okay. Está bien. Sí, no, está bien. Lo entendí, me dijeron claro.
Yes, I understand that. They told me clearly.
So
Cállese.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by reviewing what's happened leading up to today's hearing.
So, lo que voy a hacer, voy a revisar lo que pasó para llegar a este día.
These are public.
From there, I'm going to ask you some questions that I've prepared really about new information since your previous hearing.
So, voy a seguir con nueva información desde la vez anterior que estuviste dando tu testimonio.
And at the end of the hearing, I will let you state anything further that you'd like to on the record.
Y al final de tu testimonio, él va a pedir que puedas decir algo extra si necesitas decir algo extra.
Muy bien.
Thank you, Tasha.
Yes,
So-
thank you.
I'm just going to give a procedural summary of what's happened.
So, voy a hacer un resumen de
Get
lo
ready,
que ha pasado.
ladies and gentlemen.
You arrived at the prison in June of 2021.
Llegaste a la prisión en junio del 2021.
Sí.
You are serving a sentence of between 1 year and up to 15 years in prison for 2 counts of sexual abuse of a child.
Oh.
Estás recibiendo una condena de 1 año a 15 años por dos abusos sexuales a un niño.
Do you guys think 1 to 15
Your
is enough
parole
time?
guideline called for 44 months. That passed on July 29th of 2022.
So, tu permiso, can you repeat it, please?
So your recommended release date or guideline is 44 months.
No Nintendo.
So, lo que te recomiendan son 44 meses.
So what the Utah law recommends for his convictions is a 44-month incarceration. Okay, so that recommended guideline, he served that, it passed on July 29th of 2022.
So, lo que Utah recomienda son 44 meses y eso pasó en julio del 29 del 2022.
The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you at any point in time during the 15-year sentence, and they consider all relevant factors to determine to make that decision.
So, los que están a cargo no necesitan atenerse a eso, solo necesitan revisar las diferentes cosas y van a decir qué pueden hacer.
Ok, muy bien. Gracias.
I note that the board received a federal immigration detainer that says probable cause exists
He gotta go.
to support deportation in this case.
También recibieron un caso, o sea, unos papeles para que te vayan a deportar.
Ok, sí, puede ser deportado.
Para
I note
afuera.
that so that you're aware that any release from the state prison will be to the federal authorities for deportation proceedings.
So, para que entiendas, cuando salgas de aquí va a ser a las autoridades federales para deportación.
Ok, muy bien.
Okay, yes.
In October of 2022, you had a parole original hearing.
So, en octubre 22 tuviste un testimonio.
Sí.
Yes.
In After that hearing, the board scheduled an October 2024 rehearing. They noted that they expected you to complete the sex offender treatment program.
So, después de eso, hicieron que tuvieras un nuevo testimonio en octubre del 2024, después de hacer un tratamiento de ofensa sexual.
Okay.
In June of
Okay.
2023, the Department of Corrections requested that the board remove the expectation that you do sex offense treatment.
So, en junio del 2023 removieron
Hopefully
la
they do.
expectación de que hagas el tratamiento de ofensa sexual.
No, so it wasn't removed. The Department of Corrections requested that
Oh.
the board remove that expectation.
So, no fue removido, solo requirieron que pueda ser removido.
The reasons the Department of Corrections gave were that you spoke very little English and treatment in Spanish was not offered at that time.
La razón por lo que lo pidieron remover es porque hablabas poco inglés, entonces no había tratamiento disponible.
After that request was made, the board took the request under advisement and scheduled another hearing.
Después de eso fue removido sorry, can you repeat that?
After
Come on, translator.
that request was made,
Messing up.
the Board of Pardons scheduled a hearing and took the request to remove treatment expectation under advisement.
So, después fue removido.
What? Come on, lady.
Fue citado para otra
Get with the
ocasión
program.
para que fuera removido tu tratamiento de ofensa sexual.
You had another hearing in December of 2023.
What is she thinking about?
Tuviste otro testimonio en diciembre del 2023.
After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing. They requested a sex offender treatment memo, which we received.
So, después de ese testimonio, pidieron un testimonio para hoy día, en donde tienen un memo para que tengas para requerir el tratamiento sexual.
Ese translator vale madre.
De abuso sexual.
The board
I
noted
could do a better job.
that sex offender treatment was not available at that time, but the board said it expected you to participate in that treatment when it became available.
So, ellos dijeron que no había un tratamiento disponible en ese momento, pero requirieron que tú participaras en uno si había uno disponible.
Okay. So I just thank you for letting me establish that. I just wanted us to be on the same page about what's happened leading up to today.
Gracias por dejarme hacer ese resumen para que superes lo que ha hecho para llegar hasta hoy día.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I'd like to review
is
with
true.
you the sex offense treatment program report to start.
Quiero revisar contigo el reporte de ofensa sexual, del tratamiento de ofensa sexual.
Do you have any questions or concerns about that document?
¿Tienes alguna preocupación con respecto a ese documento? ¿Alguna pregunta? No.
And what are your thoughts about that document?
¿Cuáles son tus pensamientos con respecto a ese documento?
Pues no sé qué podría responderle. Es bien, ya si es necesario, pues,
So I don't know what to answer, but I think it's good. It's necessary.
What necessary? How do you mean necessary?
¿Qué es lo que significa necesario?
Sí, es necesario de ese documento lo que si es que si no, si hacerlo o no hacerlo, pues. O no sé usted qué me aconsejaría como documentos, porque no sé si no lo entendí bien cuando me lo explicaron.
So I'm not sure because I don't know if to do it or not to do it. I don't know what you recommend me to do because I didn't understand well when they explained it to me.
Can anybody
so
identify his accent?
The
Where's he
reason I'm
from?
asking about this document is after today's hearing, it's one of many factors that the board will consider.
So lo traigo este documento aquí porque es una de las razones por la que van a considerar tu caso.
Oh, okay.
So I'm asking, the board is going to consider this when they decide whether you will be released from prison and whether you will be required to complete treatment. I'd like, if you have any input on that about what it says, I'm giving you an opportunity to provide that.
So ellos van a considerarlo para dejarte, entonces para sacarte. Entonces quieren saber si tú tienes alguna información, algo que quieras decir con respecto a ese documento.
Bueno, respecto a ese documento, yo pienso que yo les pediría que ellos me dieran la oportunidad de salir. Y no sé si es correcta mi respuesta.
So in respect to that document, I want the opportunity to get out. I don't know if that's the answer that I'm supposed to say.
You know, really, there's no correct or incorrect answer. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak. So maybe what I'll do, I'll just review that document with you and we can talk about it item by item. I have some questions. So
Item
we'll
per
proceed
item.
that way.
We just need to skip already.
So
I can't take this no more.
No hay preguntas correctas ni preguntas equivocadas, solamente quieres saber tu opinión con respecto al documento y vamos a revisarlo ahora para ver los puntos, para
She
revisar los
sucks.
puntos.
Okay. So at first, it summarizes your offenses. I know
So
that sorry. Please.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Primero,
Melissa said I can't take it.
primero hace un resumen de tus ofensas.
The facts of those offenses have been discussed at length at your prior hearings, so I'm not going to review those again with you today.
So, las ofensas que has cometido antes han sido habladas en testimonios anteriores, entonces no voy a revisar eso contigo ahora.
But the board will consider those things when they make a decision after today's hearing. So if you have any comments or questions or would like to state anything about those, please do that if you want to.
Pero van a considerar tu testimonio con respecto a lo que dice en ese papel. Entonces, si tienes algo que agregar o que decir, que lo digas hoy para que lo pueda agregar al documento.
¿Lo puedo leer ahorita?
Can I read it now?
No, you can't.
Yes.
We're on TikTok and YouTube. We don't got time for that right now, buddy. Come on now.
Me gustaría darle las gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar el día de hoy enfrente de ustedes. Después de haber esperado esta cita, es un honor para mí el tener la oportunidad de ser escuchado una vez más.
The translator already
No ha
forgot.
sido un camino fácil en cuanto a veces me sea posible. Quisiera pedir perdón a mis víctimas, como a su familia y a toda la comunidad en general. Y hasta mi familia. Puesto que cada uno de ellos...
Mr. ZARATE-HUERTA, do you want to allow the interpreter to interpret some of this as you're going?
Ay, ay,
You want me
ay.
to read it when he finished?
She's not gonna remember.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can read
either
it.
way. Sorry, I'm sorry. We can do it that way. I'm sorry
That's
for,
okay.
okay.
Of course.
Whatever, maybe he can read it and then you can translate it. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Ay, ay, ay. Coma.
Siga nomás.
No ha sido un camino fácil en cuanto a veces me sea posible. Quisiera pedir perdón a mis víctimas, como a su familia y a toda la comunidad en general, y hasta mi familia, puesto que cada uno de ellos ha sufrido el dolor causado por mis equivocaciones. Pero algo quiero que quede claro: el Isidro del pasado no es el mismo que está enfrente de ustedes. Esta experiencia ha sido enriquecida para mí, puesto que he aprendido a reflexionar acerca de mis errores. Si ustedes me dan la oportunidad, me gustaría salir y poner en práctica y ayudar a quienes lo necesiten y vivir la vida que en mi pasado no me permitió vivir. Gracias.
Hey, that translator, she needs those
So I
TikTok
would like to give
glasses.
thanks
She needs those
for
TikTok
those,
translating
for
glasses
the opportunity to
from
be
the
here
TikTok shop.
today and in front of you. After this appointment, it's an honor for me to have the opportunity to be listened one more time. It hasn't been easy. And how many times
She
it's
can't even
been
read.
possible.
She sounds like me when I
I
read.
wanted to ask forgiveness to my victims, also to his family and all the community in general, and also to my family. Because every one of them has suffered the pain I caused for my for my mistakes. But I know that it's clear the Isidro from the past is not the same that is in front of you. Is this experience, it's been enriched to me because I have learned to reflect about me and my mistakes. And if you give me the opportunity, I would like to go out and to put in practice and to help who needs it and to live the life that in my past I haven't permitted to live. Thank you very much.
Hey, this lady, she needs to get
Thank you for
another
that
type of job.
statement. I will note that,
Line of
and
work.
the board will be aware of those thoughts.
So, gracias
Screw
por
your
eso.
thoughts,
Voy
Isidro.
a ponerlo como nota y ellos van a saber que usted lo ha dicho.
Muchas gracias.
Okay,
And
thank you very much.
I'm going to continue
Ay, ay,
reviewing
ay.
the
Just-
sex offense treatment
Next.
report at this time.
So, voy a continuar revisando el tratamiento de ofensa sexual en este momento. Okay.
So it reviews your criminal history, noting the only history or the commitment offenses that you've never been supervised in the community.
So, revisa que las ofensas sexuales nunca habían sido revisadas en la comunidad.
It notes that you reported, quote, being given multiple voluntary deportation orders to leave the United States, but you
Fuera.
reported that you chose to remain in the country. It said that you told the therapist you skipped your immigration appointments and would go to different states.
So, y reporta que tuviste varios avisos de deportación de los Estados Unidos, pero decidiste quedarte y le dijiste a tu terapeuta que tú te saltaste las citas con el Departamento de Seguridad y no asististe y te moviste a diferentes estados. Yes.
In contrast to that, the pre-sentence report says you were deported twice in the past.
So, en contrario a eso, también reporta que fuiste deportado 2 veces en el pasado.
Sí.
Yes.
And at your last hearing, so in October, in the hearing in October 2022, you were asked, quote, why did you choose to come back to the United States after past deportations? And you said you would do that to provide for your family.
Y en tu testimonio de octubre del 22 te preguntaron por qué habías pasado después de haber sido deportado y dijiste que era para proveer para tu familia.
Fue por necesidad quedarme a trabajar.
Yes, it was by necessity to stay here to work.
So how many times in the past were you deported?
So, ¿cuántas veces en el pasado fuiste deportado?
2.
2.
Okay, and did the sex offense treatment evaluator misunderstand your report? Because it seems like the report says you told them you had never been deported, but you chose to not go to voluntary proceedings. Am I understanding that incorrectly?
So, las personas que te hicieron los del tratamiento entendieron incorrectamente porque ellos tienen entendido que tú les dijiste que no fuiste deportado, pero que tuviste 2 llamados a una entrevista.
No me presenté a las entrevistas. Y la primera fue en Montana. Me tuve que venir porque perdí el trabajo y nos tuvimos que mover para el estado de Utah. Y el segundo, me dio la oportunidad de haberme salido y la verdad no me salí por necesidad, por seguir proveyendo a mi familia.
So the first time was in Montana. They called me for deportation, but I didn't present. I just lost my job, so I moved to Utah. And then the second time, I didn't present to the deportation office because I had to provide for my family. I had to work and provide for my family.
This is Utah.
And was that on top of the 2 times you were deported? So those 2 that you did not comply with for voluntary deportations, is that in addition to those 2 times you were deported? Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct?
Did he say 2?
So, ¿eso es en adición a 2 veces que fuiste deportado o son las veces que o son las mismas veces de lo que estás reportando?
Sí, fue las mismas veces. La primera fue el 2000, en el 2000 y la segunda fue en el 2009.
So they are the same. The first one was in 2000 and then the second one was in 2009.
Okay, so you were never actually deported. You just did not comply with voluntary deportation orders, correct?
So nunca te deportaron, solamente no, no asumiste no acudiste a lo de la deportación. Yes, I didn't went to the deportation office.
Of course, he shook. He was gone.
Thank you for being patient with the translation. I think the details matter in cases like this. So thank you for communicating these things with me.
TikTok and YouTube
So,
don't
gracias
care.
por la paciencia con la traducción. Estos detalles son importantes.
Bueno, muchas gracias,
Okay.
secretaria.
Thank you very much,
The
sir.
report notes that you have not completed the sex offender treatment program due to a language barrier.
So, el reporte dice que no has completado tu tratamiento de abuso sexual porque debido a que no hablas el inglés.
No hablas Englishization.
It does note that you successfully completed the anger management portion of that program.
Sí, nota que has hecho la porción de ese tratamiento con respecto a tu ira.
Sí, ya lo hice.
Yes, that one I made.
And you also have successfully completed impact of crime and many education classes. Were those in English, or how did you successfully complete those other classes? Were they in Spanish, or how did that work?
He's a SO.
So, también hiciste otras clases con respecto al impacto del crimen.
Sí.
¿Y cómo hiciste esas clases? ¿Fueron en inglés?
Fue en español. Bueno, el muchacho que estaba a mi lado me ayudaba a traducirlo en español y él estaba en inglés, pero él me lo traducía en español y yo lo escribía.
So the person that was next to me will do it in Spanish, and he translated for me, and then I would write it down.
Okay.
Welcome, Tammy.
And my understanding is that the Spanish treatment program is available. Have you attempted to start that program?
So, es mi entendimiento que el tratamiento está disponible en español ahora. ¿Has tratado de hacer el tratamiento?
Sí, he tratado de hacerlo. Lo pedí en cuanto yo me entré al edificio, el Clayton Green, yo lo exigí, pero no, hasta ahorita no sé si bueno, según mi terapista dijo que creo que no tenía una evaluación muy baja, pues que no sé si, bueno, según lo que ellos recomienden, la verdad no sé qué recomienden aquí, señoría.
So I asked for it once I entered the building that they called Green Building. And then, but my therapist says that I don't need it because of the low level that I am.
The program, the Department of Corrections recommends that you not be required to complete treatment due to your risk assessments.
So el Departamento de Seguridad no recomienda que no lo hagas el tratamiento debido a tu nivel de seguridad.
Okay.
But really, the Board of Pardons makes that decision, so they will consider the recommendation of the Department of Corrections, and then after today's hearing, they will decide that as appropriate.
Pero el grupo de perdón, ellos son los que van a decidir si tú, como van a consultar con el departamento aquí, y ellos al final van a decidir si tú necesitas hacer el tratamiento.
Okay, muy bien.
But it sounds to me like you're willing to do treatment if you are allowed to do the treatment by the program providers. Is that accurate?
Pero suena para mí de que quieres hacer el tratamiento si es posible que te lo provean.
Okay.
¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, es correcto.
No.
Yes, it's correct.
The document says, quote, based on they identify quote, very low risk using the standard assessment tools.
So, al hacer con las herramientas de interpretación, ellos tienen que tú eres de bajo riesgo.
Okay.
It says that, quote, your needs can better be addressed in the community through community-based treatment.
So que, sorry.
Yeah.
Dice, entre comillas, que tu tratamiento puede ser mejorado en la comunidad, en un sistema de comunidad de tratamiento en la comunidad.
And do you have any thoughts, or have you talked with them about how you would do treatment in the community? I know, is that something you've had thoughts on? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So, ¿tienes algún pensamiento con respecto a cómo harías tu tratamiento en la comunidad? ¿Has pensado en cómo podrías hacer este tratamiento en la comunidad?
Bueno, yo creo que sería hacerlo mejor, tener mejor comunicación, relacionarnos bien con mi familia primeramente y con la comunidad en general.
So outside, I think it's to have better communication with my family, better communication with the community.
Okay. But I think if I understand from your previous hearings, you plan to live in Puebla, Mexico with your family. Is that correct?
Sí, entiendo desde tus testimonios anteriores, ¿piensas vivir en Puebla con tu familia?
Sí.
Yes.
And you've said that you don't know of any treatment providers there. Are you aware of that? Would you plan to do treatment and address your needs through treatment, or do you have any thoughts about that? If you were allowed to be released without doing treatment, do you have thoughts or plans about where you would do that in the community?
So, ¿tienes conocimiento de algún tratamiento en Puebla? ¿Cómo tienes conocimiento de tratamientos en la comunidad? Si te permitieran salir, ¿podrías encontrar algún lugar donde poder hacer un tratamiento con la comunidad?
Sí, claro que sí.
Yes, of course.
So you have looked into that in Mexico?
So, ¿has mirado en eso? ¿Has
Sí.
mirado en México?
Sí, sí, lo he estado mirando de cómo hacer todo eso para que me vaya bien.
So I've been looking at that, so I can do well.
Okay. If you are granted parole, it will include immigration conditions.
So, si se te permite salir, va a
Yes,
ser con
yes, I was.
Privilegio de inmigración.
Those
Con-
include one.
Sorry.
Sorry, did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No. It's, can you repeat it? I think I said the wrong word.
You think
If you are
so?
granted parole, it will include immigration conditions.
So, si se te permite salir, va a ser con condiciones de inmigración. Thank you.
That includes number one,
Que incluye número 1,
submit to federal authorities for deportation proceedings.
que te sometas a las autoridades para deportación, para los procedimientos de deportación.
If you are deported, do not return to Utah or the United States without lawful permission.
Si eres deportado, no regreses a Utah ni a los Estados Unidos sin documentos legales.
Okay.
If you are not deported, report to adult probation and parole within 48 hours to receive additional parole conditions.
Si no eres deportado, que te presentes a la oficina de parole para que puedas, dentro de las 48 horas, para que te digan lo que tienes que hacer.
Okay, muy bien.
Okay.
Entendí.
Very well, I understood.
Sounds like you're willing to comply with those conditions. Is that correct?
¿Estás dispuesto a cumplir con estas disposiciones?
Sí.
Yes, of course.
I note in your case, the court ordered $720 in restitution. This was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection.
So, sé que te pidieron $720 en restitución.
Sí.
Yes.
Have you paid any of that restitution?
¿Has pagado algo de esa restitución?
No, por el momento no me han dicho nada cómo hacerlo, pero sí. Si es necesario hacerlo.
So no, at this moment, no, they haven't told me how to do it. So, but if it's necessary to do it, I will do it.
So you've been ordered to pay that. I would recommend reaching out to your case manager to talk about how you'd go about paying that restitution. Also, family or anyone can call us at the board to explain that process, but certainly that is something you owe. It has been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection.
So, esto ha sido algo que ha sido mandado a la oficina de colecciones de deuda
Ajá.
y tienes que hacerlo, tienes que hablar con tu oficial del caso
Ajá.
para que puedan empezar el proceso. También puedes hablar con tu familia para que ellos se comuniquen con ellos y empezar para que puedas restituir, pagar los $720.
Okay.
Okay.
I note as well, I've reviewed your past hearings, and I think from those hearings, I have all the information that I need in order to give this information to the Board of Pardons for a decision.
So, con respecto a, o sea, en respecto a las otras veces que has dado tu testimonio, tengo toda la información necesaria para poder mandar a la oficina de perdón. Entonces, eso. Sorry.
But at this point, I'd like to give you an opportunity to state anything further that you'd like the board to know as they decide about a potential release, any required treatment that you'll be required to do prior to release, or anything else you'd like the board to know.
So, en estos momentos quiero darte la oportunidad para que digas tus palabras para que la oficina de perdón pueda escuchar y también que ellos puedan saber si tienes algún tratamiento, algo que quieras hacer.
Bueno, yo no, o sea, bueno, por lo menos no tengo ningún tratamiento, pero sí me gustaría si ellos tienen que hacer algún tratamiento, estoy dispuesto a hacerlo.
So for now I don't have any treatment, but if they want me to do a treatment, I will do it.
It's about time, man.
That's
Like, I was losing my
What I'll do
patience
from here
here.
is take your case under advisement.
So lo que haré ahora es tomar tu caso para consejo.
He's killing the stream
I'll put
single-handedly.
together a report and then submit that to the members of the board by tomorrow.
So voy a poner un reporte y lo voy a someter mañana.
Just hang
para
in there.
que
It's
lo
almost over. It's
revisen.
almost over.
At that point, the board will then vote and make a decision. It takes 3 out of 5 board members to decide to make their decision.
So en ese momento van a decidir y necesitan 3 votos de ellos para que puedan decidir tu caso.
Okay, gracias.
Usually, it takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made, and we'll send the decision to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the board's website for those in the community.
So va a demorar de 2 a 4 semanas y una vez que ellos tengan el resultado, te lo van a enviar a ti y lo van a poner en la página web
Okay, gracias.
para la comunidad.
Okay, gracias.
With that, Mr. Zarate-HUERTA, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me, answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
I don't.
And we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
I hope he trips
So,
over.
quiero agradecerte por estar aquí, por responder mis preguntas y te deseo suerte de aquí en adelante. Y aquí concluimos la sesión de hoy.
Muchas gracias, su señoría.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Bendiga.
God bless you.
I hope he
Ms.
trips.
Alvarez, thank you for being here and translating.
I hope he trips
Thank
over
you.
a bag of dicks with
Supuesto.
knives.
Buen día.
All right, let me look up the next person. Hey, thank you guys for being so patient. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over this, and they run it the way they see fit. But this guy is out, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up, hit the thumbs down, do something, please, and por favor. It'll really help us out here. Also, if you guys could share it with your family members, your loved ones, people you don't like, people you hate, whatever, just shoot it, send it to them. We need to get our numbers up. We're trying to get to that 20,000 mark. I see we got 99 on TikTok. We got about 34 on YouTube. Hey, and if you're on TikTok, check out my profile. I'm also running this on YouTube, so if you want to click over there, I would highly appreciate it. It'll help get us into the algorithm, if you will. Let me see here. Juliet. Hey, what's up, Juliet? How's it going? Let me see. The next person that's coming up, let me look them up. Check who his last name is. FOTU, Dominic. Let's see. Dominic. Who is Dominic and why is he in Utah State Prison? Let me put that information over here on
Afternoon, is it Mr. FOTU?
FOTU.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
FOTU.
We'll get on the record there with the sergeant, and then we'll get started.
All right.
Let's see.
This is a rescission hearing for Dominique FOTU number 247-919. Is that you, sir?
What do you guys think he's in prison for?
Sir, correct.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand the best you can, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days, excuse me, 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
So that blue packet contains the information that's new since your last hearing that the board will be considering after today's hearing. I'm just going to review what's in there. I'll talk about the purpose of today's hearing. From there, I have some questions for you about a couple new things. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns about that disclosure packet, we can also talk about that, okay? But is there anything you'd like to talk about now in the disclosure before we move forward?
Not at this point.
Okay. Well, so it looks like you had an original hearing in July 24. The board granted parole of January 7th, 2025. It was contingent on you completing CBT or MRT at a minimum and having no disciplinary violations. Looks like November 2024, the Department of Corrections submitted a special attention report. It was labeled pending charges. It said you had 3 pending disciplinary violations at that time. And then about a week later, they submitted a separate report discussing one of those incidents. It says, quote, you had received a pending weapon charge. It said on November 10th, 2024, a cell search was conducted in your cell and 3 pieces of metal were discovered. It said, quote,
he's with the
FOTU claimed
business.
the weapons were his. That's the report that was submitted to us. Those reports that we received, they made no mention of criminal charges that were pending or an investigation that was being made. It certainly seemed like the behavior that was being reported had the potential for that, but nothing was mentioned. On November 18th of 2024, the Board of Pardons rescinded your parole date due to a disciplinary violation and possible new charges reported by the Department of Corrections. And that was why today's hearing was scheduled based on those issues. I note that as of yesterday, no new criminal charges have been filed, and the board still, we've not received any information from the Department of Corrections or the Law Enforcement Bureau about whether criminal charges will be reviewed or not. We haven't received any information as of now. So my first question, it looks like you had a contingency of no disciplinaries. Since then, you've had 3 disciplinary incidents. I think they've all resulted now in disciplinary convictions. The first one, August 29th of 2024, is a BO5. Looks like it said, quote, an inmate approached an officer, said that commissary was handed out, and, quote, some other inmates had stolen his commissary he just received, and this was viewed on camera. What happened with this incident?
So, as you can understand, sir, the nature of in here, right? Sometimes, like, people will come up to you and ask you for something, and then in return, they will give it back, right? So I didn't do it on the fact that I was acting upon my feelings or anything. It was just the principles that I have one of my friends go and collect the store debt for me. So, and I didn't know that he did when and the individual went and tell the officer that I did went and stole his stuff, which is on my end. Like, I don't know, but it just happened, you know.
So what was that? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding all the way. There was someone asked for their property, or what happened?
Wait, what?
Sorry, and I think I maybe just didn't understand you, but if you could clarify with that.
Come again.
So were you asking the situation was, or?
Yeah. What led to that happening? It says you stole, you and other inmates took someone's
I was hungry.
commissary. Is that what happened, or what happened?
No, it wasn't. So the inmate owes me stuff for my store. So I had a little store. So in that case, I don't have to go hungry or anything, like reaching out to my family on the out. So in that way I could get a little bit of income from them, because the thing is I don't have no income in here. So I was having the store, and the inmate that went and testified saying that I stole something from him, which is all the thing that he did. He did hand it to us. He did hand it to me.
Sorry to cut you off. Your statement, and I think I should have understood this before, but I just didn't. Your statement is that this other inmate owed you something, and that you were taking what he owed you. Is that correct?
I did not take it by force.
Someone else took it?
I did not take it by force. Yeah, my brother went up there and asked him for the thing, and he handed it to him. So my brother came and put it in my cell. So, and I came in and take everything and put it in my commissary box, which is so I had something for the store. So if that case, anybody needs something, they would just come up to me, and that will consider a store debt.
Well, thank you for talking about the incident with me. I think the board, certainly that's why we're having today's hearing, is so that I can report to the board what your statements are about these things. The next incident, October 26, 2024, B11, B16, B13. I think it says an officer or staff viewed
talking about this food is making me hungry.
Inmates tattooing.
Hungry.
Looks like in the cell, the cell was searched. They found homemade alcohol, tattoo ink, and tattoo paraphernalia. Was this you? Were you involved in the tattooing here?
I did involve in the thing. I did.
Okay. And were you using homemade alcohol? Was that your homemade alcohol?
Not at all. It wasn't even fermenting. It was just whole fruit was in there.
Yeah.
It was just fruits. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was fruit. I guess the staff would say more than what should have been there, and they assumed that was items that were to be used to make homemade alcohol. Is that what your statement is?
I need 2 honey buns.
Was 2, yeah.
And a cinnamon roll.
Then the final, so the third, November 10th, 2024, this is an AO5 weapon possession. I note that this incident to me seems to involve alleged criminal behavior. I think we received an administrative override that occurred due to this. The memo is, I think, the reason why now your housing situation. To me, it's unclear if criminal charges are being screened or pursued for these incidents. So, I'm hesitant to ask you specifically about that or ask you any specific questions about the incident, but this is the reason why we're having today's hearing. So would you care to provide a statement for the board about that incident?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Of course. So the medals that was conducted and found in my cell at the time. So I was not intentionally like having those in my possession just to protect myself. I have ways of, trying to survive in this. So those are like homemade tools that I did. So in that way I could like fix TVs for inmates and make them homemade remote controller on their TV.
I see.
That's my only reason why I had those in my possession. It wasn't even for me to like harm somebody in here, which is the whole time I was in here, I didn't make no enemies, no nothing.
No.
But if it snowballing down to the situation, I will, God give me my fist to protect myself.
Dude.
I wouldn't use no weapon on anybody.
Come on, my boy. They should have schooled them. They should, his homies messed up because they should have let them know, like, hey, this is the rundown. This is what you do in front of the parole board. Don't admit anything. I mean, we are getting
Also, I think so. You had a contingency to complete MRT. You were in MRT for a couple of weeks, and then I think it looks like Are you back in MRT now? You started about a week ago. Is that right?
I don't know that for sure, but I've been trying to push it in there with the facilitators and see if they're gonna throw me back on there, and that way I could finish up my MRT stuff. But they haven't sent me notification that when or what day that I'm supposed to be on there. But I've been trying to get back on there the last 2 months, and they whoever that facilitate the program, the MRT program, didn't get back to me yet. Still haven't get back to me, so I'm still trying to push that with them and see if there's any way that they could throw me in one of their classes and just finish it up with them.
He's definitely misguided.
Okay. Yeah, my end, it shows that there's an entry of you enrolling or starting MRT on January 3rd. So that would have been about 2 weeks ago. I guess maybe they did that and they haven't communicated with you yet. But it sounds like you're willing and trying to do MRT. And am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. I've already started when I was still in the bear housing. So I just when I had these, and then they override me back there. So I left it at step 8, which is there's 12 steps in there. So I obviously, like, my facilitator back then told me that, yeah, just keep in touch with him when I get back to Antelope, and that way I could pick up where I left it at.
They're gonna use his words against him in court if they pick up the case right there with those homemade weapons.
Yeah, you were in MRT for about three months, and then I guess when the most recent incident happened, the override. Now you're okay.
What's
Well,
MRT,
those
Melissa?
comments for the board, so they're aware of them. Those are the questions I have for you, Mr. Fotu. Is there what else would you like the board to know?
It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
Okay. What will happen from here? I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing. I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They will vote, and it takes 3 out of 5 to decide and make a decision. Once the decision's made, it will be sent to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if anyone in the community would like to access it there. So they'll consider all information that we have available to us to make a decision. They could also potentially request information regarding potential criminal charges. If they deem that to be appropriate, the board will review the case as it is and take appropriate action from there. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you, and it will also be posted on the board's website. Any other questions or concerns before we conclude?
Not at all, sir.
Okay, with that, thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Man, this was a breath of fresh air right here. Hey, I mean, it sucks he's probably going to pick up some new charges, Dominic, but man, hey, I like the pace of this. I like this normal flow, on to the next. And what do you guys think? Do you guys think they're going to let him go home or deny him? What's your thought on it? Personally, me, I think he needs a lot of work. But I want to hear what you guys think. Drop it in the chat. Also, remember, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't done so, it's free 99, my favorite price. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys could go ahead and share this with a loved one, somebody you hate, somebody you don't love, an ex, Sancho, whoever. Hey, shoot it. And also, I do have two platforms. We got TikTok and TikTok and YouTube. They're both at Collect Call From, and also check out my other videos under my profile. All my information to get a hold of me is on there if you wish to do so. And on to the next. Vámonos. What is this guy here for? I gotta look him up real quick. He looks suspect. Super suspect.
This is an original hearing for David Ellis, number 258326. Is that you, sir?
David Ellis.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting.
What do you guys think this guy's here for?
I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet contains the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to discuss some of the information in that disclosure packet with you. I have some questions about them, but part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information. At this point in time, are there errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to discuss with me?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by giving an overview of your case, conviction, sentence, your guideline date, how the hearing works. From there, there's 3 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. From there, I have some questions for you about what's brought us here, what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward. We'll talk about, I believe, the federal sentence that you have there to serve. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, and you can state on the record anything else you'd like to.
Silent Storm put, giving off Jeffrey Dahmer
Like your
vibes.
commitment offenses are aggravated assault, felony 3, 2 counts of identity fraud, felony 3, and 1 count of identity fraud, misdemeanor A, producing or transferring any false identification document, felony 3, and forgery, felony 3. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. As of now, that sentence will expire on May 11th of 2028. So that's the maximum amount of time the board will have jurisdiction. Your guideline calls for 26 months, which would lead to you being released on July 11th, 2025. The board is not bound by the guideline, as you know. After today's hearing, they will consider all relevant factors in your case to determine the appropriateness of a release,
the
type of release that would be, and any conditions or contingencies with that release. I do note that in November 2023, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted that they expected you to complete or participate in available domestic violence programming, substance use treatment programming, and also comply with your case action plan. As to the federal detainer, we have a federal detainer. It's based on a federal judgment and commitment in case 1, 2022-CR-00118-DBB. It says that case ordered a 114-month sentence of incarceration. I believe that's about 9.5 years.
He's going to
So
federal
any
prison.
release from the state prison will be to federal authorities for you to serve that federal sentence. I believe from your written submissions you're familiar with that, but wanted to state that on the record.
Okay.
The first 2 cases we need to talk about are case 2219-10194 and 229-02666. These cases are related. Looks like in March of 2022, you used the victim's name and personal information to purchase a vehicle in Salt Lake City. This victim lived in another state. Looks like you presented a fraudulent driver license of that state with the victim's information and your photo. You also opened a bank account in the victim's name and cashed about $27,000 worth of checks from that account. I believe the checks were drawn from a business account, and that business reported losses of $2,700 from these checks.
You know what I
Is
could
that
do with
accurate as to what happened in those cases?
Yes.
And what led to you targeting these victims, these out-of-state victims?
Easy pickings.
Nothing specifically. I just ended up with the information, and that's what led to it.
How did you acquire that information?
I honestly don't even remember at this point.
Good answer.
From my federal sentence, I was selling a lot of drugs at the time, and I just happened about it through the course of what I was doing.
Okay. I know. So in one of the cases, there $27,675.77 in restitution was ordered to the business victim. That has been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Unfortunately, I believe I reviewed the court docket. No restitution was awarded to the individual victims from out of state. I think the court documentation says that no evidence of loss was able to be provided in that. But have you paid any restitution from that restitution order?
No, I didn't even know about the restitution order until I saw my blue packet.
Okay. And are you willing to pay restitution moving forward?
Yeah.
Okay. That because it has been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection, I think that your resource would be your case manager, any supervisors there. You could also have contacts or yourself write a kite or call the Board of Pardons. We have a representative who could walk you through the process of arranging payment plans or however you'd like to do that at any point in time, really currently in the future. That's how you would go about doing that.
Okay.
The second case 2219-02671, September 2022. Officers responded to a motel. I think the victim, it was your wife, reported that you had assaulted her. The report says you had an argument, pushed the victim to the ground, kicked her backside, and says stomped on her face several times.
Oh, snap.
It says that you at that point choked her with both hands.
Some of you guys were right.
She could not breathe. It felt like she was going to pass out.
Some of you guys were right.
The victim had abrasions and injuries, marks that were consistent with the report of that behavior.
Who said
says
DV?
you were not contacted at the time. I think the report said you and the victim were living in Arizona at the time. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Not exactly. I mean, it was more of just a loud argument, but when I was arrested for my federal charges, they told me they wouldn't move forward with my federal charges till I pled guilty or resolved my state charges. So I just pled guilty to that one, but I mean, I guess there was an argument.
What about the other?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you deny you say there was a verbal argument. You deny that the physical assaults occurred?
Yes.
And because she had the marks and the abrasions on her face and neck. Do you know how those happened, or do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't. When I left the hotel, she was fine. I didn't even know that the police were called until I landed at the Salt Lake City airport and was arrested for a domestic violence warrant.
He kind of looked like he wanted to smile.
What led to this? I guess, the behavior that happened here, the domestic violence type behavior. Do you have any insight into what led to that occurring?
We were just arguing. Honestly, I believe they issued the domestic violence warrant so they had an excuse to stop me at the airport and catch me with all the drugs for my Fed case. I've been married for 18 years. You can look at my record. I've never had a domestic violence before.
It's never too early or too late to start. What do you guys think? Should they let him go to federal prison? Should they keep him a little bit longer?
As I'm showing your criminal history, that is the first conviction. So,
do you guys believe him?
Board your comment on that. Looks like, so I think you were placed on a federal supervision in November of 2018. I think this was after serving a federal sentence for distribution of methamphetamine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had it looks like a couple of violations, ended up serving 14 months to terminate that federal supervision. And these two cases occurred in March and September 2022. Obviously the federal conviction that you've discussed as well. Looking back on that history with the supervisions you had, I note I believe there was a period of time.
What's up, Doc?
There's been periods of years without convictions in your history, but certainly fell back into same patterns of behavior multiple times here. What insight have you gained about what prevented you from changing your behavior at that time?
I mean, I guess I've come to the conclusion that selling drugs is a bad idea.
I second that.
I don't know.
Crime does not pay.
It's easy money, but the consequences are pretty steep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't do
Looks
it,
like you
guys.
successfully completed MRT in June of 2024. That's the programming that you've done. I think you were in the pre-substance use treatment program. You weren't able to complete it, but it says it wasn't your fault. It was due to other circumstances. Any other programming or classes that you've done? What have you been up to day to day there at the facility?
I was in the program, well, I did MRT and then I finally got into the program at Beaver County, but yeah, I got sick and my medical score got raised when I went to the hospital, so I can't go back to the program in Beaver County. I mean, I guess that's all they offered in Beaver County was MRT and the BRT program.
What'd you learn in MRT? Obviously, you know, the purpose of those classes is to gain insight, hopefully develop tools or motivations, plans to change behavior moving forward. Your situation with the federal sentence there, obviously it's different than some, but have you gained any insight on plans or tools or things that you plan to change moving forward?
Yeah, just start over fresh, cut all my old ties, and I guess that's the main part, cut all your old ties.
Okay.
Problem solved.
It sounds like you are, or what's that? Sorry.
Oh, I do have to do the program when I get to the feds, the 9-month RDAP program. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do the program when I get over there also.
Okay. And that was my understanding. You said you think you're going to be required to do that as part of your federal sentence. And it sounds like you're willing to do treatment as the board orders it. You like them. It sounds like your preference would be to get going on your federal sentence, do the programming there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm getting credit for both right now, but yes, I would like to just get over there to where I'm going to be housed at for the next several years and just get started on my case plan for what I have to do over there.
Okay.
I'm also not from this state, so all my family is in Arizona. I'm supposed to be housed in Arizona, so I'll actually be close to my family again.
Okay. Well, I'll note your comments on that. I've reviewed the federal sentence, that case, as well as your situation. I'll present that to the board, as well as your input, your written submissions that you gave us prior to the hearing, what you say today. And then from there, the board will just make a decision on what they deem is appropriate. But I'll make sure they're up to date on your preference, your input, and your situation. I do note you had a disciplinary September 3rd, 2023 as a BO4 unauthorized property. The report I have doesn't give any specifics. It just says you were in possession of unauthorized property and, quote, nuisance contraband. What happened with this incident? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was in R&O and somebody came in from a county jail and had their clothes. I bought a tank top from him that I guess I wasn't supposed to have, so they wrote me up when they took it from me.
That's dumb. Okay. But they got some dumb rules in prison. They don't have to make sense. You just got to follow them.
Yeah, disciplinary November 16th, 2023. This was an A14 introduction of illicit contraband to the facility. I know this incident resulted in a criminal conviction in case 241908087 for possession, misdemeanor A, possession or use of controlled substance. That case was closed with credit for time served, so it didn't result in board jurisdiction, but nonetheless did result in an administrative and criminal conviction. I think the report that the prison gave to us says that you had what appeared to be Suboxone in your property. What happened with this incident?
I had Suboxone and they found it when they searched my room.
Were you using Suboxone or distributing? What led to you having that? What kind of led to that behavior? I was using it. Okay. What led to falling back on using that at the time?
I don't know. It was there and I just used it.
Saca la bolsita.
Good antidepressant. That's why a lot of people get prescribed it in here.
Did you reach out to, I'm kind of with insight into that. Thinking back on it, are there any ways that you could have gone about addressing those symptoms in a healthy way? Do you have any insight on that? What you've learned maybe in MRT?
Yeah, I probably could have gone through the proper channels and talked to psych and either got on it or got on something else.
Okay. It looks like, so your plan, you're hoping to serve or thinking you'll serve your sentence in Arizona, doing treatment in the federal facility. It sounds like from your written submissions, haven't really put a lot of detailed thought into work or living plans for after that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I still have at least 5 more years of incarceration. That's best case scenario. So no, I really haven't got that far. I know I'm going to parole to Las Vegas and start over. That's about it.
To Las Vegas.
Where's
I think
there?
with your case, the board has different options. They could grant a termination, which would end the jurisdiction of the state of Utah. You'd finish your federal sentence and then have any supervision with the federal authorities and not have a dual supervision. Is it your understanding you will have a period of supervision with the federal authorities?
Yeah, I was sentenced to 5 years of federal probation after my 10-year or 9.5-year sentence.
Damn. Woo.
With 5 years after, you said?
Yeah.
Damn, they
Okay.
got him.
It obviously is possible too. The board could grant a parole. If when you were released from federal supervision, you'd be on dual supervision. That's a possibility as well. If that were to happen, certainly communication would be important just to get the arrangements made and make sure everyone's aware of that. I'll present the information to the board and then ultimately they will make that decision.
So even after, so I have enough federal time. I was under the impression that my state sentence would expire no matter what.
Yeah, it would be, so that would be up to the toll time calculations. Those rules are actually kind of complicated. I apologize. I maybe should have read that rule more specific, but generally when someone serves time with a federal sentence, the time will toll, so it will pause, but it depends on certain factors. So honestly, I, at this point, don't feel comfortable giving you a direct answer on how that would happen. So I just recommend that if that were to happen, if you have questions moving forward, either send a letter or kite to us at the board. Kind of, I would say, attention to our case analysts that do the time accounting work, and we can have someone look into it and advise you. Also, just if you have a case manager or a supervisor, have them reach out as well to kind of get that. I apologize, I don't have a more clear answer on that, so I guess it would just be moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. I guess, how's your mental health right now? I think you haven't reported any recent diagnoses. Are you taking any medications or accessing mental health treatment?
No, I'm all right now.
All right.
Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
I think we covered pretty much everything.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've got a report here of what I looked at and reviewed before the hearing. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that hopefully by tomorrow to the Board of Pardons. There's 5 members. They make decisions by a majority vote. That usually takes a couple weeks. I mean, sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it takes a bit longer. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website. If you do have questions about that order regarding some of the things we've talked about today, please send us a note, send us a kite, have your case manager call for clarification, and we can provide that information as well, okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, thanks for being here. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Next. Hey, man, I love it when they keep up the pace like this. Next person up is going to be Russell Sweat. The Russell Robert Sweat, number 123078. Hey, do you guys think they should have let him out? They should parole him out to the feds. What do you guys think? Does he look like he's been rehabilitated? And also, hey, where are you guys tuning in from? I'm just curious if you guys wouldn't mind dropping where you guys are tuning in from. City, state, country, whatever. Nope. State, Texas. We got Texas. We got Indiana. We got Louisiana. He's good to go. Michigan, Utah, Chicago, Utah, VA, Oregon, Florida, Dallas, Fed time, Lafayette, Louisiana, Salt Lake City, Utah, Delaware, Indiana, West Virginia, San Diego, Vancouver, Canada. That's right. Connecticut, the 602. The 602, that's Arizona, right? Cali Love, West Covina, that's right, hell yeah. So I'm talking about LA County. Send them on to the feds, North Carolina, California, Rhode Island, Washington, Oregon. I'm from Bakersfield, California, Ohio, the 905, Nashville, Tennessee, or Tennessee, Kentucky. We were in Kentucky the other day. We did some board hearings. You might want to check those out. We got them on YouTube at Collect Call From. Man, there's a lot of weirdos there in prison in Kentucky. Denver. Let me see. Let him begin his Fed sentence. All right. Let's see what we got on YouTube. We got Let me see. We got Pretty Eyes coming out of Utah. We got Haley coming in from Iowa. Iowa got some board hearings too. Send them to the feds. We got Silent Storm coming in from Alabama. We got Juliet coming in from Iowa. Keep him Tennessee. We got You Feel coming in from Tokyo. We got Aaron coming in from Utah. Let me see. Cell Talks Podcast coming in from the UK, but in Washington. What the what? Hey, cool, build cool things. Thank you for sharing. Highly appreciate it. And always, right now, since we got that break right now, I'll go ahead and promote myself or promote the YouTube channel at Collect Call From. If you guys could go ahead and hit that subscribe button just in case they cut the stream, it'll help me out. Bring up the numbers. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys could go ahead and share it with a loved one. Also, if you don't love somebody, send it to them anyways. Send it to somebody. Let me see. We got Luis Munoz coming in from San Pedro, the harbor area, the big HA. That's right. We got JP coming in from Michigan. Let me see here. What else do we got? Hey, waiting on extradition 420. Share the live. Gracias. Highly appreciate it. Hey, Hot Mess Express, man. I love that name. Share the live. Let me see. We also got Chris No Fear Cruz. Share the live. Gracias. Highly appreciate it. And thanks for the follow. And no problem. Love the content. That's right. Hell yeah. You know what? I haven't seen too many people do this. I don't think I've seen anybody do streams like this, as far as doing them live and, being like the way I am. I haven't seen it. So, hopefully you guys, find it interesting. I know a lot of the time, we got people that are incarcerated or wonder what happens, at these border parole hearings. So hopefully it gives some insight as far as what's transpiring right here. Oh man, looks like they got the screen a little bit messed up. I'm gonna have to readjust it. Oh man, we can't even see him. Let me fix it up really quick. And let me see here. Fix it up real quick. All right, so you guys can see the individual. Bam, there we go. Let me fix it up, and I'll put this. Let me put my
Relation and original hearing for Russell Sweat, number 123078. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Obviously, I think as you know, that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. I do note yesterday we sent to you a new guideline calculation. Did you receive that?
No, because
Okay.
yeah, because my blue packet was wrong. Like I
Yeah.
didn't have any bargain for my courts in it. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
so-
never received anything yesterday.
All right, so we sent you a guideline calculation. The change was you were placed in the wrong column on the guideline matrix. You were before in column E, now you're in column F. The difference is your guideline was previously listed as 26 months, but now it is 16 months. So the guideline went down 10 months. It is currently at September 30th of 2025. So that the documents we sent to you explain that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
We can, if you'd like to, postpone the hearing so you can review that. You want to waive disclosure? Okay.
Yeah.
And then obviously part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to speak about any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that with you today, but do you have any questions? Or do you have any errors or inaccuracies you'd like to discuss with me right now?
No, that was the only thing was just, and I think the Duchesne County courts and my mom and everybody, I think we've got all that emailed to you as far as I know. Aaron Ollins is my lawyer, or was my lawyer, I should say. And I think between my mom and the clerk and stuff like that, I think that you guys have, I think it's straightened out.
Okay.
It should be. Just obviously the matrix going down proves that it's you guys got the right stuff.
Like that may have been what triggered it. I just know that the correction was made and then here we are. So if there's anything else that comes up, please let us know. Have them reach out to us. You can send us a letter after the hearing, etc. So we'll move forward with that.
Perfect.
All right, so what we need to first take care of the parole violation allegations. I'll review kind of what's happened with those. I need you to enter pleas to the allegations. From there, you have the new case, the two possession use of controlled substance case. We'll talk about what happened in that case. We'll go over this most recent parole. We'll talk about what you've been doing recently, what your plans are moving forward, and then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word. All right, so it looks like there's 14 violation allegations. Looks like in September of 2024, you were convicted in case 241800126 of 2 counts of possession use of a controlled substance, second-degree felony. Those correspond with allegations 1 and 2. So I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of those new convictions, which in and of itself is sufficient to revoke your parole. I do note the charges related to parole violation allegations 3 through 6, those were dismissed in court. But nonetheless, APMP is still alleging them as allegations of violation. So I need you to enter pleas to each of the 14 allegations today. You do have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove these allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing. You'd have an attorney at that hearing. The state would have to present their case and their evidence. You'd be able to rebut that evidence, present a defense of your own. If you admit or plead no contest to any allegation, you'll be waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing. If you deny an allegation, the board could dismiss the allegation, or they could seek an evidentiary hearing to discuss what happened and try to prove that, okay? Does that all make sense to you?
Yeah, except for, okay, so I'm just getting clarifications for we're all on the same
Okay.
page. So my 2 new charges are the 2 1-15s,
Yeah.
right? And then there are 14 allegations?
Yeah. So the first, what I'll do is I'll go over each one with you. We'll talk about what it is and kind of how it is, and then I'll have you enter a plea. Okay. Is that okay? And we'll explain it as we go.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Because the criminal system where you were convicted criminally, that's separate than the parole violation system.
Yeah,
So,
I totally understand.
So number 1 is by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, possession of a controlled substance, possession use of a controlled substance, felony 2, on or about March 31st, 2024. I amended that just so it matches what you were convicted of in the case, okay?
Okay.
Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I admit it.
All right. The second is the exact same as the first. It's the second conviction. So do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Number 3 is by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession of a controlled substance, felony 3. This charge was dismissed in your criminal case in court, but nonetheless, adult probation and parole is still alleging that as a violation. So I need you to either admit, deny, or plead no contest.
Admit.
Admit? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Number 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated order, possession of a controlled substance, felony 3, on the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 5 is the drug use or possession of drug paraphernalia, misdemeanor B, with the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Okay, the number 6, by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense, operate a vehicle without license or registration, misdemeanor C. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Okay, and that's the same date as the other incidents.
Well, because I'd like them to know I did have my driver's license.
Okay.
And the truck was registered, but it was registered to my brother, and the paperwork just wasn't in the truck.
Okay.
I did have my driver's license. I got it, I think, 2 days before that or something like that. But
Okay.
the registration was in my little brother Travis Sweat's truck. It's his truck. It was his truck.
Okay. Well, I'll note those comments along with your admission to that. Okay. Number 7, by having used amphetamine on or about March 31st, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 8, by having used methamphetamine on the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 9, by having used MDMA on the same date. Admit, deny, or no
MDMA.
contest.
I heard that stuff is
Yeah,
good.
Admit.
Admit.
Yeah.
Number
Admit.
10, by having used cocaine on the same
Ooh.
date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Okay, then 11, by having had contact with children under the age of 18 without prior authorization from APMP as required by the Group Group A sex offender conditions on or about April 8th, 2024.
What the what?
Do you need me to read what this is talking about, or are you aware of that?
No, read it.
Yeah,
read it out.
Admit, deny, or no contest.
Read it out.
Admit. Number 12, by having had contact.
We got you now, Robert.
This is the same as same
We're on
one
to
as
you.
number 11. So admit, deny, or no contest.
He's flying under the radar.
This number 13 is the exact same as well. So admit as well to that one.
Admit.
Okay. Then 14, by having dated a person with children residing at home who are under the age of 18 on the same date. Admit,
That
deny,
woke
or
me
no
up.
contest.
Deny. I never dated anybody. Like, I took some people out on dates, but I wasn't dating anybody.
Okay.
I lived at my mom's house.
Ah, damn.
Yeah,
Hey,
it was
my
a
life
great
just
thing.
got restricted on TikTok.
Okay, so I'll note your denial to allegation 4. I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board accept your admissions and note your denial to allegation 14. Revoke the parole based on your new convictions and your admissions. I'm going to recommend that they dismiss allegation 14 in the interest of justice, and that will allow us to move forward with the new case. All right, so just to review. You have a maximum expiration date of October 13th, 2045. The total aggregate maximum is 25 years. There's various consecutive sentences. Based on your current new convictions, your guideline calls for 18 months incarceration. That would lead to you being released on September 30th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before or after that date, and they'll consider your case as a whole. Looks like the new case, March 31st, 2024. You were driving. Officer stopped you. It says you didn't have the registration. I'll note your previous comment that the registration wasn't in the vehicle, it was your brother's vehicle. It says a parole search was conducted. They found a syringe loaded with methamphetamine in the driver's door. It said, quote, a large amount of methamphetamine with $780 in a bag. Smaller baggies containing methamphetamine, several baggies containing fentanyl pills, and a tin cap with heroin residue in it. Looks like one of the smaller baggies, a total of 4.6 ounces of methamphetamine. There was a total of 26 grams, it says. He also had, I think, $2,200 in cash. I've read your written submissions about the case. I think you said you started to sell drugs to pay for your addiction in your drug use. But is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like this happened. So about 8 months into parole, your agent said you did well for the first few months, and then it says you let your guard down, fell in with negative associates, tested positive for methamphetamine, and then that led to this new case. So what led to the relapse and you falling back into similar patterns of behavior from what you've done in the past?
This parole, the last, I was doing good. I have a great job with my sister, my mom. I started my own handyman service, and my downfall was I ran into an old friend while I was at work, because I worked at the Best Western, and just somebody that I knew. I was out fixing one of the maid's cars. Somebody showed up, and it just all went downhill from there. And it was when I had my handyman business, he asked me for a job, and me being a convicted felon, him being a convicted felon, I knew that was wrong, period. And two, me being a nice guy, I was like, hey, maybe I can help this dude. So I got a phone number, and that's where it went wrong right there.
A nice guy.
Okay.
And then, when I tested positive, that's where the cocaine and the MDA or whatever that stuff is called. It must have been in the meth, because I just do meth, and I was selling the fentanyl pills, whatever. But I've never done the fentanyl. I've never done cocaine or anything. It had to be in the cut of the whatever. And I talked to Ben, my APMP agent, about it. It was 2 days, I think, before that, and he told me, he said, clean your stuff up, get it done. And that's why I had all that stuff in that one bag in a different town, because getting rid of it. Like
Oh,
that was
yeah.
the plan.
Hmm.
I mean, not a good plan. Not going to say it was, because it wasn't.
Yeah.
I totally, like, I messed up. Like, I mean, I relapsed. I'm not going to lie. I can't.
What do you guys think?
So I know this is the 7th parole. I've kind of
Seven?
reviewed your previous
Sheesh.
paroles. It seems like your agent says it's usually similar, where for the first few months you're motivated, you get a job, you do well, and then it seems like it's been a similar pattern on each of these past paroles. What do you think needs to change moving forward? If you are granted another parole, obviously the cycle of what's happened in the past, what insight have you had about how to approach things differently? What you think needs to happen so that this cycle can break if you are given another chance?
I think when I did relapse, I mean, I'm the one that talked to APP. That for me was a big step as an addict. I've never asked for help or admitted that I stumbled. I mean, I have a great family support between my mom, my little brother, my sister, my nieces, nephews, stuff like that. I've done everything here at the prison. When I came back, I was 5 weeks off the streets. I asked to come to the BRT because I was in solid at the prison, and I've done a lot of time in the prison. And I realized that you know, I've done conquest, I've done all that, and I've learned great stuff every time. But my uncle did the BRT years and years ago, and he's never relapsed and he's never messed up. And once me and him had a conversation, this was a couple years ago, about the BRT, and he says, if you ever really want to change, that's where you go. And I'm not gonna lie, the Beaver program is super, super tough. And with that being said, since I've been here, I mean, I graduate in 3 weeks on February 12th. I'm successfully complete all classes here, MRT, BRT, life skills, one-on-ones, CBI, everything will be done. A hallway coordinator, I've done a hallway coordinator, I've done section expediter, which is a peer leader positions here. And the hallway coordinator is the guys between the officers and the inmates. Like we're just the programming coordinators. So we're the ones that make sure you're there on time. We're the ones that make sure what classes go where. I mean, so with that being said, I've learned this time down with Pepper Gale. She's my therapist. She is an amazing woman. She's taught me to look forward and stop looking back. That's, I think, my biggest problem that I've had in my past is I get attached to my friends in here. I mean, after you do so much time in here with them, they're your friends. I mean, and it's
Dummy.
hard for us to. Oh, it's hard for me. I'm not gonna say I cannot blame anybody else. For me to let that go. So this time, while here in Beaver, I've made some great friends, but they're friends. They're not my family. They're not my support system. They are exactly that. They are my prison friends. That's it. And this time, this time I'm only looking forward. We're not looking back. Like what I did in the past, I can't fix it. I can't change it. All I can do is grow from it and walk forward. You mean that's what I'm doing.
They're not
I
your
asked
friends.
to come here. I've done everything I can do.
They're your
Like,
associates.
here we got Edovo. It's an electronic thing on our tablets. I've done 90-something self-help classes on my own, certificates, graduated every single one of them. I had my mom and them guys, or my little sister, email you guys the Edovo tracking thing so you guys can track that. I do it every single day. I mean, I've done it today. Like there's called the Tyro program on there. It's just all self-help stuff and my business stuff. That's what I work. That's what I've been shooting for. No more.
I've noted in my report the letters that we received from a friend. Maybe this is the individual you're referring to, a sister in your family. Those letters I have here in my report. On that note, we didn't get a Board of Pardons packet, like a packet for you, but that's fine. And we did receive a letter of acceptance from Building Beginnings in Spanish Fork. Is that the plan? What if you're granted parole?
My plan is, this is like, if I'm granted parole, my plan is to go to my mom's. My mom's an older lady, and she lives by herself. So I think with her helping me and me helping her, that gives us both a reason, if that makes sense. And the building Beginnings is my second choice. Like, if that way I don't have to go to the halfway house, because that's all I hear in prison. And I've been very fortunate not to ever have to go to the halfway house, but is that the halfway house is just the fastest way back to prison. And I'm trying to stay away from anything and everything that's been in prison or done bad. That's why I choose to go to my mom's, because it's a safe environment. She don't smoke cigarettes. She does nothing like that. So
And is that because I think some of the letters state you plan to relocate to southern Utah? Is that where you'd be, or?
yeah, that's it. That in that letter, that's where southern Utah is Utah County for me, because I'm from Duchesne.
Okay. Utah County.
So, and the building beginnings, when I talked to them, they sent a letter of acceptance, and it's the 9, like you work full time, guaranteed. You do the 9 hours a week, meetings, you do UAs, stuff. Exact same thing as being on parole. You just pay $800 to live in someone's house. So with that being said, like, that's why that's one thing I've never done, is had a safety net. I've never had, hey, I'm going to go here, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to go here. If that doesn't work, I'm going to go here. I always just kind of put my eggs in one basket. And that's one thing I've learned through this program is I can't put all my eggs in one basket, because life changes every day.
Mm-hmm.
And you never know. You mean?
Okay.
We never know if, I mean, my mom's older. I don't even know if she's going to be, like, I pray that she's going to be here tomorrow. If she's not, I need something set in stone that I have something to fall back on. And that was my building beginnings and moving.
I don't, in reports that I've reviewed, I haven't noticed any reports from you about mental health diagnoses or ever taken mental health medications. Is that correct?
I've never done any of that. Yeah.
And how's your mental health right now?
Oh, perfect. That's good.
Till you get out and hit that
We're
sack.
just about out of time. We have about a minute left, but certainly want to give you the chance to state anything on the record you'd like the board to know.
I would like the board to take into consideration that I signed up to do this program. I mean, 95% of the people in this prison are made to come here. I asked to come here. I mean, even when I come to the Beaver County Jail, I had to ask to come to the program. I asked to be in leadership. I asked for this. I'm the one that called. I mean, I'm the one making plans for a future and trying to let go of the past, because I can't change the past. There's nothing I can do about that. I can only make tomorrow better by working hard on it today.
Okay.
And I graduate February 12th from this program. Like I said, I've had every leadership position you can possibly had here. I've never had any write-ups, nothing like that, anything. I just like to take all that in consideration. I mean,
okay.
What do you guys think? How do you guys
What
feel
I'll
about
do
this
from
whole
here is take the
situation?
case under advisement. I've taken notes about what we've talked about today. I put together a report before the hearing. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Once the decision's made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted on the board's website. That can be sometimes a couple days, can be up to a few weeks when the decision's made, but you'll get it once that is made. So with that, thank you for being here, answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Hey, so
thank you, Scott.
all right, what do you guys think? Do you guys feel like he's ready to come home, or is he just trying to run that liquor store drag on us? And if you came over from TikTok, I want to go ahead and thank you guys. If you guys were already here, I want to thank you guys. And if you haven't done so, hey, you guys should check out some of those board hearings that we did in Kentucky. Definitely interesting. I think out of the 12 individuals that we saw that day, 9 of them were SOs. Definitely interesting. The only thing that I will say is that they a lot of them did open up about what they did. They didn't deny it, and it's definitely
This is a parole violation,
scary out
An
there.
original hearing for James Jeffs, number 199222. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice along with your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
So that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will be considering as they make a decision after today's hearing. I'm going to be going over some of that information. Just to review, what I plan to do is start by going over the parole violation allegations. We'll talk about what those are, how the criminal charges are kind of related to those. Then I need you to enter pleas to the allegations. After that, you have 2 new cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll talk about what happened in those cases. Then I have some questions for you about, what happened on parole, what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward. And then I'll give you the final word at the end of the hearing. You can state anything else you'd like to. But I do, part of the purpose of the hearing is to allow you to point out errors with that disclosure packet. At this time, are there any errors you'd like to discuss with me?
Honestly, I doubt it.
Okay.
To be honest with you, like I didn't really go over it and read it like I should have, but I'm guilty. Like I did wrong. Like, and I mean, honestly, if there's, let's say that theoretically there's something in there that is inaccurate, I'm sure that at one point in my life I've probably been guilty of it, and so maybe it's time to pay for it now. I don't know. Okay.
Well, certainly, you know, you don't have to read everything in detail, but certainly you have the right to do that. So just if we're good to go, we'll proceed as normal. So it looks like there's 8 parole violation allegations. In August of 2024, you were convicted in case 241700149 of possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, second-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation number 3. And then in case 241700104, you were convicted of 2 counts of possession or use of a controlled substance, third-degree felony. That corresponds with allegations 6 and 7. And then you were also convicted of possession or use of controlled substance, misdemeanor B, allegation 8. The criminal charges related to allegations 1, 2, 4, and 5, they were either not filed or dismissed in criminal court, but nonetheless, the process here with the violation allegations is separate. So I need you to enter pleas to each of these allegations. Okay. You have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove all of these allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing. So if you denied an allegation, the board could set an evidentiary hearing. You'd have an attorney. The state would have to present evidence that these things occurred. You'd be able to rebut that evidence and also present a defense of your own. If you admit or plead no contest to an allegation, you'll be waiving your right to that hearing. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to go through each allegation one by one. The first is by having committed or by having been charged with possession of synthetic urine on or about March 5th, 2024. So, of course, no charges resulted from this, but do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I admit that was in my vehicle and in my possession.
Okay. Okay, so the urine, okay, that makes sense. Let's see. All right. Number 2, by having committed or by having been charged with possession of paraphernalia on the same date, March 5th, 2024, admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Okay. Number 3, by having committed or by having been charged with possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, felony 2, on or about March 5th, 2024. I just amended this so that it's the same as what you're convicted of. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit. Okay,
number 4, by having committed or by having been charged with distribution of controlled substance on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
It's the same allegation as number 4 and 5 are exactly the same. So admit to both of those?
Yes.
Number 6, by having been convicted of possession of heroin, felony 3, possession of use of a controlled substance. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Then the 7 is the exact same, other than the substance is fentanyl. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Number 8 is the exact same, except for the substance is marijuana and it's a misdemeanor B. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
All right. Well, I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board accept your admissions to each of the allegations, and based on your admissions and your new convictions, I'll recommend that the board revoke the January 9th, 2024 parole. All right. So based on your new convictions, you have a maximum expiration date of March 5th, 2039. That results from the new 1 to 15, the new sentence there. That's the maximum amount of time that the board retains jurisdiction. Your current guideline or recommended sentence period of incarceration is 28 months. That would lead to you being released on July 5th of 2026. Obviously, the board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before or after that date up into the maximum of your sentence. They'll consider all relevant factors in making that decision. Looks like the first case, 241700149, at March 1st, 2024, you sold a fentanyl tablet to a confidential informant for $10. I think the probable cause for the parole violation states that task force conducted 3 controlled buys for the fentanyl pills in the same way. I've read your written submissions. They're quite thorough about what happened here, but how long were you selling fentanyl in this way?
So I really wasn't even selling fentanyl. Like, I mean, I was working. There was a guy that started working with me that had fentanyl pills. This guy that I know in Price, he hit me up and asked me if I could find some for him. I got him one, and then by the second or third time, I just told him, look, I'll just introduce you guys together, because I don't, I'm trying to do good. I'm trying to work. I'm trying not to do this. And that was the very day that happened. The next day they raided that guy's house. He was my coworker that was in the vehicle with me, and that's how it happened. I was out for 54 days, 30 of which I was in a sober living home doing well, and then I went to APNP and Four Corners Mental Health to go do my assessments and all that stuff. I ran into somebody that I know could get drugs and I could use with, and I relapsed, and it just went downhill from there. That person that I worked with, he's the one that I had had fentanyl pills. I was going to the methadone clinic. I had my weed card. I didn't really need any of that stuff, nor was I looking for it. But I also feel like Carbon County kind of I haven't done anything good in that county. I've been kind of a piece of shit to their county. Sorry for swearing, they didn't really want me there, and I feel like I gave every reason for them to lock me up and get him. I just made poor decisions.
Okay. Well, I'll note your comments generally about those things, and then this case as well. Just quickly as well, the second case, 241700104, looks like they obtained a warrant 4 days after that controlled buy for your residence vehicle and any occupants there. It looks like you had a marijuana pipe in your vehicle. The passenger had a methamphetamine pipe and drug paraphernalia. Like inside a bag of yours, officers found a pipe, methamphetamine pipe, various paraphernalia, a tube with a fentanyl tablet inside, a vial with heroin inside. And then you talked about arranging those those incidents with the officers. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Well, the heroin and the pill were mine with the syringe. That was mine. The meth pipe and that stuff, that was my passenger's. That's the person I was telling you about, that my coworker that I worked with, that was the person that sold the pills. He's the one that when they caught him with a little Advil bottle full of pills, those were his. So,
okay.
But yeah, that in a nutshell, yeah, that's what happened.
So I'm looking at your file here. As you said, you started some treatment, you did classes, you got your evaluations, you did the basics. It's at the start of what you were supposed to do. Obviously, the relapse occurred about 35 days into parole. And then these new cases happen. I'm looking at your past. You have periods of time in the community. I think you successfully completed drug court. It's been a while, but in 2013, you had a previous supervision where you did well and almost got, you were at the point of termination. So there's periods of time where you've established stability, sobriety, and done well. Obviously, recently the cycle and the pattern of behavior has been the same thing, and you fell back into it on this latest parole. What insight have you gained about what's prevented you from getting back to that healthy lifestyle, and what needs to change so you can maintain that? So
I have a lot of trauma and a lot of childhood stuff that's happened, and I've been dealing with that, but I'm a codependent, and when I get around people that are doing bad stuff or not good for me, I am really, really successful into falling back into it. What keeps me doing good and keeps me out of trouble is working. When I have a job and I'm employed, I work and I stay. I worked when I almost made off parole, I worked out of town. Like I lived in Helper, but like I worked in Utah County, so I commuted, and like I did spend a lot of money on gas. I spent a lot of my time traveling, but I spent the majority of my time working and traveling, and like I have to sleep, you know, to still be able to perform at work. So that's what I found out has been helpful for me to maintain sobriety. Like the way I got through drug court was like, I mean, I did mess up a couple times in drug court, but the concrete company I worked for, I worked my guts out, and like I started as a laborer, became a foreman, and like they liked me so much that they gave me another chance. And like just having like, you know, they talked to me and they told me, they said, look, you know, if you need help, or if you're struggling, like, we know your past, we want to help you, you know, you're a good person, and like, you know, we need you. Just making me that closeness, or that, you know, like that, it made me feel good. It like gave my heart a hug. It sounds weird, but like I didn't want to, I know I should care about my sobriety, but I didn't want to disappoint them, you know, like I didn't want to let them down. I don't have a wife, I don't have kids. I don't really have like, I mean, I have a good family and positive support, but when I terminated my one prison sentence, I moved to Alaska. I was doing phenomenal up there with my mom. My dad got sick. I came back to Utah to help him. He died. And then like, ever since then, it's been downhill. Like it's been hard for me to crawl out of this hole I've been in.
Okay. And that's, if I'm understanding correctly, you'd like to eventually go back to Alaska, if that's a possibility.
Yeah, like, so these are my options. Like, so if I get, say if I get just a regular parole on my matrix or whatever, if I go home, then I'm gonna do an interstate compact, go with wherever my mom is at, and then I'll do, like, I have some money from when my dad died. I can get myself my own apartment. I have my own vehicle. I can get myself set up to where like I can live on my own. If I terminate it or whatever, I'm gonna move out of the state and leave. But what I really like, and like I have been like kind of looking into, is I mean, this is my 6th time in prison. I've never ever in my life been to a rehab or ever explored that option. And I looked at some rehabs. I had my family look at some, and like my mom says I says, what's the most brutal, hardest, best one there is? She said that she found the Other Side Academy. I looked at it. We looked at the brochure. Like, they have a good success rate. Like, and it's an alternative to doing time. So I talked with them. I wrote a letter to them. I got accepted. I feel like it would be better. Like, I mean, I know that my guideline is just a guideline. You guys can go above, below. You guys can do whatever you want. I've already got 10 months in that I've served on this 28-month matrix, but I've been accepted to this program, and it's a 30-month program. Like, why I think that would be good for me, I don't know a lot about. I just know that they make you work, and I know that you're in an environment that's good. Like, in prison, like, there's still drugs that get in here. Like, there's still people that can influence you to do bad things. Like, I made a bad choice in here and got involved with some homemade alcohol and got in trouble. That's the first time I've been in trouble. Like, I don't want to. I want to be in an environment where I can actually change. And I have been using drugs. You know, my dad introduced me to drugs when I was 10 years old. I'm not using that as a crutch. I'm just using that as a realization that I need time, and like time doing good things in a good environment around good people I feel like to succeed. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Okay. I know. I mean, and currently you're in MRT. You're doing the Beaver SUTP program.
Yeah, I graduated Inside Out Dad. I'll be done with MRT in like 3 weeks. You know.
Okay. I do just want to mention the Other Side Academy or other residential programs. Certainly the board after today's hearing will likely be making some orders regarding treatment. That could be something while incarcerated. They could allow something in the community. The Other Side Academy is not a JRI approved substance use treatment program, but certainly, you know, if you were to be released and, you know, wanted, I don't know of any supervisor, unless there's a requirement to do a JRI approved substance use treatment. if you went to a probation officer or parole officer and said, hey, I want to go to a residential facility and I'd like to go there, I don't know any that would say, no, you can't do that, right? That's certainly something that's there and the resources are there. So if you are granted parole, communicating with your agent, trying to make a plan with those things, certainly, communicating that. But I'll note to the board your desire to get into a program in the community. I think really a lot of it's going to come back to your decisions to that you make, right? And I think regardless of where you are, some of the risk factors that you've run into, they're going to be there again. And finding a way to apply, what you need to in your life is important. But certainly having a job, being busy, being productive, being around other people involved in those same things, that helps. So I'll note the programming that you're doing now. I'll note your plans and your desires for the future. After today's hearing, the board really will kind of look at that as a whole and decide what's appropriate. Does that all make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? I have some notes from your board packet about your release plan. I think thank you for submitting that. It helps me prepare. But anything else you'd like to add as far as if you're granted parole, what your plan would be?
No, I have several options. I just basically I need to know what's going to happen and have enough time to plan. You know what I mean? Because my plans will change based off of what how much time I'm going to do. What the board stipulates, because I don't know what's required of me yet, so I can't really build a good release plan or a solid plan of attack without knowing what I have to, what my stipulations will be.
Yeah, and I hesitate. Generally, I don't state what I'm going to recommend or give any predictions on things. With your guideline, the fact that you're participating in BRT, I think there's a good chance the board will probably want you to complete the BRT program. I can't say that that's what they'll do. From there, right, that could maybe leave some options if you are granted a parole to kind of arrange things and make some plans. So I don't want to say that's what's going to happen, but that's a possibility, and we'll kind of see in a couple of weeks. Let's see. And then, so you mentioned, the B11, December 18th, 2024.
Yeah.
What happened here? What led to you being in possession of homemade alcohol?
So, somebody in my section, they made some hooch and they asked me if I wanted some. I said, sure. Gave me 2 bottles, but they said, oh, they're not ready yet. I don't know how to make it. So I said, okay, what do I gotta do? He's like, well, you gotta wait about a day. I took it to sit in my cell. About an hour later, the cops came and they're like, hey, we need you to walk out of your cell. And I just knew. I was like, look, here. I just went over there, grabbed the bottles, said, here, if this is what you're looking for, here you go. This is all I have. And that was it. And that's what happened. That's what they were looking for. That was the situation. That was the incident. Poor decision. I don't even like alcohol. It's not my forte, but I just, like I said, that was a poor decision. I was around in a situation where somebody thought that would be a good idea, and instead of saying no, that's absolutely not a good idea, or we shouldn't do that, I didn't deter that. I said, yeah, I'll drink some, it's like an idiot. So
when's the last time you used drugs or alcohol? Is that around that time?
Well, no, I didn't even I didn't even drink it. It wasn't even ready.
You've not used any drugs or alcohol since you arrived back at the prison?
No, I don't have any dirty ways. I've been good. I did use so when I was going to the methadone clinic, I was on methadone, and while I was in Carbon County Jail waiting my trip to go to the prison, the methadone clinic there brings you your dose during the day. So I haven't used drugs since then, but that was prescribed. So.
Okay. Well, we're just about out of time. There's a minute or two left. I think you've answered the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
I would just like the board to know that I'm not giving up. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be successful. And I understand that I'm some time is merited. But I feel like I just asked the board to look into maybe giving me the minimal time possible, and maybe I'll go to whatever JRI rehab they have approved. I mean, I wouldn't mind going to the Odyssey House, wherever, just because I've never tried a rehab. Maybe I'll find what I need there to stop wanting to use. I don't know. I hear there's some success in that. I just feel like what has given me problems in the past and where I've struggled in my past has been like when I have to go to AP&P and do classes and stuff like that around other people that are like, you know, there could be other people that are there and they're having to do classes because they've gotten dirties or whatever, you know, and they may not be the best people to be around. And I could have the best, you know, support system. I could be in a good environment, but being around those type of people for just even a little bit, like in a vulnerable state, like, you know, it's just a potential disaster for me, you know. I don't know. I don't know, but.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments and what you provided in writing, what we've talked about today. What I'm going to do is take your case under advisement.
Yeah.
I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll put down what we talked about today, and I'll submit that to the board. They'll take all that information and decide the appropriate way forward. Usually that decision, it takes sometimes a couple days, sometimes it takes a few weeks. We'll send it to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the board's website. So with that, Mr. Jeff, thank you for being here. Answer my questions. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right. Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
Hey, if you guys could do me a favor, I see there's like about 50 people in here watching the stream. If you guys could do me a favor, we only got 12 likes. If you guys could hit that thumbs up if you can, if it's not too much trouble. It'll help us get into the algorithm. We do got 2 more hearings after this one. So yeah, there's that. And also, if you can, check out some of the other videos we got on our feed. And this should be, let me see, who is this going to be? This is going to be Cameron Gregory.
This is a parole violation and original hearing for Cameron DERAGON, number 246834. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name is Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you, so if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
So that packet contains the new information that the board will consider as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that with you today. What we need to do, you have some parole violation allegations. I'm going to review what those are. We'll talk about the criminal charges that are related to them. And then I need you to enter pleas to those allegations. After that, there's a new case in which you're committed to prison. We'll talk about what happened in that case. And I have some questions for you about what happened on this most recent parole, what you've been doing recently, what your plans are moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But before we get to that, one of the purposes of today's hearing is to let you bring up and talk about any errors or inaccuracies that are in your blue disclosure packet. At this time, are there any errors you'd like to discuss with me?
No, sir.
Okay. So it looks like there's 6 parole violation allegations. Looks like in July 2024, you were convicted in case 241100309 of attempted possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation number 1. You're also convicted of theft by receiving, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 3. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of those new convictions. In and of itself, that's sufficient to revoke this parole. I do note that the charges that are related to allegations 2 and 4, those were dismissed in the criminal case in court, but adult probation and parole is still alleging that those occurred as parole violation allegations. So I do need you to enter pleas to each of the allegations. You have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove all 6 of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. So if you were to deny an allegation, the board could schedule a hearing. You'd have an attorney there. The state would have to present evidence to prove these things happened. You'd be able to rebut that evidence and present a defense of your own. If you admit or plead no contest to any of the allegations, you'll be waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the allegation number 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession with intent to distribute MDMA on or about March 6, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 2, by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession with intent to distribute THC marijuana on the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
No contest.
Number 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, theft by receiving stolen property, $4,500 value on or about March 6, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 4, by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense or court order, possession of drug paraphernalia on or about the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
No contest.
Number 6, by having used methamphetamine on or about March 6, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Deny.
Deny. Number 6, by having used MDMA, ecstasy on the same date. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board accept your admissions to allegations 1, 3, and 6. Note, accept your no contest pleas to 2 and 4. Note your accept your denial to allegation 5. I'm going to recommend that that be dismissed in the interest of justice. And based on your pleas and your convictions, I'll recommend that the board revoke the October 18th, 2022 parole. So the new case looks like at this time you have a maximum expiration date of October 25th, 2054. I think there's been multiple consecutive sentences that have led to that maximum date. That's the longest period of time the board can retain jurisdiction over your case. Your current guideline based on your new convictions is 18 months. So that's the recommended amount of incarceration. That would lead to you being released on September 8th of 2025. The board's not bound by that. They can release you before that date or after that date, and they'll consider your case as a whole as they make that decision. So in the new case, 241100309, looks like APMP and officers went to your house. They had information that you were in possession of, looks like illicit substances. They located 550 MDMA pills, 15 THC cartridges, and about $4,500 in cash. It says that cash had been stolen. Looks like later it was reported by a female victim that you had stolen $700 cash the previous night. I know I read a letter from this victim that we recently received. In that letter, she states that now she has new information. She doesn't believe that you were actually the one that stole that. Just wanted you to be aware that we received that letter and I've reviewed that. I've read your written submissions about this case and am generally familiar with those, but is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
As to what happened or as what is in the paperwork?
So just the summary that's in the pre-sentence report, is that accurate as to what happened?
That's accurate as to how it went down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so what led to you distributing substances at this time?
I was doing so good. This is probably the best I've ever done in my life, being out there. I was out for 17 months, clean as a whistle. I didn't fail a single drug test. I did all my classes on parole. I held a job till the day I was arrested. My best friend died a month before. And I just kind of went off the deep end that last month. I just kind of lost focus. I didn't really think anything mattered. That was a person that was close to me for like almost 7 years, really close to me. And so I started distributing for that last month. I think
were you using during that period as well?
I used one time. I've never really had a drug problem. I've never really even wanted to ever really use drugs. Since I was maybe a little bit when I was 18, I smoked weed. But other than that, I've never really used. But yeah, right after he passed away, I did use. That was the MDMA.
You used MDMA, and that's the only substance abuse of any kind you had during parole?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what led back to the distribution? I guess what walk me through any insight you've gained about the difficult situation you went through. How did you lead back? And the reason I ask, I note that you did 17 months. Your agent said you were doing very well. You had steady employment, steady residence, did your evaluations. You were working, had no, no violations that AP&P were able to notice. And then, until this case happened. The reason I'm asking about the distribution is the original cases in which you were committed to prison, there was some concerning behavior in those cases, violent or weapons related, that seemed to revolve around the distribution of substances. So just wanted to ask you about any insight you have about those things and what you think you need to change moving forward, or what you've gleaned about that.
Yes, sir. So when my friend died, he owed some bad people some money because he was distributing, and they reached out to me. And so I was trying to make that money back to pay that off. They had made some threats. So that was the reason that I had started to distribute. It was the same people that were giving him the stuff that gave me the stuff. And I was trying to pay off that $12,000 debt that he had owed to them when he passed away. I'm glad I got arrested, because you're right. In that original case, I was distributing, and that was what put me on that wrong path when I was 18, and led to all the violence and all that stuff happening. So I'm glad that this only went on for a short period of time, and I was able to come back in here, get my head straight, and realize that I just need to get back out there and do exactly what I was doing, because I was doing so good, I was doing so well until that little slip up. And I just can't, even though something like having someone this close to me like that pass away, I can't let that affect, my freedom and the things that I need in my family and all the stuff that I got going on for me. So yeah, I am glad that I was incarcerated I've been in here almost 10 months now. So now I can get back out there and get on the right path for me.
So it sounds like, you found a way to establish those healthy living patterns. I think really, I'm not an expert on this, but generally familiar with it. And when you go to treatment, or you're talking about changing behavior, whether that's compulsive behavior, any unhealthy behaviors, it's dealing with those difficult situations. We call them risk factors, risky situations. What insight have you gained about how you can prepare for those things, what changes you can make to adequately be prepared, and then have resources and tools to deal with them in a healthy way?
The main thing I learned is just having one person that I can reach out to or let them know it. And that was my downfall at this time, is because that was my best friend. So I didn't feel like I had anybody to vent to, or to go talk to, or to help me out. You know what I mean? I kind of just immediately just plunged downwards and just started doing bad. But I have my family. I just kind of shut them out. And I just need to make sure that I prepare for these situations. And if there is something like that is to come up again, and I'm sure, I'm 24 years old. I'm sure the worst isn't over. Stuff's going to happen again. That I need to not shut everyone out and keep someone close so that I can talk to them and help me through a situation like that. You know what I mean? As rare as that situation is.
I certainly, if you are granted a parole, I'd encourage you to use parole as a resource to help with that setting up a support system. Obviously, parole is meant to allow for you to serve part of your sentence in the community, for accountability, to keep a safe transition, obviously, for public safety as well. But if it's used properly, it can help create those resources, getting into a treatment group, support group, etc., talking with your agent to look at resources. I'd encourage you to do that. Speaking of that, what does your day-to-day look like? I don't think you've done any documented treatment or programming, but that doesn't mean you're just wasting your time day-to-day right now. What do you do day-to-day when you're in the facility?
Day to day, we do our workout together every morning. We wake up at 8 o'clock and work out as a section. Then we eat together, and then we'll kind of, play cards, do whatever. I'm in MRT now, so I'm taking the MRT classes. I've done it once, but I thought I might as well, while I'm in here, try and do it again, just to keep my brain sharp and have me doing something while I'm in here. You know what I mean? And then I'm just trying to keep those relationships open with my family. They'll visit me twice a week, just they're trying to stay supportive and then tell me to keep my head up. Because I know that when I get out, I'm going to do good. This last time, my first violation, I ran away from fortitude. The second time out was the first time I'd actually had out, and I did amazing. And I've never held a job that long before in my whole life. You know what I mean? I liked my job, and I've got it waiting for me as soon as I come home. Already talked to him. It's a really good job. So
it's a construction job, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry to cut you off. We can go there. What is I've got your written submissions about your plan, but if you're granted parole, what would the plan look like?
The plan would be to just parole to an apartment. I would have my girlfriend get an apartment ready for me. I would have that same job ready pretty much the week I get out. I could go back and start working there. You know what I mean? And then maybe try to find some outside support class, just a group, something to attend, just as a constant reminder. You know what I mean? Just to keep my head focused and not to dig into trouble. Even though I have no want or need or anything pulling me to do drugs or to do bad. This last time, like I said, I don't know, I just felt different about it. I just was motivated and pushed, and I feel the same way right now. I just want to get out there and just follow through and just complete parole since I was so close to doing it this last time.
Okay. I think you mentioned you're in MRT. I don't show that there's anything documented. So from the board, as they're reviewing your file as of now, it's as if you're not in MRT. So if you are doing MRT, I just talk to the program facilitator or your case manager, make sure it's up on the documentation so that we get that accurate. Okay.
Okay.
You don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. How's your mental health?
My mental health is really good. I feel really good about it this time.
Did you do a mental health evaluation on parole, but nothing was recommended? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Those are the questions that I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Yeah, I mean, I was really close to completing parole last time. I hope that this time I can get out there and do it. I have no doubt that I'm motivated and pushed to stay on track this time and to get past those last couple months and get this thing done, because I'm not going to be coming back here my whole life. I started when I was young. You know, I caught my first case when I was 18. But I'm done with it already. I just want this to be over with and to move past and to have a family and have a life. So.
Okay. Well, if you are granted another parole, I do mention that pattern of behavior, right, that led to the actions that brought us here. That certainly was concerning behavior, and I would encourage you to work on identifying risk factors, planning for those things, and using resources appropriately to maintain that safe behavior in every aspect. I think that would be my encouragement. At this time, I'm going to take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed prior to today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually that takes, we say, between 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it does take a couple weeks. We'll send that to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website when the decision is made. So with that, thank you for being here today. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is a rehearing for William Spangler, number 220357. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I received the blue disclosure packet, but nothing about the hearing date. Well, I don't know if I skimmed through the blue packet, but I didn't see nothing about the hearing date. So,
okay. Well, you do have the right to receive notice of the exact time and date of the hearing. If you'd like to, we can postpone it and reschedule it for another date, or if you're willing to waive that notice, we can continue today if you'd like to. How would you like to proceed?
let's just continue.
We'll do the hearing as scheduled today?
Yes.
Okay. So that blue disclosure packet, it contains the new information since your last hearing that the board has received. It will be considered as a part of all the information that you received in past disclosures as well. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure packet. What I'm planning to do is quickly review what's happened before today's hearing. Then I have some questions for you about really the new information since your last hearing. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word. But at this point, are there any errors from the disclosure packet you'd like to discuss with me?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. Looks like you returned from your 5th parole in September of 2023. You had an original, so parole violation, an original hearing in January 2024. After that hearing, the board revoked your most recent parole and scheduled today's hearing. They said they expected you to comply with your case action plan, complete residential substance use treatment or substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate, and have no disciplinary violations. Just to review, you have a maximum expiration date of October 10th, 2033. That's the 0 to 15 from 2018. So that's the longest, the maximum amount of time the board can retain jurisdiction over your case. Based on your most recent convictions from this most recent parole, your guideline called for, gave a recommended length of incarceration of 9 months. That guideline passed on June 9th of 2024. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guideline in determining the timing of a release or the appropriateness of a release. They consider all relevant factors in your case to make that decision. So I have some questions for you about what's new since your last hearing, but wanted to give you the opportunity to speak first. Anything that you want the board to know or anything that's new since your last hearing?
No. No, not at all.
Nothing? What have you been doing? What's been going on? It's been about a year since your last hearing. What's going on?
I just got sent down to this county. I was up in Cache County and got sent down here to do the programming, and I put in for Garfield, but they sent me here to Beaver, and then I just got into the program like a month or something ago. So I guess yep.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you started the pre-treatment about a month ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what did you, but you said you were trying to get into a program in another county, but just that didn't happen, or what led to what caused the delay?
Yeah, that's what it was. Is I put in for Garfield, but they sent me here, and so it's a longer program here. So, but it took me a minute to get down here, and then I did a couple months before I got into the program. But I guess I kind of just sat around hoping that it would change, but it didn't. And so I ended up getting into the program, and now I'm in there now. So.
Okay. What have you done so far since you've gotten into the program? Are you taking classes? What do you do on the day-to-day basis?
Well, I just barely began the program, and so I do 30 days or something like that, 30, a little bit more than that days in this where I'm at now, and then I go to the real program. So I haven't even really started that, but I start classes tomorrow in one of their programs that they gave me a folder for. But other than that, it's just been 3 hours at the table every day since I started. So.
Okay. And do you know how long the program is? Have they told you that?
I think it's 10 months.
Okay. And I guess it's been a year since your last hearing. I think the reason we're here with today's rehearing, you've had the 5 paroles. I reviewed those. Really, the pattern of behavior has been absconding from facilities when you're in the community. Looks like it's generally been either that or relapses to drug use and then absconding from various facilities within a few weeks or months. I guess you haven't really been in a program, but over the last year, have you gained any insight about what you plan to do differently if you're granted parole to break that pattern of behavior?
Well, I've been doing so now. My
my younger days were a lot worse than these days, and so some people don't see what I see beneficial, you know, because I used to get in trouble multiple times a day, didn't care about tickets, and now I watch about, you know, I don't have any I don't get in trouble in here anymore. You know, I have the occasional hiccup with the absconding and stuff like that. But before my first parole, I got out and I got out of the halfway house. I was the only one that didn't use drugs in the facility. I got my own apartment. I got 2 vehicles, and then it all crashed. And so that's what got me back to my PVs. And it's just, I don't know. I've kind of been a little angry at myself but trying putting forth the effort to get back on my feet is where I'm trying to return and not get in arguments and fights like that, because I used to do that every single day, and now I don't have any violence on my adult record and other than my robbery. But I mean, I used to get in multiple fights a week, so it's like I've really changed. It's a life or death thing back when I was younger. Now it's just little tickets to me, and some people see those as big issues, and I see them as just a slap on the hand. But when I could, but I need to take them seriously, you know, because those are held against me just like, you know, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing here. No, it's not. But you know, just me being able to sit here and not get in trouble is 100% beneficial to me. As long as I can sit and think about it, and maybe in the long run I'll find out where I can, you know, leave from here and stay out. And so that's what it is to me. As long as I could just keep my hands to myself and be happy, you know, it's 100% beneficial to me, even if I'm sitting in here. But hopefully I find my way out soon, you know.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, in reviewing your paroles, there's one thing that has become abundantly clear, I think, is that if you abscond, if you walk away from a halfway house, or if you don't report for multiple appointments and AP&P doesn't know where you are, that is an automatic failure of parole, and we're going to be exactly where we are right now, right? So I think at this point, do you feel that you've made progress in your ability to do that, to report as directed, work towards having a job and in a residence that you're communicating with your agent? What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, I think I can that I can move up from here. I think that I can stay on task with my programming and the people around me, staying positive where necessary, but being positive isn't always the right answer to some people's questions. But you know, I think that I can find my way through this and return back to being able to live in a house and out in the city with people where I want to be, instead of, you know, just throwing my life away and returning here.
Yeah. No, and I didn't want to come across that way. I think step one in the process is, yes, you can, right? You could get on parole and report as directed, stay where you need to stay in a facility. But, you know, I think there needs to be some planning, some decisions made that you're going to report, because the absconding, it really is just a pattern, and that's kind of why we're here. So thank you for your comments, and I'll note those for the board. And I think as you're doing positive things in the facility, finding a way to transition that into parole is kind of the ultimate goal. Do you have any thoughts about, as you're getting into this program, how do you plan to approach it so you can plan and use that in the community?
But in my head, these programs are just they're here to kind of guide you, but you really gotta put the effort in to do a lot more than these programs, because they're here to help us, but they're not the greatest help ever. So I'm trying to reach, you know, more in my life. You know, I sit back and want to further my education, things that are bigger than these programs, because I've been dealing with stuff like this, and the whole thought process of why we're here, and the people, and why they programs even why they're here, and why you guys are here to help us, you know. And I've been in a lot of this transitioning, and I'd like to further my education and stuff, you know.
What what do you want to study? Or you said you want to do education? What does that look like for you?
Well, I do have a couple credits that I need to make up here. Maybe I can make them up here, but I've taken them in different jails, and I've had them not. I've had some of it tossed away, so I should have maybe already been done by now. But I guess yeah, some of it didn't even get reported. But now I'm on. I want to get out and be able to get like my CDL and stuff like that, because and just being able to handle equipment. My driver's license just got, I need a new one. I think that went bad this year on February. So,
okay. So working on your GED, eventually you'd like to get a CDL, get your documents and everything in order as well. Yeah. I think that kind of goes back to my other point. Parole is meant to help you with those things, right? It's accountability. It's making you safe in the community, helping you with that. But, you know, if you abscond and you're not communicating with your agent, you can't use the resources to help make appointments, get those documents in order. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. My mother just got back to you know, she's always been there helping me with my documents and stuff. And we've kind of bumped heads ever since I was a kid. My father wasn't around, and so whenever things went wrong in the house, it was kind of, I took the blame, and I was a troublesome kid, and I kind of felt like the fatherly figure, and the steps that I took when I was younger to try to help out around the house. I mean, I used to get in fights all the time, but it was for the right reason all the time. I never got in trouble. And then as I got older, I just started becoming bullheaded and mean, and I get after everybody, people that were innocent. And now that I had to take a step back and realize that, I had a problem with anger and yelling, and I've learned to hold those in, and that's just been the biggest part with me. And that's the biggest part with it. Anywhere you go in a jail facility is people and the heat in the room. Everybody, once you get angry, everybody else does it, and they're just willing to pull it downhill, and so it's like, yeah,
okay.
I'm finished with that. I want to move up in the world, but sometimes it's like people try to use that against you. It's like, if you throw it away, then throw it away. But if you're going to pick it up, and we need to come together at the same time, because we can't be bumping heads like me and my mother. And finally, me and her are coming together. She's starting to see that I put forth effort to be here. Just the little absconsions and stuff. I mean, it's a pretty big deal because, now my record, I'm thinking about getting my record expunged when I get out of here. I'm a hunter. I got my robbery. I didn't even mean to rob the dude. He went to rip the mirror off my car, and I pulled a gun on him after stealing some steak. And so I'm hoping that maybe that can get expunged. I heard that that's a possibility. My mom, she just got hers expunged because she had punched her mom when she was younger. And so she got hers expunged to run a daycare. And so hopefully maybe I could go back to that. I mean, the violent life, I lived it for a long time, but I'm an outdoorsman. I enjoy the grass and the trees and birds, in dealing with all this, the gang life ever since I was young is just, I've had enough of it. Gang life and police, and everybody's trying to turn one on another. It's like the gang members against cops and cops against gang members. And I just want to be equal with everybody here, we got good and bad people in all of our circles. So
I do know, I think you had a disciplinary December 29th of 2023. So this happened before your last hearing, but it hadn't been documented at the time of your last hearing. So you weren't able to talk about it. Do you remember this incident? It was an A14 B09. I think it says they found a broken needle in your bunk. What happened here? Why'd you have this needle?
Oh, well, that had come. It was in a bag. It was in one of the laundry bags, and I pulled it out and taped it to a back of a book. It must have come out of laundry, but it was stuck in the bag, and so I pulled it out and taped it to a back of a book, and then they found it. It was maybe a 1/2 inch long needle. It had a thread hole and everything to it. I was like, maybe I'll use it for a piece of clothing. So I stuck it to that. It wasn't that I went out of my way to find it. It found me. So, and then I just kept it. And that's what had happened. I did 30 days in hold for that. Went back to the kitchen, did 2 days. And then they told me that I had to come down here for programming. So I put in for the program, and then they sent me down here. And yeah, probably try to get back in the kitchen and stuff while I'm down here. Some type of work, you know. I do a lot of exercising, but it's kind of small down here. I'm from Davis County. The sections are 8 times the size of this. I feel anxiety. But
okay. I know you haven't had any disciplinary since that one though. So it's been about 14 months since your last disciplinary. We did not receive a report from housing staff, but we didn't get any negative reports as well. I didn't get a board packet for today's hearing with your release plans. I think at your last hearing, you said you plan to live in Ogden and work in construction. At this point, if you are granted parole, what would your release plan be as far as where you'd plan to live and work and treatment you'd like to do?
well, my mother, she said that she might allow me to have a room back in her house, and where I can hit the halfway housing. But I gotta go back and I gotta get all my documents straight with my. I think I still have my wallet, but I need my ID and stuff like that. And then probably finding a house is the hardest part for me with felonies. It took me quite a while. The reason I landed at a house last time in my first parole is because I was the only one that didn't do drugs in the halfway house, and so they just ended up giving me some dude's apartment that got kicked out. They're like, "You're the only one in here that deserves it, so here you go." And so that's how I got into an apartment. Before that, I spent months on searching for trailers, felony friendly apartments. It was crazy. But you know, that's my big issue, is finding a place to live and then getting up on my feet. So, but
okay,
as soon as I get to the halfway house, I should be able to run into all of that. I mean, they make it easy to do that. So,
okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
No.
Okay. At this point, I'll take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I looked at and reviewed before today's hearing, and I'll include in that report what you and I talked about today. I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually that takes between a few weeks for a decision to be made. It can be a couple days, but sometimes it does take a few weeks. Once the decision's made, we'll send it to you in the mail, in writing, and it will also be posted on the Board of Pardons website for anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Spangler, thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.